There was little joy in Itachi's life. He grew up too quickly, forgetting the childish carelessness in the midst of a field littered with war dead. He was looking for answers to questions that adults were afraid to ask themselves. The father reluctantly recognized his strength, although he understood that he did not want to see the child so grown up in less than 5 years. Itachi perfectly remembered the day when Kyuubi attacked. He felt the hatred of the beast that mercilessly destroyed everything around. I felt and understood, somewhere inside, comparing myself with an angry fox. His hatred was justified, and the brightly burning Sharingan echoed his pain. He himself sometimes hated his eyes. It was they who forced the little genius to break his life, step on the throat of his essence, fight on an equal footing with everyone. For the sake of ephemeral hopes for a quiet life, the only outlet is the younger brother. Itachi swore that Sasuke would be able to live the most peaceful childhood. Let him learn the pain of this world not so quickly. That's all Itachi wanted. If he could, he would have banned it altogether, but Sasuke longed to be a shinobi, did not think about the real meaning of these words. He enthusiastically begged for another workout, but Itachi shamefully ran away, postponing everything for the next time. I couldn't overcome myself. I didn't want to teach the younger to kill. It is now they throw kunai at wooden targets, and someday this child will have to throw kunai at the enemy. Itachi only wanted to delay this moment as far as possible. Itachi saw his younger brother's eyes, black pools that had not yet been consumed by the red flame, their family curse. The clansmen boasted about it, puffed up from the fact that they were descendants of the Uchiha. Itachi was sick of the mundanity of some people. They were proud of the rivers of blood that in all ages flowed in a stormy stream among the streets of the clan. Some harassed ordinary people, while wearing the mon of the Konoha police. Itachi then put even more pressure on the throat of his essence, went to his father, reporting the impudence of some. The father nodded his head, promising to sort it out, and only then the sight of the ashamed clansman slightly dulled the pain of the wounded soul. He is already 11, he is in the ranks of the ANBU and, for the first time, feels like he is among people of similar spirit. They are all secretive, unsociable loners who do not tolerate unnecessary words and touches. Their faces and names were erased under awkward masks, but that was what gave Itachi strength. He killed more easily, knowing that it wasn't him, not Itachi Uchiha, but just a weasel from another ANBU team. And his captain is an example of the result of shinobi's life. He is alone, without family and friends, a definite goal, and also marked with the cursed gift of his clan. Itachi was scared of the fact that he would one day become such a soulless machine whose duty it would be to die somewhere on a mission. He returned home after the mission in even greater confusion, trying to wipe off the sticky and nasty cocoon into which he was driving himself. He didn't want his family to see him like this, his last refuge, where he could heal his soul at least a little. His joy is the smile of the youngest, an enthusiastic look and small hands. His consolation is the gentle and quiet Ka-chan, who accepted him by anyone, never saw in him an heir or a genius, only her baby Itachi. But his pain is a silent father, who perfectly saw to whom he was devoted. The father who tried to reason with him, appealed to his duty to the clan, forced him to do the worst that his soul is capable of. He loved him like a son, fervently and strongly, but the cold reason of the head saw in him disobedience. Itachi felt discord in his father's soul, so he tried not to call the proverbial eyes. Itachi walked the streets of the clan, respectfully greeting everyone, although whispers and cursing were heard from everywhere. He saw that the clan was dissatisfied. The boat of indignation had been rocking for a long time, now and then trying to land on sharp rocks. Itachi already understood that he would become that rock, taking on all the hatred of the long-cursed clan. Kachan quietly whispered that he could overcome everything, you just need to listen to your heart. Tosan appealed to loyalty in front of his family, reluctantly, tried to overcome the hot flame of loyalty to the village in his eldest son. Mother. Father. You are struggling in me. At one point, the boat calmed down. Itachi looked with fear into the faces of his fellow clansmen, but he no longer saw indignation in his eyes. Now there is pride, not imaginary and sincere, they really looked at Itachi as a savior. He did not understand this, his only friend, Shisui, calmly smiled, patting him on the shoulder in a brotherly way, and then silently led him to one of the abandoned landfills on the outskirts. Among the ungainly bunch of Hunins, a girl clearly stood out. A familiar captain from ANBU was also here, smiling contentedly, deftly dodging the opponent's attacks. Itachi silently shifted his gaze to the imperturbable Shisui, hoping that everything would be explained to him, but Uchiha advised him to follow the fight. An experienced eye involuntarily noticed the details. Kakashi-senpai did not use his Sharingan, covering the ill-fated eye of Hitayata, fought back on pure Tai, but most importantly, smiled. Even through the mask he saw a smile on a tired face. Uchiha turned his gaze to his opponent, a young, somewhere around his age of 13, dark-skinned blonde. She clearly struck blows, talking about something with her opponent, smiling just as warmly and sincerely. Itachi managed to follow the tip of a light braid that played in the sun with the light of gold, and was fascinated by her dance. She, flexible and thin as a twig, flowed around the opponent, dodged blows, attacking after. Shisui easily pushed him forward, and together they approached the motley company of shinobi. Kakashi, squinting at the newcomers, stopped the girl with a gesture, bowing to her easily. Kakashi and I, her cheerful voice rang out, next time without indulgences, she laughed, bowing lightly in response. Got it, he nodded, turning to the guests. Hello, Itachi, Shisui. By what fates, the others joined them, among whom Itachi was able to recognize Shiranui Genma, one of the personal guards of the fourth, Mato guy, who was one of the best Hunins of the list, and Asuma Sarutobi, but only because he was the son of the third. He greeted everyone, but when the turn came to the unknown girl, Itachi hesitated slightly, but the blonde smiled even more, holding out a swarthy palm. My name is Naruto. Itachi remembered this name well. As did her eyes, which were carefully studying the strange stranger. Then he was glad that he was in the form of Anbu. It is possible that she did not recognize him as Uchiha. He wouldn't want that, at least. Itachi's name was enough for him, which she pronounced so especially, dragging him to a joint snack. I printed out a couple of scrolls, handing out a box of bento to the eternally hungry Hunins and cunningly thrust his portion into Itachi's hands. Shisui was already eating his own, and Itachi was waiting for something, watching as Naruto barely blushed from the praise for the delicious food. He didn't understand what was going on, why he was sitting in the middle of the landfill with a box of homemade bento and looking at an unknown girl. I didn't understand why I felt pretty good about it all. After that acquaintance, Itachi found more and more time to meet with this company, sparred with a girl, once even lost to her. Yes, he did not use Sharingan, but on pure Tai, she was able to do it, although she hoped for an accident. Itachi also considered it an accident, he just stared at the tip of the blonde braid behind her back. But Bento accepted, thanked and ate, without even thinking that he would have to give up food at dinner, he just wouldn't fit in it anymore. Only a month he went to this training ground, but he already knew everything about Naruto. Kakashi whispered something, he found out something himself, and the most important thing was told by Naruto herself. He saw Kyuubi live, still remembered that hatred, remembered that he once compared himself to him. But Naruto did not fit in with the image of an embittered demon, although she restrained the power of the tailed one. Kakashi-senpai whispered that she was the daughter of the fourth. This explained the presence of the copying ninja and Shiranui himself. And it was not surprising, the girl looked like a hero of the village. But Itachi was confused by age, to which Naruto awkwardly shrugged her shoulders, relying on her tailed patron. After digging through the ANBU reports, he was even able to find a note. During the duty of the horse, an incident occurred during which the object was injured. She was taken to the hospital, where she was diagnosed with increased cell regeneration. As a result of the incident, the object began to grow up quickly. The approximate growth rate is 2 inches. Twice as old as it really is. Ironically, Naruto was the same age as his younger brother, but at the age of 7, she inexorably resembled Itachi at the same age. She thought differently, was not like her peers. Even more in spirit than in appearance. Itachi saw in her eyes the echoes of his hopes and expectations from the world. Next to her he could breathe calmly, knowing that someone in the world shares his views. But still, she managed to keep the warmth and joy. She breathed confidence and life itself, that the wounded soul was filled with something bright. Then for a long time he could not banish a slight smile from his face, forcing Kacchan to inquisitively beg from his son what had happened, and Sasuke was only surprised at his brother, but frowned childishly that he was once again left with a nose. Itachi was afraid to destroy this fragile something that had happened between them. I trained with her, accompanied her home, and after the mission, I tried to drop into a tiny apartment first of all to get a stick of homemade dango and a kitchen spatula on the top of my head. Naruto jokingly swore that they were breaking into her so unceremoniously, but she rearranged the vase from the kitchen window so that Itachi could sit more comfortably on the narrow windowsill. Naruto has always been afraid of only one thing, the hateful looks that have haunted her since birth. She ran as far away from the crowd as possible, hiding in the shadows, looking for workarounds to the apartment, where she could always find garbage, empty paint buckets and kind wishes to die as soon as possible. She bit her lips, held back tears, and cried only under the covers so that no one could hear how much she was hurting. The worst thing was to run into drunk people. They didn't like her, although she sincerely didn't understand why. Then she took offense and joked in retaliation, no, not in a malicious way, because she couldn't do that. All that remained was to look for the tip of a light braid near the painted shop of an evil merchant, but no one could openly convict her of what she had done. And when their patience ran out, she ended up in the hospital. The body ached from the beatings, but most of all the soul hurt, which with blind naivety justified the inhabitants. They would still understand, recognize, see her as a future Hokage, just need to wait. And she waited for her 4th birthday, and most importantly for a gift. She was beaten so that she ended up in the subconscious. The rejected child found a similar, almost native soul. She poured out all her pain to someone who had received only hatred and fear all her life. The very embodiment of evil in this world turned out to be disarmed in front of a small child who was striving for love with all his heart. The fox was angry at the wayward parents that they so carelessly left an unimaginative trifle to sort out all the troubles of this world. They didn't even give her a choice. Then he pushed her out of the subconscious, healed all the wounds, but did not expect that his chakra would have such an impact. Now she is twice as old for the 2nd time. Naruto's subconscious was determined. She promised to change this world. Impulsive words of a child who had to grow up early. She stepped into the cage completely without thinking about the consequences, trustingly touched the red fur, quietly asked not to turn away from her. Naruto asked questions, and the fox, surprisingly, spoke quietly. He saw a lot, remembered the free expanses of the forest, where he ran with his brothers. I haven't forgotten the old man yet, that he promised them the appearance of a man who would be brave and open enough to love them all. Kyuubi looked at the sleeping child and saw more and more the same person in her. He well remembered Mito's cold confidence that kept him on a short leash, remembered Kushina's alertness that steadfastly ignored his presence, but he did not think that one day he would so calmly watch another Uzumaki sleeping on his tail. Their clan was his personal bone in the throat, but this child is something else, perhaps the last chance of this world. Naruto grew up with an invisible teacher inside. The centuries-old wisdom that the tired demon harbored was gaining. He didn't know the techniques, didn't make her a shinobi of an incredible level, just talked a lot about fate, duty and honor. What is important in life, and what is not worth the time? Why do people need strength and how to use it? Is there any value to a person who is proud of strength, defending dubious ideals? He made me look from the outside at all the shinobi who, in endless wars, forgot about the true things, about harmony. Naruto frowned funny, accepting science, more and more convincing herself that she wanted to become a hokage in order to change these foundations. Kyuubi closed his eyes with understanding and carefully watched how this child was growing, and yet Naruto trained, first alone, and then begged one of the faceless Anbu to be her mentor, who often followed her. He made interesting obstacle courses with the help of a Makuden, drove her into Tai and taught her to disperse the chakra through the body. Then he brought another masker, and he became an outlet for her. Anbu, nicknamed the dog, always took off his mask, unlike Tenzo, but under it, to the delight of Uzumaki, there was another one, a fabric one. All Naruto saw were his eyes. One was red, like a raging flame with 3 commas, and the second was black and deep, full of pain and regret. He honestly trained her between missions, and Naruto understood that he was doing this to the detriment of his free time. He could hold her gaze for a long time, as if expecting to see someone else. But it was just Naruto, a smiling copy of his parents. Kakashi and I knew her parents closer than anyone, although he rarely talked about them. Naruto did not insist, for her they are images, invisible ghosts who sacrificed themselves and the child for the benefit of all. She did not condemn them, accepted their sacrifice long ago and was grateful. For the wisdom of the fox, for the peculiar care of the company of Hunins, for the vitality and the desire to make everything better. And for Kakashi, these are living people whom he loved, but lost. Then she gradually got to know everyone, easily entering the narrow circle of Hunins. She freely communicated with older people, because the children did not understand her much, especially since at the age of 7 she looked like all 13. And they didn't let her into the academy, loading her with paperwork. They say we will let her take the exam, but only with everyone. Then she could barely contain her laughter, imagining how a 17-year-old girl would look in a string of graduates of the academy. Kakashi just shrugged his shoulders and advised to train despite the status of a student of the academy. Naruto waved her hand carelessly. She doesn't need an academy teacher, she has her own teacher. And then Itachi appeared. She remembered that moment well. The fox inside moved threateningly, feeling the blood of one of the enemies. But with each meeting, she convinced both him and herself that he was completely different. Itachi shared her views, shared everything he had seen, talked about missions and countries he had visited, bit into her apartment, but in return he brought something, sweet apples, rare chocolate from another mission or his mother's recipe, which pleased the young hostess. At the end of the second month of dating, Naruto moved with a familiar Shunshin to their training ground, where they agreed to meet. Kakashi and I was on a mission, and Genma was on duty, so today he and Itachi will be alone. Naruto already wanted to start a standard warm-up, but caught a weak hearth very close. It's not the ANBU that are following her on the orders of the third, she knew them well, even managed to lure branded bento. Come out, she said, looking at the jasmine thicket. The bushes stirred menacingly, forcing Naruto to reach for the gun pouch, but she exhaled easily when she saw only a child. A boy of about 8 frowned out of the bushes, folding his arms and shooting black eyes at the surprised girl. How could you notice me? What is it? He asked, pointing to. You didn't hide much. The girl smiled, looking at the child, and the fox's guttural growl confirmed the guess. In front of her is a little Uchiha, clearly angry at her. And I wanted you to see me, the boy snorted, charmingly turning up his nose. I've come to find out who you are, he said quite seriously. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the girl introduced herself, coming closer. Will you tell me why you were looking for me? I'm Sasuke, he replied, slightly losing his arrogance from a sincere smile, but then he pulled himself up and exploded with accusations. Oni-chan isn't training me because of you. He's either on a mission or training with you, even though I'm his little brother. So you, Itachi's brother? The girl asked it. Yes, the boy was obviously proud of his relative, letting Naruto know that he unwittingly became the most important enemy for the young Uchiha. Well, Sasuke, she breathed, sitting down opposite. I'm sorry, I didn't know that Itachi wasn't training you. The boy turned a little glum, which made Naruto cheat a little. But I can show you everything Itachi taught me, okay? But you're not Itachi, the boy muttered, blushing slightly. But I know how to beat him, she said conspiratorially, watching the boy look at her enthusiastically. So be it, he tried to be condescending, but the excitement in his eyes betrayed him. Let's practice, Naruto laughed, ruffling the dark-haired top of her head, but then a raven flew up to her and sat on her shoulder, holding out a note in a black beak. It's Oni-chan's raven. Sasuke exclaimed, and Naruto took the paper, gratefully stroking the black feathers. The bird flew up, and in the note the girl found out that Itachi and Shisui were urgently sent on a mission, which she informed the upset child. Sasuke, she turned, looking into dark eyes. Tell me, why are you training? To get stronger, he replied. What do you need the power for? Naruto asked calmly. What? Sasuke asked, looking at the girl uncomprehendingly. We are shinobi, and everyone should be strong. True, the blonde agreed, but, for example, I want to become strong in order to change the world. Why do you want to become strong? Probably for the sake of his family, the boy said uncertainly. So that they-chan and Tasan would praise me. Well, it's worthy, but is it all praise? She asked, smiling. And I want to protect Ka-chan, he added after a moment's thought. And I want to become strong so that Oni-chan can work less and rest more. Sasuke finished blushing completely. You see, Naruto patted him on the shoulder, everyone who wants to have power should understand why it is. But how you will use it depends only on you. The boy no longer lifted up his nose, but listened attentively to the girl. You're a good brother, Sasuke. The child smiled slightly from the praise. I'm sure Itachi thinks so too. But he trains with me so rarely, and yet he is offended, which bothered Naruto. Itachi does everything so that you have a childhood that he didn't get. She tried to gently lead Sasuke to the right idea. Still, I didn't want to see such a disagreement between the two brothers. He graduated from the academy early, becoming a shinobi, and now serves in the ANBU, and all this to distance you from the moment when you have to become a shinobi. But I want it, he exclaimed, forcing the girl to exhale heavily. I know, but don't rush to grow up, okay? She smiled, lightly touching the thin shoulder. When you have a younger brother or a child, you will do everything to protect him from the shinobi world. All right, he muttered, calming down. Naruto saw that he did not fully accept such a sacrifice of his brother, because he simply did not understand what could be waiting for him. The girl exhaled, getting up from her seat, announcing the start of training. Soon it became the norm for them to meet here and practice tai, throw shurikens and kunai at randomly placed targets. Then she taught him control and directed him to ning. Unfortunately, she could not help with his clan element of fire, since she owned only air, but she prompted and helped as much as possible. Sasuke got used to the smiling mentor, less often remembering the desire to defeat his brother, but only to stand next to him. Until at the next training session they were met by a confused Itachi. "There, Chan!" the boy exclaimed, running up to his brother, who stared questioningly at the obviously pleased Naruto. "Naruto agreed to train me, and my father showed me one of Katona's jutsu. You have to help me to master it." The child was broadcasting, for which he received a slight poke in the forehead. "Okay, Sasuke," Anbu agreed, looking at Naruto, who nodded understandingly. Their meeting was interrupted by Tenzo, who came to the training ground to take Naruto to the Hokage. The girl waved goodbye with a flourish, finally giving a warm smile to such different Uchiha. The fox inside was rumbling discontentedly, but Naruto believed that these two were completely different. The Hokage's office was always quiet. It was behind the door that punctuation, conversations, or hurrying steps could be heard, but when an ordinary shinobi entered the head's office, he involuntarily fell silent, favoring the third Hokage. For Naruto, it was an old grandfather, who could be called Aji-san in his own way, because he really was native to everyone in this village. He also exuded wisdom, which was concentrated in his stories, quiet words and a tired smile on his wrinkled face. He always looked at her kindly, saw Naruto in her, and not the demon fox, which could not but please. So she respected the old Hokage. However, now, going to the office, she did not understand the reason. It seems that this week she didn't have time to do anything to be called to the old man. Sasuke took all her strength, and what remained was squeezed out by Gai-sensei to "Come in." A quiet voice rang out, and Naruto entered the office to the old man. Uzumaki asked. "Is something wrong?" "Yes, Naruto," he answered heavily. "Listen to me, carefully." The girl nodded, showing that she was ready to listen. "As you know, your parents are Minato and Kushina. Before their death, they made a contract with one of the clans. It clearly states that you must marry the heir of this clan. Nani?" Naruto was surprised, staring at the old Hokage. "I'm only just going to be 8. But according to the documents, your psychological age is 13, and this is the age of a good genin, which means an adult shinobi. Why did you suddenly remember about this contract?" Uzumaki asked, trying to reach the fox in her subconscious. The head of the clan insisted on this, he answered honestly, and then added, "This is Uchiha." Naruto caught his breath, and his insides tightened into a tight knot, scrolling counterclockwise. The old man paused, giving her time to recover, but the fox stubbornly remained silent, growling menacingly. "Naruto." Hiruzen's quiet voice trembled as the frightened girl looked at Grandpa. "I can help, just tell me. We will be able to delay time, come up with something, but sooner or later it will come. Agree to the marriage." Naruto tossed her head, stunned by the words of the fox. He had given himself into the hands of the cursed clan, in the person of a young bride, but all doubts were swept away by a wave of heat that suddenly swept through his whole body. Uzumaki calmed down, feeling that the fox would protect her. However, so are Itachi and baby Sasuke. And Kakashi and Ai and Genma. She's not alone, so don't delay what's irreversible. I agree. the voice became confident, and the face was replaced by a calm one. "Don't worry," the old man murmured, "they won't do you any harm." The girl just nodded, accepting her fate. "Tomorrow the wife of the head will come to you, be ready," Hokage warned her, waving his palm lightly. Naruto bowed and left the office. And only there I allowed myself to exhale heavily. Naruto looked at the women of the Uchiha clan, who surrounded her for the third day, and thought hard. First, Mikoto came to her, so calm and measured that the raging heart of the young bride obediently calmed down. Her gaze wandered around the modest but clean apartment, caught for a moment on a stack of books and a couple of scrolls that occupied the windowsill. Naruto was still performing tasks from the academy. The woman gratefully accepted the offered tea and a simple treat in the form of a pie. Mikoto smiled easily, recognizing her signature recipe, slyly flashing her dark eyes. Then she told about the wedding, which was in 3 days, and asked for this time to move to one of the houses on the territory of the clan, where she would be prepared for the wedding. She agreed, realizing that she would not be able to see any of her loved ones during these days. For 3 days she is surrounded by the women of the Uchiha clan, and these are the ones who need to be called Hokage. They are nothing but shadows of fire. Everyone is so submissive, quiet and calm, in their eyes there is a humble acceptance. While their husbands are facing the whole world, burning and burning, burning everything on the way, they are silent shadows that are truly waiting for the return. Men have weapons in their hands, but women have it differently. Their hands are on the tops of children's heads, their palms cover the tired eyes of exhausted men. If someone thought that Uchiha are not capable of loving, then he was mistaken, because he simply did not see them in the home circle. And these shadows looked at her so understandingly that Naruto wanted to hide from them so that no one could read her soul so easily. And Mikoto among them, the future mother-in-law, did not leave a step, talking in a measured voice about the ceremony, about the family, about the children. Naruto awkwardly averted her gaze when it came to Itachi. She knew him, but could not imagine him at all as a husband and life partner. A husband and wife should be like a hand and eyes. When the hand hurts, the eyes cry, and when the eyes cry, the hands wipe the tears, said the mother-in-law, combing her blonde hair. Naruto smiled nervously, involuntarily wondering who is in their pair of hand, and who are the eyes. The ceremony took place in the clan temple at sunset, but the women worked hard on it from the very morning, preparing for the holiday. Mikoto did not put a wataboshi headdress on her heavy head, but only fixed her thick hair with snow-white kanzashi. Naruto did not say that a kind of headdress in the form of 2 horns was also not put on her. Apparently, they could not show her jealousy. Wedding kimono. Shiromuku is a multi-layered outfit, Mikoto said, carefully putting a long white shirt on the girl. First, nagajuban, so that the kimono does not touch the skin, and we will tie the waist with a kashihimo. Then 2 other women opened a large kimono, also white. This is Shiromuku, said the mother-in-law, wrapping the kimono on the right side. It symbolizes purity and purity. Another reason for the pure white color of Shiromuku is that the bride leaves her family and in marriage will take the colors of the groom's family into which she enters. Naruto hoped that the groom's family would not paint her red. Now we'll tie you up with a wide obi. 2 women deftly tied her waist with an uncomfortable belt with an obi-ita inside, a board that helped obi keep in shape. And we will fasten a fan in the belt. It will bring you happiness. A small wooden fan is placed near the heart, and next to it is a short sword in a scabbard. The women finished their preparations and sat down at the exit, giving Naruto the opportunity to look in the mirror. She looked at her reflection with disbelief. The usual wheat braid was cunningly woven into an unusual flower, and thin strings with pearls hung from the kanzashi. The usual training kimono was replaced by a majestic white, embroidered with barely visible threads of gold. And at the hem of the kimono, cranes flew in a single wedge, bringing loyalty and happiness on their wings. It mercilessly pressed on the shoulders, and the tight obi kept the back straight. It seemed that someone just took her in a grip, and she just couldn't break free. Show them what you can do. Naruto took one last look at herself, saying goodbye to the past. Her fear remained in the mirror, the exciting curve of her light eyebrows, but, turning to the women, she straightened her shoulders, lifted her chin, hiding all emotions deep inside, where the fox could reliably protect them. Mikoto smiled knowingly, escorting her to the temple, where the whole clan had already gathered. Once I stood in your place and thought that this kimono was pulling me to the ground by an unknown force, Mikoto said softly, stopping at the entrance to the temple. I didn't know at all what was waiting for me, whether I could love my men as much as I would like. She barely smiled, looking into blue eyes. Why should we do this? Naruto asked, causing Mikoto's heart to contract. In front of her is another victim of circumstances. This is our fate. She lightly squeezed her swarthy palm, trying to cheer up the bride, but she no longer believed in happiness. I can, the girl replied, touching her mother-in-law's cold fingers. I will become his hand, I will wipe away tears, but I will not become his eyes, I will not cry when my hand hurts. I will fight for our happiness. She smiled easily, feeling the necessary calm. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. She took a deep breath, pushing open the doors of the temple, in which all the voices died down, and the eyes turned to the snow-white bride. Naruto walked calmly and confidently, feeling the metaphorical nine tails developing from behind. The fox inside growled hollowly, teasing its bearer to spread his shoulders even wider. There is a difference how to enter the arena, a timid hare waiting for an early death, or a majestic tiger that is ready to bite through more than one throat even on his deathbed. And Itachi was waiting for her at the altar, calm and proud, but as soon as she looked into his eyes, regret. He was worried, he was afraid that he would consider their acquaintance not accidental. He would turn away, nursing the remnants of pride that his clan had hurt so much. Naruto just smiled, obediently sitting down next to him, easily bowing her head in front of the priest. In a snow-white outfit, he could barely recognize her, an unusual vision. Itachi understood what white meant. Soon she would turn into her husband's color, dissolve into his colors and become an invisible shadow. He doubted that he would be able to do it, rather he would be replenished by the sun, and the world around him would become a little brighter. It can't be any other way, it's Naruto, after all, but the cranes on her kimono don't suit them. Instead of them, a flock of ravens. Suddenly, her fragile palm rested confidently on her pale palm, and squinting, he noticed a slight smile on her face. Itachi felt relieved. It was worth seeing. The usual smile and the world around was erased, plunging into an illusion. You can hear her perky laugh, and the tip of a light braid touches her cheeks. Naruto quietly got up from the bed, pulling on a homemade yukata. Itachi on the bed involuntarily moved, squeezing the next pillow, forcing Naruto to hold back a chuckle. She gathered her hair into a low ponytail, quickly washed her face and began to move the dishes in the kitchen. It's only been a week since the wedding. A week in the status of the wife of the heir of the Uchiha clan. But she liked the simple and clear thing more, Itachi's wife. She was afraid that in married life she would be like an exam. Every touch and glance will be recorded, the dish will be tasted, housework will become a challenge, and the slightest disobedience will turn into a reprimand. But outside the door of the house, their own world was waiting for them. Naruto remained her own mistress, was inspired and moved some things from the old apartment. The empty and gray house sparkled with colors, drawings appeared on the walls, which the girl sometimes indulged in, rare photos, with friends, children's and, of course, a new wedding. The house was filled with scents, fragrant flowers in clay pots, hot pepper and baked sweet apples in a small kitchen that Naruto loved so much, but most importantly, the barely discernible smell of the girl herself. On the first night, Itachi could not close his eyes for fear of scaring off the fragile something on the other side of the bed, but he could not stop breathing. The scent of wildflowers and herbs that his wife collected from time to time followed her, and thin strands of gold tickled his nose, evoking memories of a pine grove on the border of the country. Their house was full of happiness, stood out against the background of the quiet and gray houses of the clan members. Colorful curtains boldly winked at passers-by, and the traditional mannequin, some funny twitching paw on the windowsill, a gift from Kakashi. Naruto then giggled, advising not to tell Pakken about such betrayal. Guests were always welcome in such a house. Sasuke, who was quietly happy for a close friend, Sasuke, who quickly got used to calling the girl One-chan, a noisy group of Hunins and Anbu. They rarely came, but always stayed for dinner. And the couple were happy, but the blissful week is over, which means that it's time for Itachi to take over the service. Naruto was just putting a portion of omurice on a plate when a slightly disheveled guy appeared in the kitchen, yawning funny. The girl smiled, holding out a plate, which he gratefully accepted. "You shouldn't have woken up so early to make breakfast," he scolded his smiling wife. "It's not hard for me," she shrugged her shoulders. After all, Itachi caused only joy at home. Moreover, I promised Sasuke to train before the academy. Will he wake up so early? Itachi doubted, but Naruto waved her spatula threateningly near her nose. "There's nothing to doubt about the younger brother," she jokingly threatened, and then slyly smiled. "Moreover, I sent a clone after him," to which the husband nodded his head understandingly. "Thanks for the food," he said, putting down his plate. Itachi stood up, coming closer to the girl. She blushed slightly, looking away, and her husband only chastely kissed her dark forehead, pushing back her light bangs with his palm. "See you tonight," he breathed, pulling away from his embarrassed wife, who hurried to turn away to the sink to hide her red face. The guy smiled for the last time, and went to change clothes. Captain Anbu came out of the house under the name of Weasel, and the real Itachi stayed at home. "Do your best at the academy," Naruto admonished the child, handing the box to Bento. "Hi, One-chan," Sasuke waved his hand, grabbing lunch, and almost knocked down Sasuke at the door, who looked after the hurrying boy with displeasure. "Good morning, Naruto," he nodded, remaining at the entrance. "Morning," she replied. "Why are you stuck in the door? Come on in." "Actually, I wanted to invite you to sparring, but I see that baby Sasuke is already using you with might and main," the guy laughed, forcing the blonde to smile as well. "What can I do?" Naruto nodded contritely. "I can't refuse." "However, you too, Sasuke-kun," the girl pulled on her sandals, and then locked the house with a key. "Only without indulgences, otherwise." Itachi suddenly forgot how to attack seriously, Uzumaki jokingly protested, while they were walking slowly to the clan's training grounds. "You should get used to it," Sasuke shrugged knowingly. "Still, you're his wife." "You know," the girl began uncertainly, "I haven't fully realized it yet." She shifted her gaze to the Hokage rock, lingering on her father. "I don't think Tasan signed this prenuptial agreement thinking that I would get married in less than 8 years. The shinobi psyche is a very flexible thing," the guy explained. "Since we perform complex missions, we have to grow up early, and age becomes only a figure. I think you don't see yourself as an 8-year-old either, do you?" Sasuke smiled a little sadly, but Naruto could understand him. "It's best for them and Itachi to know how," in a series of training sessions and tasks, you forget that you were a child yesterday. The training ground was empty, which was to their advantage. Shisui warmed up slightly, setting himself up for a duel. What has always been amazing for Naruto is to watch how her friends change during such sparring sessions. Kakashi is always deliberately calm, with a kind of paternal indulgence in every movement and word. Itachi, on the contrary, opened up during the fight. His gaze became more expressive, and his movements became sharper. His cousin, usually cheerful and smiling, put on a terrible ki during the fight, which caused the enemy to get lost. But this notorious ki did not work on Naruto. The fox, even in the first fight with Shisui, offered to show what a real ki is, quite shaking his tails. Naruto at such moments thought that her tailed friend was still a braggart, but she didn't say anything. She still had the right to show off, at least in front of her. Only we fight honestly, Shisui warned, without your barriers. And you are without Mangekyo, Naruto appealed, showing her tongue without malice, to which Shisui nodded in agreement. Uzumaki took a deep breath, snatching the kunai from her pouch, and ran at the guy. He easily deflected the trial blow with a short tanto, and then tried to make a cut, to which the girl easily jumped back, folding the seals. From the haze, 2 shadow copies went on the attack, surrounding the brunette from both sides, and the original folded another bunch of seals, releasing air bullets. Shisui covered himself with one of the blonde's clones, and threw the other away with a lunge. Then a large fireball hit the girl, but there was a clone on the field. The technique dissipated, leaving Shisui alone at the training ground. He tightened his grip on Tanto, carefully looking around. Suddenly, a stream of shurikens fueled by the wind chakra hit him from the left side, but Shisui disappeared into Shunshin, hiding in the foliage of a nearby tree. Naruto skillfully hid her own chakra, so it was always difficult to detect her, so it only remained to lure her into close combat. He threw a few kunai into the area from where the shurikens were flying, jumped up, and then launched phoenix flowers. The girl soared up, dodging the technique, taking out a Fuma shuriken from the seal on her wrist. Shisui barely managed to dodge him, then did not notice Naruto at the bottom, who firmly grabbed his leg. She pulled him towards her, raising her fist with a faint blue glow. He put a block on the punch, but a fist fueled by chakra cannot be blocked painlessly. They sank to the ground, converging in pure tai, crossing kunai and sharp tanto. Shisui dodged the clone from behind, having managed to touch the forearm of the original, but suddenly Naruto clone pressed on the pain point on his wrist, which forced him to let go of tanto. The girl quickly folded the necessary seals, grabbing the guy's slightly numb hand. She jumped away, watching contentedly as her cousin tried to move his right arm. I put a block seal, the blonde explained. Weak, only for a certain part of the body, but it's enough to immobilize you. We agreed without fuin. Shisui exclaimed belligerently. No, Shisui-kun, she drawled, the agreement was not to use barriers. The brunette wanted to object something else, but gave up, laughing, arguing with Uzumaki is more expensive for himself. That's a sly fox, he pretended to be angry, but his dark eyes fairly glittered, to which Naruto laughed out loud, feeling how the fox inside smiled with pride. The only thing that was passed down to her from her mother was Uzumaki's blood. These 2 words explained everything: the vitality, the flexibility of the genome, and the talent for fuin. One day Kakashi handed her a shabby book, to which the girl at first made a funny face, but read it. Then another, and then, having bribed Tenzo with personally prepared katsudon, she made her way to the archives, where she found even more clan scrolls. Naruto really felt a craving for fuin, carefully read every scroll she got and carefully entered it into her own notebook. The new seal necessarily fell under a thorough analysis: how many bundles in the frame, how many blocks in the center, and from which kanji the main chain. Only the compilation of such seals brought her peace of mind. Maybe that's why Fuinjutsu was invented? In order to calm the hot blood of Uzumaki, her own seal was also studied. The seal of the 8 trigrams was her father's work and deserved admiration. The technique consisted of 2 seals of 4 elephants, a double lock and a seal of 8 symbols, and everything is arranged so that the fox's chakra seeps between the elephants and mixes with Naruto's own chakra. Unfortunately, the fate of the key to the seal was unknown to her. The fox hardly remembered where Minato had put it. Naruto nodded understandingly, again without insisting, "You never know," and did not want to remember. The old Hokage, after all, remembering his conscience, gave her all the available scrolls of the lost clan for her use. Still, the village needs a good master Fuin. Naruto understood the value of each such scroll. All this is proof of the power of her clan. It doesn't matter that she's an Uchiha now. No one will deceive blood, and by blood she is Uzumaki. She was doing another grocery scroll, which she did for the sake of training. The whole difficulty of making a scroll was in a specific bundle at the corners. Each block had to be evenly fueled by the chakra, otherwise it would not work. Such work required a large supply of chakra so that the master would not fall from exhaustion after the first scroll. Therefore, some sealing scrolls cost very good money. But by a big deal, Naruto gave out a couple of such food scrolls to Itachi, Shisui, and some of her fellow clansmen, however, and to her Hunins too, because even Anbu is more pleasant to eat homemade bento at least once on a mission. And her husband needs to be fed well. She learned this from Mikoto. Naruto stretched contentedly, tearing herself away from the scroll, and yawned with gusto, feeling pleasantly tired. Tadaima. It rang out from the corridor, making the girl's heart beat faster in her tight chest. She sent the clone to the kitchen, and she went through the corridor to meet Itachi. Naruto smiled slightly, looking at her husband, who neatly folded his shoes at the entrance and put the mask on the nightstand. He glanced at his wife, nodding lightly, and went deeper into the house to hide in the bathroom faster. I did not have time to depart from the mission. I had to eliminate the apostate in an extremely short time, who raged nearby and managed to touch his side with a kunai. Itachi didn't want Naruto to see him like this, dirty, alien and detached. He took off his vest and t-shirt, unwinding the taps in the bathroom. First you need to treat the wound so as not to bring a stupid infection, but he just didn't have time, because there was a persistent knock on the door. "I'm coming in," Naruto announced, opening the door a crack. She was frowning, just like Sasuke, who was denied training, and in her hands incomprehensible jars and ordinary cotton wool. "You could have said that you were wounded," the girl muttered, putting the medicine on the floor, and sitting her husband in front of her on a low chair. "I didn't want to bother you," Itachi answered quietly, watching as the girl, sitting on her knees, gently dabs cotton wool into one of the solutions. "I'm your wife." She threw her head up, looking seriously at her confused husband. "You shouldn't bother yourself, Naruto," he insisted, making the girl boil. "I understand. I will accept you in any way," Naruto added more gently, looking into the black pools. "Now it's just the two of us, which means your wounds are my wounds, your pain is my pain." "Let me help," the girl asked, closing her eyes. "Aren't you disgusted to touch me?" Itachi smiled mirthlessly, touching the fragrant hair. "It's you, Itachi," she smiled without opening her eyes. "You can't be nasty, it's impossible to be angry with you." Naruto opened her eyes, plunging him into a deep blue. Nothing in the world will make me turn away from you, do you hear? I hear. The guy gave up, squeezing the girl in his arms. His salvation is the radiant sun, which softly illuminates even the darkest corners of his wounded soul. The second heir of the great Uchiha clan is a shameful label that Sasuke wore on himself. The burning desire for recognition corroded his insides and irrational anger appeared inside. The brother was developing rapidly, forcing the whole clan to be proud of a strong heir, and Sasuke remained in the shadows. I tried to catch up, but Itachi just smiled, poked the younger one in the forehead and asked him to wait. And Sasuke was even more angry, but he loved his brother. He loved both Kachan and Tasan, but Itachi was everything to him, the center of his life, an invisible goal, to surpass, overtake and become stronger. He trained, worked himself to exhaustion, trying to see approval in the eyes of his father and brother. And if the brother smiled sadly and ruffled his dark mop of hair, the father silently turned away, pursing his lips. Sasuke didn't understand what was expected of him. Why couldn't he earn approval in any way? And Kachan gently hugged, quietly whispering that he could do anything. That the father loves and values each child in his own way. Itachi is Itachi, and you are you. Everything was so simple, but not for baby Sasuke. Sasuke was used to living in the shadows, desperately trying to escape, but his father's gloom and his brother's silence drove him even deeper, and then Naruto appeared. Sunny smiling, she took all her brother's attention, laughed loudly, making Itachi smile, so sincerely that Sasuke had never seen such a smile. Its soft light illuminated even the dark corner into which he had driven himself. She grabbed his hand, pulling him out into the light, trained him, just like that, without exposing imaginary slats that he needs to jump over. I shared everything with him, told him about many things and finally opened my eyes. Itachi no longer seemed an unattainable ideal, but a tired shinobi who loved the younger one dearly and wanted to protect him from the cruel reality. The formidable Tasan suddenly became not only a father, but also the head of the clan, for whom every Uchiha is a part of the family. No wonder he expected the best from them, taking care of everyone in his own way. Naruto made it clear to him that strength is not worth being proud of in vain, and knowledge of many techniques will not help to find answers to questions. You need to have a goal, an excuse for the power you are looking for. And he found it. He wanted to protect everyone he loved, he wanted to become a support for everyone. With Naruto, life was filled with light, even in the darkest corners of the soul, and even though Sasuke was a child, he saw a lot. I noticed that my fellow clansmen were frowning, whispering, squinting in the direction of my older brother, even after the wedding with Naruto. Father became even more distant, and even Kachan could not break through the cold. Gradually, he ceased to be a father, became just a head, for whom Sasuke had sincere respect, but not love. He loved only sad mom, tired Oni-chan and understanding Naruto. But still, something was wrong. At one point, there was too much whispering in the clan, a lot of sidelong glances. It seemed that even the sun stopped looking into the clan's territory, and only in Naruto's house there was a lot of light and warmth. Sasuke saw that something was bothering them, secretly piqued at how carefully his brother was squeezing his wife in his arms, how she was whispering something, barely touching her pale face. At such moments, he saw that there was love, and it was not a weakness, but a strength that was hidden deep inside. Then Shursui disappeared. He stopped coming to visit, his laughter and smile disappeared, and pain appeared on Itachi's face. Sasuke never confessed to his mother or father that he saw Itachi crying in Naruto's arms. I couldn't forget it, I didn't understand it, and I was afraid that one day my brother would disappear too. As if taking over the invisible pain of others, Sasuke closed himself in again, which Naruto could not help noticing. I found him on one of the polygons, tired and battered, and silently took him to my place. She bandaged his wounds, gave him some fragrant tea that he helped collect in the forest, and sat him down in front of her, looking into his dark eyes. "What happened? What is it?" she asked, letting the boy rest his head on her lap. "Everyone has become different," the child squeezed out of himself, hiding his face in the folds of her homemade yukata. "Like what?" Naruto asked, lightly fingering the soft strands. As if they are waiting for something bad, the boy bit his lip, unwinding a tangle of emotions inside. "Chan cries every night," he confessed, "and Tasan doesn't even have dinner with us." "And you?" Sasuke hesitated, not knowing whether to speak, but the warm palm that touched his cheek prompted him to finish. "Oni-chan is also upset, and Shursui doesn't come anymore. I'm afraid that you two will disappear one day." Sasuke fell silent, waiting for Naruto to answer. But the girl was silent and stroked the dark top of her head, but suddenly he felt moisture on his cheek. His eyes widened. It wasn't him crying, it was Ain-chan's tears. Uchiha was afraid to move, just not to scare the girl away, give her the opportunity to cry and not say anything, just grab the fabric of the yukata tighter and not look up. "Do you remember," Naruto began in an even voice, as if she hadn't cried, "when we first met, I asked why you needed the power?" The boy just nodded, and she continued, "Strength must be justified, and aspirations are noble. But what if force becomes a tool for imposing your ideas and beliefs? Then two opposites collide," the boy suggested. "Someone will resist, they won't want to change their beliefs by force." "That's right," the girl praised him. "Then we have a conflict. Tell me, what is the most important thing in the conflict?" "It's difficult," Sasuke breathed out. "Probably, to solve everything without losses, so that everyone remains intact." "And if losses cannot be avoided?" Naruto asked in a firm voice. "If this is a military conflict, what is more important? Retreat with minimal losses or advance with a chance to lose everyone?" "Minimal losses," Sasuke answered clearly, because he read it in textbooks and heard it more than once from experienced Shursui and Kakashi. "Naruto," the child's voice trembled, "where did this conflict come from? Why is the clan so unhappy?" The boy did not raise his head and lay still on her lap, catching the girl's quiet voice. "Any conflict does not arise out of nothing, because it is a clash of two judgments. So the same thing happened to the Uchiha and Senju clans." She recalled how she first heard this story from a fox. She walked away for a long time, comprehending the value of such a flimsy world. They had one goal, peace, but they went to it in different ways. If the Senju found a solution in love and forgiveness, the Uchiha followed the path of strength. At some point, the force blinded them, and the first blood was shed. The girl stopped to catch her breath, but Sasuke continued instead. "If someone killed my family, I would want revenge," he said, beginning to understand everything. "That's what happened, right?" "Yes, Sasuke," she confirmed sadly. Uchiha know how to love, they do it so much that the loss of a loved one awakens madness in the heart, and they take revenge. One death leads to an endless series of other deaths, and in the end everyone burns out, forgetting about the root cause. And what will happen next? The boy raised his head to see the tears on his sister's face. "You will live, Sasuke," the girl smiled. "And you will never repeat other people's mistakes again, do you promise?" "I promise," the boy agreed, falling into a warm embrace. It was after midnight, but there was a weak light burning in their house. Itachi wearily pulled off his sandals and vest, threw the ill-fated mask next to him and walked deeper into the house. Naruto was sitting in an easy chair, immersed in the world of another scroll, frowning funny, reading the lines, creating a warm aura around her. The dim light of the lamp sparkled in the wheat-colored hair, braided in a loose braid, and the look of blue eyes was instantly reflected in the dark pool. A smile touched the swarthy face when she saw her husband, and her hands stretched out to the newcomer. Itachi settled down at her feet, lowering his head into her lap, making Naruto laugh softly. He and Sasuke are so similar. They gave the order, he said dully, adjusting to the gentle palms. You and Sasuke will stay alive. What will happen to you? The girl asked quietly, sliding down to her husband. They want to introduce me into one organization as an apostate, the guy replied, touching the thin stripes on his cheeks. Officially, are you on a mission? Uzumaki clarified, weightlessly kissing the rough palm, receiving an affirmative nod. Sasuke will be able to introduce you to the clan when it's over, she suggested, leaning her forehead against his cheek. Take care of him, okay? Itachi asked, gently touching her lips. Of course, the girl agreed, breaking away from the kiss. Send me a message as soon as you can, she breathed, feeling warm breath against her neck. We can meet at Soraku, Itachi whispered. At least once, but I want to see you. I'll be there, Naruto promised, burying her fingers in her jet black hair. You will be my son, said the husband, looking into bright blue eyes. The wife only smiled, hugging tightly to convey warmth to the wounded soul, exhausted her floral-ripe fragrance, lovingly stroked her strong shoulders, weightlessly touched every line of her pale face with her lips. She was saying goodbye, hoping for an early meeting. You didn't raise the clan? He asked in the back of the parent. I don't want to fight to the death with my son, the father replied quietly, without turning around. Mikoto was sitting next to her husband, also staring at an empty wall. For the first time that night, a sword trembled in Itachi's hands. I respect your choice, Fugaku replied calmly. You went your own way, the other way that I chose. But I'm still proud of you, he breathed, squeezing his wife's hand. The parents didn't turn around, but Itachi didn't want to. He could barely hold the weapon, feeling tears trickle down his pale face. To-san. Kachan, he croaked, clutching the hilt convulsively. You're still a very kind child, Fugaku whispered. Too kind for this world. Itachi, the mother sobbed, lowering her head, take care of Sasuke and Naruto. They're all you have left. Yes, Kachan, Itachi promised, pressing the tip of the sword into his father's back. Don't doubt it, son, Fugaku said finally. Our pain will disappear as soon as the sword pierces the body, and your pain will only increase. The son raised the weapon over himself, covering his blood-red eyes. Don't feel sorry for the dead, Itachi. There is no way to save them. The word sounded before the two bodies fell dully to the wooden floor. Swaying with fatigue, the son left his father's house, where his accomplice was already waiting for him. Itachi winced at the sight of this person, but remained silent. As soon as he was given a mission to clean up the clan, a masked man came out to him, who introduced himself as Madara Uchiha. Are you done? He asked, hiding the kunai in his pouch. Yes, the guy responded coldly, jumping on the roof. We have to go, Madara said. You will become a great member of the Akatsuki. Itachi said nothing, glancing at the curtained windows. He summoned one of the ravens, making sure that he disappeared somewhere in the backyard. And inside the house, Naruto couldn't sleep in any way. The instinct caught how the centers of the chakra went out one by one, and then the familiar burning chakra of the husband was carried further and further away. Sasuke was fast asleep next to her, clutching the edge of her t-shirt, anxiously frowning dark eyebrows. The girl barely smiled, touching the crease between her eyebrows, and the child's face brightened. Lying in a warm bed, she did not want to get up, and she decided to visit the fox in the subconscious. The inner world has not changed, the same high walls, red columns on the sides and iron bars of the eternal cage. She went inside, trustingly falling on soft tails, hiding her tear-stained face. "This Uchiha struck me," a voice whispered in my ear. "I told you he was different," Naruto replied, rolling over on her back to look at the animal profile. "You were right," agreed the fox. "Now you are the head of the Uchiha clan." "I didn't think that such a thing would ever happen. Uchiha is controlled by Uzumaki. The whole clan is one child," the girl chuckled. "Sasuke will be the head, I just need to make sure that he grows up to be a good shinobi." "You can do it," he said after a while. "I believe in you." "Thank you," the girl smiled warmly. "You've given me so much more than anyone." "Kurama," said the fox quietly. "My name is Kurama." Naruto stared at the beast in shock, getting to her feet. She wiped the remnants of her tears with the palm of her hand, smiled even wider and politely bowed, accepting his gift. The morning began with an insistent knock on the door, forcing Naruto to jump out of bed abruptly. Sasuke was not there, which scared the girl very much, and she casually pulled on a yukata and hurried to open the door. The guest turned out to be Kakashi, not hidden by the mask of Anbu, so Uzumaki saw regret on her face. The girl frowned, remembering the restless night, and looked away. "Anbu is already clearing the block, and Hokage asked you to come to him," Kakashi said, skipping the extra words, for which Naruto was grateful to him. "Have you seen Sasuke?" suddenly asked the girl, letting Kakashi into the house. "I found him unconscious at his parents' house," Itachi replied. "He probably snuck in while you were sleeping." "Kami, I fell asleep so soundly that I didn't notice," the blonde frowned tiredly, putting the kettle on the stove. "Is he in the hospital?" "Yes," the man confirmed, gently taking the tea box from his shaking hands. "The Iranians say that everything is fine with him, it's from Sharingan." "Did he awaken the Sharingan?" Naruto gripped the tabletop tightly, trying to calm her emotions. "Two tomos at once," Anbu said, pouring boiling water over the dried mint and rosehip leaves. "Listen, Naruto," he began timidly, "I don't want to see you like this. I promised Sensei to take care of you, so I won't leave you now. With Sharingan, I can help him, but it's important that you be strong around Sasuke." "I will, Kakashi and I," the girl smiled, wiping away the last tears, something she started crying often. "It's time to finish." "Wait, I'll change," Itachi nodded, following the thin figure with his eyes. "This child is the only thing he has." A bright memory of Sensei, who was able to replace his father, a smiling reminder of Kushina, who took care of him like a mother. The wisdom of her parents was preserved in her words, and their dreams were preserved in their aspirations. Kakashi saw how much this wedding changed her, and Itachi, silently rejoiced that peace and quiet reigned in their house. But, apparently, fate could not so easily give them happiness, separated them. And Itachi knew what it meant to be Uzumaki. Uzumaki is loyalty, indestructible and united. Now Naruto is devoted to only one person until the end of her life, and it doesn't matter what they call her now, the wife of the heir of the Uchiha clan or the wife of the most dangerous Nuke. The man put the empty mug in the sink, noticing that Naruto was already ready. She was dressed in simple black breeches and a dark blue blouse, and her blonde hair was obediently braided into a tight braid. The face brightened, and the look changed to a resolute one, which made Hokage smile slightly. "Let's go," the blonde said, letting him go ahead. "Tenzo asked me to tell you that someone from the top was interested in what happened to the Uchiha's eyes." Kakashi squinted at the obviously pleased Naruto. "Nothing special," she smiled slyly. "Only Fuin blocks, so Sharingan won't work in transplanted form." "Reinsurers," the man chuckled knowingly. "He already has Shirsue's right eye," the blonde frowned. "Itachi was able to give me his left eye by transplanting it into one of the ravens. We couldn't let him collect even more Sharingans." "And what will you do with the clan?" he asked, glancing at the ANBU that worked on the next street. "I'll take care of it until Sasuke turns 12, Uzumaki shrugged, not even turning her head to the other mansions. Fortunately their house was on the outskirts of the clan territory, and it was the only residential one on the whole street. "Will he be ready this early?" "I won't leave him alone, of course," Naruto objected, jumping from roof to roof in the direction of the residence. "Officially, he will be the head from the moment of majority. And I wanted to ask you to also join the clan." She looked at her friend anxiously, slightly clenching her fists. "Your Sharingan is a weighty argument for this. If you need it, then there's no point in me refusing," Kakashi assured her, nodding his head slightly. "Thank you," the girl breathed out, feeling relieved. "As for the affairs of the clan, Itachi and I have figured out what we can do." "Are you going to ask the Hokage to hand over the cases to you now?" "He has to do it," Naruto snorted, landing at the entrance to the building. "No one can object that I have the rights and authority to do this." "I see," Kakashi nodded. "You and Itachi decided everything a long time ago." "It was inevitable," the girl frowned. If the presence of Jinchuriki in the ranks of the clan did not calm them down, then such an outcome was the only possible one. Hokage said nothing, holding back a caustic comment inside that Itachi just dumped a huge pile of problems on his wife's head, leaving her to sort out. She glanced at the man, stopping at the door of the Hokage's office, burning him with an angry look. "I know what you're thinking," Naruto said. "I agreed to it myself, so don't even dare to feel sorry for me, and if you can, then help." "Okay," Kakashi nodded, once again surprised by Uzumaki's loyalty. The usual silence reigned in the office, and besides the old man Hiruzen, there were two elders and a skinny man who introduced himself as Danzo. "Naruto," Hokage began, "accept my condolences." "Thank you," the girl politely bowed, smiling to herself at the fox's caustic comment. "I think that everyone here understands perfectly well that Itachi did a great favor to the village by putting his fate and reputation on the line." "Of course," one of the elders agreed. "We are grateful to him for the successful completion of the mission, but now the existence of the Uchiha clan is impossible." "I don't think so," Naruto objected, casting a confident glance at the hushed woman. "Until Sasuke grows up, I will assume the duties of the head of the clan. As long as the last Uchiha are alive, the clan will exist." She spoke confidently and calmly, releasing a very weak key of kurama, which had the proper effect. Everyone in the office did not dare to interrupt. "Just as the head, I take over the management of all the affairs of the clan, and this is the management of territories, the work of the police and several gun shops in the shopping district." "The police can't work without people," Danzo said, looking closely at the blonde. "I know," Naruto agreed. "Therefore, we will repurpose the work of the police. I propose to move the entire encryption department and the administrative department to the police building." In another situation, the girl would have been amused by the sight of surprised faces, but she gathered herself and continued. As far as I know, the encryption department is huddled in the cellars of the archive, and there is no separate administrative structure in the village. So why not give the cryptographers the upper floors of an empty building, and at first create something similar to the police and the administration of the lower rank? And what is the work of such a department? Hokage asked. Receiving complaints from citizens about minor violations and thefts, collecting applications for D-rank missions, and this is only a small thing. The same structure can deal with the problems of the utility sector and the service sector, explained Naruto. This will significantly free up the work of the residents, because all problems are solved only here. And so everything that does not require your personal attention may fall under the work of this department. And, of course, the Uchiha clan is ready to give several large buildings on the territory for the work of these structures. That's a sound idea, Hiruzen approved of her suggestion, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe. But, Hiruzen, Danzo interrupted indignantly, who will be in charge of this department? It is impossible for the power in the village to be divided. D-rank missions and divorce papers do not require special attention from the Hokage, Danzo-sama. Naruto could not restrain herself from the hairpin, lifting her chin. I will bring this issue at tomorrow's council meeting, where you should be present as an Uchiha, summed up Hiruzen. Your idea is worthy of attention. With the work of such a structure, the employees of the residence will be able to devote more time to more important issues. Sarutobi smiled easily, looking warmly at the young girl. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Naruto bowed respectfully, glad that the old man was on her side. Also, I want to inform you that Kakashi Hatake will be accepted into the clan as the only bearer of the clan dojutsu so far. It's in your rights. Hiruzen spread his hands, which confirmed the silence of the disgruntled Danzo and the calm elders. What about the gun shops? I'll figure it out on my own after the clan council, the girl replied. Hokage nodded and waved his palm, dismissing the newly appointed head of the Uchiha and the newly accepted member of the clan. Once in the hallway, Naruto exhaled deeply, feeling a warm palm on her shoulder. You behaved with dignity, Kakashi praised her. I'm sorry that I doubted, the man smiled guiltily. Nothing, Kakashi and she chuckled. I didn't fully believe that they would agree. We're going to the hospital. We need to take Sasuke home. And yet, why would you move departments to the police building? Hatake asked her at the exit of the building. Well, it's pretty simple, the girl admitted. First of all, I just feel sorry for the cryptographers who have to work in a rundown basement, although they do a lot of work. Naruto bent a swarthy finger while they walked slowly towards the hospital. Then, the creation of an administrative department is not even my idea. Once Genma complained that it was absolutely not convenient to work when people with questions of varying degrees of importance were waiting in one queue, so they had to constantly switch from one case to another. The girl bent her second finger. I don't even understand why it wasn't done earlier. Uzumaki was genuinely surprised. As for me, the work of the residents needs to be reformatted from scratch, but the first step is to separate the important and urgent from the easy and not so serious. Yes, it's logical, Kakashi agreed, looking at the student, who had clearly been thinking about such an idea for a long time. Did you come up with it yourself? Genma gave the impetus, Itachi the idea, and I polished it. The blonde shrugged, smiling easily. And the most important thing is to place all this on the territory of the clan. So that as many residents as possible walk around the territory. Hatake understood the message. Are you going to distribute the rest of the territories for general use, too? It's cheaper to rent than in shopping malls, and something similar to hotels, because public onsen are very close. Naruto nodded contentedly. I want people not to have fear from our territories, so that all this is forgotten as soon as possible, and over time it will become profitable. I also need to support a growing shinobi, the girl giggled, remembering in what volumes the baby Sasuke eats. I see, Kakashi breathed. You've decided everything for a long time, Hatake summed up, more and more surprised by the blonde. Itachi didn't leave me among a bunch of problems, she smiled warmly and sincerely. We have discussed a lot about what is best to do, and I just have to make it a reality. They reached the hospital, asking the friendly girl at the reception desk for Sasuke's location. I'll wait here. Hatake stopped knowingly at the ward, receiving a grateful look. Naruto entered the board, noticing Sasuke that he was no longer asleep, but was sitting on the windowsill. I think, the girl began, you shouldn't get out of bed yet. The boy bumped into her, hugging his sister's waist tightly. I'm sorry I disobeyed, he mumbled, I couldn't help myself. Everything is fine, Sasuke. Naruto lovingly stroked the boy on the black top of his head. This is your family. Now you are my family, he said seriously, looking confidently at the girl. I promise to protect you. You can do anything, Uzumaki smiled, kneeling in front of the boy. You will become the head of the clan as soon as you are ready, but for now I will help you in everything. She lightly kissed the boy on his pale forehead. Thank you, One-chan. Sasuke was embarrassed, touching his forehead with his palm. Thanks to everyone who reads and leaves comments, as well as corrects errors in the PB. I blush from the comments, but I'm getting better, because this is my fighter's way. 4 years later the dawn's sun was just rising from the horizon, illuminating the empty streets of Konoha with light, welcoming those who had just woken up. Naruto was already standing in the kitchen, gently grinding burning peas of black pepper in a mortar, a tribute to the excess of emotions. The powder migrated to a small bowl, and to it, dried rosemary stalks, as an eternal memory, leaves of fragrant melissa, as a pledge of mutual understanding, pine needles and flowers of sacred sakaki. The girl felt peace spreading through her body from such a simple matter, poured the mixture into a cotton bag and hid it in a pouch. After cleaning up after herself in the kitchen, Naruto quietly crept to the exit, listening to the sounds in the house. Sasuke was fast asleep in his room, having not heard how his sister left the house. The day was just beginning. The blonde took a deep breath of fresh morning air full of oxygen. The night rain will help her to confuse the tracks a little, but first you need to carry out the usual ritual. As a child, Naruto found the Uzumaki temple. A small, wooden building in the forest on the outskirts of the village, very close to the ANBU training grounds, where the girl loved to train. Slightly unkempt and wild, weeds occupied the platforms, and tenacious hops were already crawling up the wall with might and main. But inside everything remained intact, and most importantly, the thin threads of protective barriers gleamed encouragingly in the dim sunlight, saying, "Well done, I found it, after all. The last Uzumaki in this village." And so it happened that once a month she began to visit the shrine, putting it in order, bringing simple donations in the form of dango sticks and sake bowls. And she always burned her own prepared mixture of different plants, where each element meant something, sat quietly, watching the fragrant smoke drift high up to the ancestors who were watching her closely. Then she prayed and asked only for the health of her loved ones, forgiveness and faith, asked to follow her, guide and help at the right time. Leaving the temple, my soul became light, and life no longer seemed so complicated. I'm glad that you don't forget your ancestors, a quiet voice sounded when Uzumaki was already leaving the walls of the temple. Good morning, Hokage-sama, the girl nodded easily, greeting the old man. As always, I asked for strength and health. Let it be so, Grandpa smiled. I heard that you are arranging a test for graduates? He asked, walking slowly side by side to the exit from the forest. What are you? Naruto laughed. Just a little game to celebrate the graduation of the academy. Sasuke turned out to have a lot of friends, and I volunteered to entertain them a little before the weekdays of Ninst. That's good, the old man agreed, looking at the sun through the dense canopy of trees. And what kind of game is it? He asked. I will divide them into teams and give them the task to take the bell for me before sunset, the girl said, brazenly using Kakashi's signature task. On teams? Sarutobi was interested. And how did you divide it? Do you want to compare? Naruto smiled. I don't think I'm far away from the lists that will be announced tomorrow. The first team is a trio of Inoshikcho, but they still have little teamwork. Then, if you put Inuzuka to Hyuga and fix Aburame, you will get a good intelligence team. And Sasuke? Grandpa asked, examining Uzumaki's calm face. Sasuke is a pure fighter, so he needs reinforcements in the form of the same fighter, only at close range. And the third, at best, is either Irionin, or on support from a long distance. And who is on the team with him today? Hiruzen asked. Two clansless, Haruno and Takahashi. Haruno has good control, she could have gone to Irionin, and Takahashi is already a genin in Guy's team, the girl said when they already went out to the street. Well, Naruto, said Hiruzen, smiling affably at the blonde, I wish you a good time. Tomorrow before the academy, you'll come by to tell me about the results, okay? Hi, Hokage-sama, Uzumaki nodded. You used to call me Aji-sama, he remarked, looking at a 17-year-old girl who was slightly embarrassed by his words. I wasn't the head of an entire clan once, she muttered, grabbing the tip of her usual braid. So it happened, the man said intelligently, turning around to the residents. What an accidental accident, Kurama drawled discontentedly, which earned a jokingly reproachful look from the bearer. Naruto stood for a while, waiting for the figure of the old man to disappear around the corner, and disappeared into Shunshin. Hiding the chakra, she found herself at the edge of the clan territory, listening to the silence. Having created several clones, Uzumaki waved her palm at them, winking encouragingly at her copies. The clones flew off in different directions, and the girl herself made her way to an inconspicuous building in the briar thickets. The houses here were demolished in the first year after the massacre, planting a small vegetable garden to maintain nearby guest houses, where frequent guests of the village were accommodated. But Naruto didn't let her demolish the dilapidated shed, because it was the only hidden passage to Soraku. In troubled times, the Uchiha received weapons bypassing the village registry from their secret warehouses on the territory of Niniko. Ironically, the Uchiha were able to negotiate with cats, but not with people. Making her way through the dark and narrow passage, Uzumaki thought that everything turned out as well as possible. 3 days ago she received a message from her husband. The draft raven found her in the backyard of the house, where she was practicing Ken movements with Sasuke. He was seriously carried away by the way of the sword, armed with a good katana from the clan's armory. A note from Itachi said that the man would be waiting for her in 3 days in Soraku, and then moved to a carved casket in her room. There she carefully kept all the notes that she received from her husband, smiling sadly from the memories of the distant past. But then the question arose, how to sneak out of the village unnoticed so as not to arouse suspicion. Of course, she could simply leave hiding her chakra, but at the first need she could be summoned to the Hokage, or any other clan head would need her presence. It was necessary to come up with a good alibi, but Naruto did not expect that the answer would come along with Sasuke. The younger Uchiha simply offered to play a small performance in front of everyone with the participation of fellow graduates from the academy. The heirs of almost all Konoha clans studied in the classroom with Sasuke, and Uchiha, being a smart enough child, maintained good relations with them. Once, Naruto asked why Sasuke often gathers such a company around him, to which the young scoundrel proudly said that he wanted to have strong comrades and be on good terms with most clans. The girl saw the light that day, steadfastly ignoring Kurama's caustic comments about the clever boy, who once again seriously stated that he would do everything for his sister. And so a rumor passed through the village about the team test of graduates by the head of the Uchiha herself, who, as everyone knows, skillfully hid her chakra, becoming almost invisible. The children took the task with enthusiasm, well, probably, except for the younger Nara, who, like his father, was too lazy to express emotions. The alibi was ready. Even the Hokage turned up at the temple successfully, making sure that Naruto would simply disappear before the end of the day. In 4 years, she had fully learned to keep her face in front of any difficulty, came out of every verbal duel with a smile and a small victory, which gave her confidence in the future, calm and cloudless. But making her way to a meeting with Itachi, the girl felt her heartbeat increase, her hands tremble, and tears involuntarily appear in her eyes. Pushing the hatch out, Naruto carefully got out of the secret entrance. Looking around, the deserted alley was slightly illuminated by the light of a dim street lamp and the rays of the early sun. Breathing stopped. It was worth smelling the familiar burning chakra of her husband. She turned around, noticing a tall figure in the darkness of the alley, and stretched out a swarthy palm. A pale hand burst out of the darkness, grabbing the girl tightly, so that at the same moment she could lean her wife's fragile body against her. Itachi, a hoarse voice cut through the silence, disappearing somewhere in the folds of a black cloak. "Let's go." She did not recognize his voice. It changed, lost its soft tones, becoming truly adult. She silently followed him, not letting go of the cold palm, and found herself in a gray room with a single futon on the floor. "It's one of the old houses," he explained. "I tried to find something more or less dilapidated." The smile barely touched the face, and the dark eyes were looking at the girl with might and main. "So many years have passed," Naruto breathed out, burying her nose somewhere in her neck. She barely reached her chin, "but I still remember how warm it is in your arms. And I already forgot how bright you can smile," Itachi whispered, touching the golden strands that the tight braid could not capture. "Until the evening, I will only smile," the girl promised, rising on tiptoe to reach the much-desired lips. At first, the kiss was gentle. Trembling and cautious, like a waking dream, they recalled the feelings that they had hidden deep inside, hiding from prying eyes. Itachi was replenished with a floral-ripe fragrance that seemed to him in the most pleasant dreams. Silent journeys past fragrant fields, settled somewhere near his heart, reminding him that he was still a man. Naruto was melting in strong hands, pulling out all her tenderness and weakness, which she could only show near her husband. Pacified the violent temper, gently flowing around the native soul to heal every wound. There was not enough breath for both of them, and, breaking away from the kiss, they looked at each other with crazy eyes, flowing directly onto a thin futon. The second kiss turned out to be passionate. The old feelings were awakened, raising a natural animal desire. Calloused palms made their way under the loose blouse, touching the burning skin, counting the thin ribs with their fingers, tracing the edge of the bra with their fingers. Naruto arched in strong hands, afraid to open her eyes, so as not to wake up for anything. If all this is just a vivid dream. But reality struck with a gamut of feelings that mixed inside, exploding with crazy sparks in front of my eyes. His lips were already kissing the swarthy neck with might and main, his hand supported the thin body, pressing it closer to him. The moment was worth waiting for. It was made up in full in just a timid touch of her fingers to her cheek. My soul ached even more, treacherously reminding me that this would end. You will have to let go of the sun, plunge yourself into darkness again, living day after day in a miserable illusion they were burning. Exhausted the heat, lying in a gray room on a thin futon completely naked. He is on his back, staring at the ceiling, and she is on her side, resting her head on a strong shoulder. Her hand was stretched up, and her eyes looked at how pale fingers intertwined with dark ones, covering their faces from the sunlight that made its way through the holes in the roof. Then the hand dropped to the tip of the straight nose, the finger outlined the thin pale lips, catching a convulsive breath. Then he slipped down the neck, touching the pronounced Adam's apple, dived into the hollow of the collarbone and stopped on the shoulder. Itachi lightly touched his lips to the hollow in the curve of her elbow, turning his face to her. She was smiling, as promised, flickering with a ghostly light, collecting sunbeams on her skin. I want to remember you like this forever, he whispered. You'll see me again, the girl protested softly, peering into the anthracite eyes. I'll be waiting for that. What's bothering you? What is it? She asked, after a few minutes of silence. They plan to collect the tailed ones, which means they will come for you, he confessed, rising to a sitting position. I'll be ready, the girl chuckled, hugging her husband from behind. Especially if they send you, Naruto giggled, kissing the cervical vertebrae. When everything goes too far, I will eliminate as many people as possible, the man promised dully, squeezing her palms on his chest. I don't care, she breathed. The main thing is that you come back to us, otherwise I will force the Shinigami to return your soul to me. He won't listen to you, Itachi objected, smiling slightly. He will obey, the girl objected. I am Uzumaki, she explained condescendingly, touching the brunette's ear with her lips. It just happened, he breathed, examining the swarthy palms. Itachi, Naruto turned in a serious tone, there is no need to fight with everything alone. You have me, you have Sasuke, and a new generation is growing up in the village. They are completely different, they will not make the old mistakes anymore. I know, whispered Uchiha, kissing the tips of his fingers. But I have to do everything I can to keep you safe. I know, she repeated ruefully, weaving thin strands of black resin and liquid sun into a pigtail. Let it be your talisman, said Naruto, grabbing a kunai from a pouch lying nearby. She cut off the woven strands, admiring the contrast of colors. Ours, he replied, picking them up. Itachi stood up to his full height, looking around the room. Uchiha took the kunai, throwing it into the wall, and then tied their talisman to the handle. The light wind that penetrated into the abandoned building shook a simple pigtail, which remained the only proof that everything that was happening was not someone's dream. Throwing a stray cat henge, Naruto made her way through the territory of the clan, bypassing the shopping malls that were gradually closing at the end of the trading day. Old Yamada, noticing the gray cat, was surprised at first, and then winked intelligently, shaking his already gray head. Uzumaki meowed long, proudly shaking her fluffy tail, causing the man to laugh softly, and then disappeared around the nearest bend. Hiding in an inconspicuous alley, she turned back and, folding the seals, scattered the clones. I remembered almost the whole day, during which 2 clones confused children, chasing them around the village. Naruto smiled quite a bit. The guys turned out to be pretty good. The Hyuga Aburamen Izuka team, due to their sensory abilities, constantly sat on the tail of one of the clones that released portions of chakra from time to time. The Ino Shikacho team even managed to drive one of the copies into a simple trap, but then they themselves fell into one of the homemade barriers. Shikamaru flashed his mind, having managed to find a loophole that Uzumaki left. She even made a note to praise the younger one in front of her father when she had the opportunity to get into the encryption department. The younger brother's team, unfortunately, was losing, since the rather well-coordinated Takahashi Uchiha Deuce was constantly distracted by the frightened Haruno, which led to the loss of the restless blonde's trace. The sun was gradually sinking. There was no more than half an hour left until the end of the game, so Naruto decided to open up, releasing a good portion of chakra at a time. She was rushing at full speed to the distant training ground of the clan, feeling several centers of the children's chakras rushing after her. Carefree childishness seized her in full, reminding her that she did not have time to be a child, so she can afford to relax a little in the company of future genins. Stopping in the middle of the training ground, Naruto waited until she was surrounded by tired guys from all sides. "You have half an hour left," Uzumaki reminded, glancing at the concentrated teenagers that they were clearly up to something. 1010 was the first to attack, showering her with a stream of shurikens and kunai. Dodging, Naruto created several clones. One converged in pure tie with the younger Hyuga, and the other two tried to capture Inoshikacho in another barrier. The original dodged Gatsuji Kiba and the fireball of a satisfied Uchiha, but did not notice the swarm of beetles that tried to pick up the bell on his belt. After making a kawarimi, Naruto hid in the foliage of a tree, watching how Hyuga was able to dispel the clone by knocking out a couple of tenketsu, and Cheiji swatted her copy, clamped by the Nara technique. The children lined up in a tight circle, carefully watching every bush from which Uzumaki could jump out. The girl was smiling contentedly. Well done, they were able to track down, survived until the end of the day, worked together in teams, but, alas, missed the main thing. The blonde brought them to this clearing for a reason, so activating a pre-prepared barrier, she boldly entered the clearing, looking at the dissatisfied faces of the children. "It's not fair," Kiba protested, and Akamaru's barking echoed his indignation. "The Uzumaki barrier cannot be broken." "Thank you, of course, for the praise," Naruto jokingly replied, but no one stipulated any prohibitions on techniques. "So, guys, we lost," Uzumaki announced, looking at the drooping children. "There's still 5 minutes to go," Shikamaru informed her, rubbing his tired neck. "Sit there," Naruto shrugged her shoulders condescendingly, but suddenly felt the impossible. Sakura was standing behind her, clutching the bell in her hand with disbelief, staring at the blonde with huge eyes. "That's the boys," she breathed, canceling the barrier. Some pounced on Sakura, happily slapping her on the shoulder, carefully passing the cherished bell from hand to hand. Naruto turned around, finding herself in front of a pleased Sasuke and Shikamaru, who slyly looked at the surprised girl. "And who came up with it?" Uzumaki asked, putting her hands on her hips. "Together," Shikamaru shrugged, smiling slightly. "Sakura is the only one who could do this," my brother began to explain. "Excellent control gave you the advantage, you didn't notice her from behind. And our job is just to distract you and get into a trap so that you relax." "Did you see the barrier?" Naruto was surprised. "I know you too well," Sasuke snorted, smiling contentedly. Uzumaki laughed, ruffling the tops of the clever children who were able to impress her today. Having gathered this horde of guys who vied with each other about impressions and emotions, she placed them in the garden of the plot at a wide table to properly feed tired comrades. Sakura volunteered to help, putting rice in small plates in the cramped kitchen. "You did a good job today," Naruto said, looking at the drooping girl. "I was useless," she admitted, looking at the blonde in frustration. "Why not?" Uzumaki was genuinely surprised. "Your excellent control has led you to victory." But that's all I can do, the little girl sobbed, clutching an empty bowl in her hands. I don't have clan techniques, I can't handle weapons, I can't even come up with a good plan to help everyone. Naruto exhaled, carefully taking the dishes from Haruno's hands to take her palms in her own. Sakura, she said, squatting down right in front of the tearful child, now is not the time to think about what you don't have. Think about how to deal with what you have. Can I do it? Sakura asked uncertainly, wiping away her tears. It depends only on you, Uzumaki smiled. Find your way, be patient, study hard and you can become a great team player, she said, stroking the pink hair of the cheered girl. Moreover, Sasuke will clearly notice your progress, the blonde casually added, looking at the flushed girl who instantly grabbed bowls of rice, taking them to the backyard. Naruto laughed softly as she stirred the sweet and sour curry in the pot. Sakura's confused face reminded her of her own feelings, and she touched her chest, where a black feather of a summoning raven lay in a secret pocket of her blouse. Wani-chan. It was coming from the first floor. Breakfast is ready, the girl smiled, putting the almost finished scroll aside, stretching sweetly. Sasuke kindly agreed to cook breakfast, giving his sister the opportunity to meditate a little on working with Fuin. Pots and pans were rattling in the kitchen with might and main, dirty dishes were lined up menacingly in the sink, and Sasuke, smeared in something vaguely resembling tomato paste, was holding out a plate of brown goo to her. This is a stew, Uchiha explained the origin of the dish, however, I overdid it with pepper, he confessed with displeasure. Thank you, Naruto thanked, sitting down at the table opposite the excited guy. What is it? What is it? She asked. We didn't talk yesterday, my brother said, deftly wielding a spoon, and I want to find out how the meeting went. Naruto instantly flashed red, looking away, which amused the teenager very much. Well, I see, Sasuke drawled, enjoying the rare picture of an embarrassed sister. It is possible without details. It's all right, the girl replied, pouting comically. He asked me to convey to you his congratulations on the release, as well as a small gift. The younger's eyes instantly flashed with interest when Naruto handed him a small scroll. I told you that you were carried away by the way of the sword, and about your second element. The blonde smiled, watching her brother take out a sealed sword from a scroll. This is a rare blade of Reiju, Itachi was able to get it in the land of lightning. Sasuke admired the thin blade, clutching the handle with disbelief. He's beautiful, Uchiha marveled. You won't be able to handle the sword seriously yet, the girl warned him. You need to master the lightning element well, and then try to conduct the chakra into metal. I understand, the guy agreed. If you ask Ano-san about the blade, he will definitely tell you something. I'm just going to visit his shop on my way to the Hokage, Naruto said. Come with me, there are still 2 hours before your distribution, the blonde offered, putting down an empty plate. Hi, Uchiha replied. Go get ready, and I'll wash the dishes. He pushed his sister out of the kitchen. Naruto looked condescendingly at her brother, who carefully sealed the gift back into the scroll and took up the sink. The girl went and changed into a dark orange sleeveless blouse with a stand-up collar, tying her waist with a wide black fabric belt in the manner of an obi. Seals with expanded space were perfectly hidden in the folds of the belt. It was worth putting a little chakra inside with your hand, and the kunai was in the palm of your hand. Under her blouse, she wore simple black breeches with a fixed pouch where she kept several small empty scrolls and ink, and her hair was woven into a familiar spike, allowing a careless fringe to fall over her swarthy forehead. The dishes downstairs suspiciously quieted down, and Uzumaki went down to the exit, where Sasuke was already waiting for her. The way to Yamada's shop was close, it was located on the clan's shopping street, along with a string of other shops and guest houses. Life was in full swing on the streets. Everyone respectfully greeted the head and heir, kindly interested in health and success. Still, Naruto did the right thing and the first month after the massacre, there was suddenly a lot to do. And if it turned out to be easy to coordinate the transfer of the encryption department to the police building with the filing of a clearly satisfied Shikaku Nara, then the creation of the administrative center stalled at first. The idea proposed in general terms was perceived with a bang, but the moment of implementation caused confusion. Everyone understood something of their own in this, trying to express their ideas. Then Naruto sat at the Council of Clans, feeling like she was in an academy class where stupid children were trying to prove their case. Fortunately, the old Hokage quickly calmed the raging men, transferring authority to one of the Nara clan Hunins. Under the leadership of Watabe Nara, surprisingly devoid of laziness, the idea became a reality in the shortest possible time. On the ground floor there is a reception point for citizens. Applications for low-rank missions were accepted here, and genins received them here, so as not to get in the way of the residents. At another table, complaints were received about interruptions in the work of utilities. The repair of drains, sewers, central heating and other things was lost on the floors of the residents, so people often had to solve these issues themselves. And so, in parallel, the created team of workers immediately responded to the call, and this is additional jobs for civilian men and gratitude from residents. Petty thefts and domestic conflicts were solved on the floor above by a special detachment of chunins, which, according to bright memory, was called the police, although the village patrol was still given to the care of the residents. Nearby, always littered with piles of papers, there were extras and those responsible for documentation. A population census was conducted here, documents on marriage, birth of a child, relocation were submitted here, and a temporary residence permit was issued if someone decided to move to Konoha. In general, the creation of such an administrative center solved a lot of issues, and most importantly, it gave a chance for a good job to those who did not feel the desire to become a ninja, but wanted to be useful. Here those who suffered on a mission found themselves, became unfit as a shinobi, finding themselves in the back rows along with their trauma and the memory of impossible dreams. Naruto then ran nobly, looking for each such ninja, respectfully asking to enter the service as ordinary shinobi. Their faces brightened, they were pleased to be needed among people who sincerely thanked them for the slightest work. So Konoha began to appreciate not only the acting shinobi, which Naruto was sincerely glad about. The next problem was the 2 gun shops that the Uchiha kept, almost taking over this entire niche. She kindly handed over the shops to the Yamada family, but took the word from them to place the second one on the territory of the clan. The old man Ano Yamada was a simple shinobi that in his old age decided to start a small business with the support of his only daughter. A small shop huddled on the main street of Konoha, crushed by 2 giants of the Uchiha clan, who gladly took over Yamada, giving at least 70% of the total income every month. Naruto was ready to reduce the price even to half, but the principled old man could not afford to brazenly use the kindness of the head of the clan. Moreover, the assortment of the shop expanded with the help of Naruto. The girl was able to consistently issue several simple sealing scrolls and more complex grocery ones that diverged like hot cakes. The old man even started accepting pre-orders, but warned that the master could not issue them so quickly. The head of the Uchiha clan received a good scolding from Kurama overnight, when she was able to issue 20 such scrolls, having spent almost the entire main reserve. The fox grumbled about the cosmic stubbornness of some restless uzumaki, but shared the chakra, for which Naruto was grateful. By the end of the 3rd month of such hard work, Uzumaki had completely driven herself. to which Kakashi reacted very atypically, brought two Anbu to her bow, who were going to leave the service, wishing for a quiet life. Fortunately for Naruto, both had an average supply of chakra and excellent control, so Boku and Mina became ordinary shop workers, adopting the artful science of compiling such scrolls, which significantly freed up the time of Uzumaki herself. The last stage of the perestroika was the permission from the hokage to build several guest houses and hotels with reasonable prices on the territory of the clan. And shopping stalls with various tinsel, mini-food aisles, and assorted snack bars quickly grew up near the village hotels. For 4 years, the streets of the Uchiha clan forgot about the troubled times, washing away the smell of blood and thirst together with the doge. The menacing whisper died down and suspicious glances disappeared. There are only red and white mon on the once gray walls and a bright memory. "Good morning, Uchiha-san," Sasuke-kun, Shikaku greeted when he saw them. "Good morning, Nara-san," Naruto replied, breaking out of her memories. "Really, how many times have I asked you to call me Naruto?" The girl smiled. She did not like being reminded that she was an Uchiha, because she was Uzumaki by blood, and in life she was just Itachi's wife. "To work?" the blonde asked politely. "Of course," the man confirmed. "I wanted to say that I was pleasantly surprised by the outcome of yesterday's game." A smile touched his face. Shikamaru was very pleased. "Glad to hear it," the girl laughed, involuntarily ruffling the top of her brother's head. "Today they will officially become genins, so everything is in their hands." "You're right. May I invite you to attend the tea ceremony tomorrow? There will be a Noichi with his wife and daughter, and Shikamaru has long wanted to play shogi with Sasuke," Shikaku offered, winking at Sasuke. "Thank you very much, we will be happy to visit your house." Naruto bowed respectfully, followed by Uchiha. "Then, see you later," said the man and headed down the street. "I don't like to play with Shikamaru," the guy confessed, looking at the cheerful Uzumaki. "I can't win in any way," he pouted childishly. "Know how to lose, little brother," the girl laughed, pushing the door of the shop. "Good morning, Ano-san." If Sasuke had been told that someone could replace his brother, he would not have listened to this madman. Itachi was for him the center of a small universe, the goal that always ran ahead. The brother was able to outshine his father and mother, filled his life with an imaginary meaning that seemed right to him. He trained to become the best, to surpass everyone, but then Naruto appeared and asked a simple question: why? Why use force if there is no use for it? And Sasuke set out to protect those who are dear, so far in a childish, slightly naive way. I was already involuntarily looking up to my sister, because she was simple and understandable. "Do you want to work out?" "Good. Have a question?" "Ask away. Are you in doubt about something?" "Sit down, I'll listen and help." He didn't hear "next time" from her. And Itachi could only smile sadly and look with the same black eyes. Perhaps he simply did not know how to communicate with children, because with the same Naruto he found a common language perfectly, but the fact remained that Naruto was able to replace his family. Sometimes Sasuke was angry at his brother, could not understand his actions. He abandoned a loved one, limiting himself to short notes, left his sister alone in the middle of a blood-red clan. The bodies of his parents still seemed to him in his dreams, but they did not cause fear, only a stingy pity that everything could have been different. Naruto, at such moments, smiled condescendingly and repeated, "What happened is irreversible." Sasuke obediently nodded his head and moved on, trying not to look back. And Naruto lived on, but it was hard for her. Uchiha wondered, where did she get so much strength from? The girl kept up everywhere. she cooked breakfast, escorted him to the academy, then rushed to the armory to make some scrolls. The tip of the light braid could also be seen on the floors of the administrative center, which was simply called the center by the people. She ran around there with complaints from residents, smiled at everyone, feeding the staff with homemade food. And after lunch, she returned to the clan, where she did not disdain working in the garden of guest houses, helped with any problem. And despite everything, she found time to train, with him, with Kakashi and II, or by herself, reading her favorite uzumaki scrolls. Naruto's amazing older sister, the classroom was noisy, Iruka-sensei was absent, so Sasuke sat down next to the dozing Shikamaru. "Will you come tomorrow?" he asked without even opening his eyes. "Yeah," Sasuke confirmed, watching Ino quarrel with Sakura. "I hope Ino won't behave as usual in front of his parents." "What can I do?" Nara chuckled, smiling maliciously, "if you have such an effect on girls." "It hurts," Uchiha snorted, dodging the glances of the notorious girls. Iruka-sensei entered the classroom, thereby quieting the hubbub of excited genins. He smiled in greeting as he began to read out the list of commands. Those who worried Sasuke have not yet formed teams, although Naruto secretly whispered that the compositions would be the same as yesterday. That's just one thing confused him: he was in a team with Tenten, which has been a year since Genin. Team number 7, Iruka's voice sounded, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. Team number 8, Iruka-sensei. Sasuke and Sakura interrupted him at the same time. "There are 3 people in the team," Uchiha finished for 2. "Your third one will come with sensei," the teacher explained patiently, returning to the lists. Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba, Iruka announced the composition of the 8th team. Sasuke fell silent, turning to Shikamaru, who was also confused. "I thought that Hyuga would be sent to your team," the boy said, nodding at the pale guy at the next desk, but fell silent when he heard the composition of his 10th team. "Well, everything is expected here," he yawned, winking at the pleased Akimichi. "Who can be with us in the team, but not study at the academy?" Uchiha asked, but the distribution was already over, and Iruka let everyone go to lunch, after which the mentors would come. "Sasuke-kun," a thin voice sounded behind him when the 2 teams left for lunch, leaving Uchiha alone with Sakura. "Can we have lunch together?" The girl offered timidly. The brunette reluctantly agreed, following the satisfied girl to the roof of the academy. In general, Sakura was a good girl when they were in a big company, but alone with Sasuke, she did not give up trying to please the boy. If friendship with the others was first considered for Uchiha as profitable connections in the future, then over time he recognized them as friends, appreciating each in his own way. But Haruno and their company stood out only with good control and marks, but she herself was an ordinary clanless girl. She was introduced into their narrow circle by Ino, promising everyone that Sakura would still show herself, although Sasuke did not see much progress, except she studied perfectly, but in practice she lagged behind. And today she was even calmer, asked about his impressions of the distribution, treated him to homemade bento, but Naruto's cooking was still tastier. "And what is Naruto-san's rank?" Sakura asked him after finishing lunch. They sat on the steps on the roof, enjoying the fresh air. Sasuke tensed, trying to remember if he had ever asked his sister for this information. He remembered well that Kakashi and II was a Chunin, like his brother once, but he couldn't remember Naruto's official title. "I don't know," Uchiha drawled. "When we met, she didn't go on missions, and after the wedding, too." "Is she a genin?" the girl asked, staring at the guy in surprise. "She's 16 now, isn't she?" "Probably." Sasuke was completely confused, realizing that he didn't even know her exact age. Of course, they celebrated her birthday, on the 10th of October, with her family in Itachi, with Kakashi and a noisy horde of her friends Hunins. However, there were never candles on the birthday cake, no one talked about age, and my mother, which I remember well, warned that it was indecent to ask a girl about age. "You don't know?" Haruno asked again, but stopped when she noticed the guy's angry look. The awkward silence was shattered by the voice of the man who landed right in front of them. "And here's my team," Kakashi said cheerfully, leaning on the iron fence. "It remains to wait for the third, but can you introduce yourself for now, he suggested, looking slyly at the amused Uchiha. "Maybe you're the first." Sakura offered timidly. The man was unfamiliar to her. "Hi," he agreed, folding his arms across his chest. "My name is Kakashi Hatake. I love a lot of things and I don't like a lot of things," the mentor said in an even voice, watching Sasuke hide a smile behind his hands folded in a lock. "My dream. You don't need to know about her, and I have even more hobbies," Kakashi finished, giving the floor to Sakura. The girl was taken aback, departing from a kind of acquaintance. "I am Sakura Haruno. I love." Sakura began, flushed, "It doesn't matter, it's my dream." She was completely confused, casting a glance at the imperturbable Sasuke. "What don't you like?" Sensei asked, mentally wishing the younger Uchiha great luck with an obsessive fan. "I don't know," Kunoichi shrugged. "Probably, to feel unnecessary," she said softly, forcing Kakashi to nod understandingly. "This could be a good motivation for development." "Good," the man summed up good-naturedly, shifting his gaze to the guy. "And you?" "I'm Sasuke Uchiha," he began. "I love training and learning something new. I don't like arrogance, weakness, and cowardice." An experienced Chunin noticed how Sakura's fists clenched. "My dream is simple, to help restore my clan and punch one person." Kakashi chuckled from such a peculiar dream, yet Sasuke was angry at his brother. "Well, I understand everything," said the man, seeing an old acquaintance on a tree branch. "And here is the third member of your team," Hatake announced, enjoying the sight of the surprised faces of the children when Naruto sat down between them. "Hello everyone," her voice smelled of fun and laughter, but she steadfastly ignored her brother's displeased pug. "My name is Naruto Uchiha Uzumaki. I love one person," she began, smiling warmly, "but I don't love arrogance, weakness, and cowardice," the girl repeated after her brother. "A dream. To grow a good person out of Sasuke," Naruto giggled. "Sister." The brunette could not stand the indignation, getting to his feet. "It's not working out well so far," the blonde added, shaking her blonde head in frustration. "Everything is clear," Kakashi waved his palm, urging the guys to calm down. "Since someone yesterday already revealed the essence of my test, which I am conducting with new teams," Naruto smiled guiltily, winking slyly at Sasuke, "tomorrow we will just have a training session. We will be able to see how you work together as a team," the man said quite seriously, looking at the emboldened Uchiha and the slightly confused Sakura. "Tomorrow at 8 in the morning at the training ground 7, without delay." He took one last look at Uzumaki and disappeared into Shunshin. "You'll tell me everything," Sasuke warned, looking at the pleased sister who touched the black hitayata tied on top of her head. "Hi, Sasuke," the girl nodded, rising after him. "Come on, there are no groceries at home, and guests will come in the evening," Uchiha nodded, but suddenly remembered the hushed Sakura. "Do your best tomorrow, Sakura," he said, watching his teammate's instantly flushed face. "See you tomorrow, Sakura-chan." Naruto waved her palm, jumping down from the roof. Hirono barely nodded, but as soon as Sasuke disappeared after his sister, she collapsed down, feeling tears coming to her throat. Kakashi wasn't late. I tried it once, but the disgruntled Uzumaki quickly eradicated the bad habit by launching a couple of air bullets at her beloved research institute at the most inopportune moment. And now, at exactly 8 in the morning, he was standing in front of the newly minted Genin team, shifting his gaze from the collected Sasuke and smiling Naruto to the confused Sakura. "Well, let's start, perhaps," said Itachi, diving into the pouch with his hand. Sakura and Sasuke tensed, instantly grasping kunai, and Naruto intelligently chuckled. Kakashi and I took out his favorite book. No," he drawled. "I decided that sparring with me would not bring you much benefit." The Uchiha family nodded intelligently, saying, we know all your cunning tricks, Kakashi and I. Therefore, I called my colleague, who has a very developed competitive spirit." Naruto groaned inwardly, knowing full well which colleague Jounin had called. "When did you just manage to agree?" The guys turned around when they saw another team appear at the training ground. A tall dark-haired man in a bright green jumpsuit, a boy similar to him in an identical outfit, an unflappable guy from the Hyuga clan, and next to a smiling brown-haired woman who easily waved to good friends. "Guy, who would have thought that we would come earlier?" Kakashi asked without looking up from the book. Kakashi, my eternal rival, an unprepared child, like Sakura, shuddered from a loud voice full of enthusiasm. "I'm sorry, but we were delayed on our way. But we are burning with youth to start our duel." "Yes." His disciple responded energetically, who was looking at his idol with delight. Kakashi did not react in any way, and Naruto, to all this, just laughed, knowing full well how Guy-sensei likes to compete. "Oh heyo, Guy-sensei," Naruto greeted, causing Sasuke to chuckle. He was familiar with the cheerful enthusiasm of Kakashi and I's eternal rival, because Guy-sensei appeared in their house from time to time along with the rest of the company of Hunins who communicated well with his sister. "Am I really going to see your team live?" she asked jokingly, winking at Tenten. "It will be an honor for me to see our teams fight," he said, grabbing the shoulder of the disgruntled Hyuga. "You, Naruto-chan, should see Niji-kun in battle. He is a real genius." The guy did not share such an aspiration, rolling pale lavender eyes. "Well," Kakashi stopped the flow of ranting, "introduce yourself to each other and let's start." "Naruto," the blonde said first, bowing lightly. "This is Sasuke, and this is Sakura." The team respectfully bowed after him. "I'm Niji," a long-haired brown-haired man gave his voice, clearly dissatisfied with everything that was happening. Tenten, he pointed with his hand at the girl who also bowed, and Rock Lee, the boy a copy of Guy-sensei, smiled broadly, giving voice. "I hope that the training will bring us a lot of useful things," he blurted out. "They only became genins yesterday," Hyuga remarked, looking at his mentor with displeasure. "Is it worth wasting your strength?" "We'll see," Sasuke spat out, already plotting an opponent for himself. So, he looked away from Kakashi's book. "Your task for today, each team will have 3 flags. He pulled out several pieces of red and blue fabric from his vest pocket, handing them to the guys. Naruto snatched the red ones for herself, giving the blue ones to the disgruntled Hyuga. "We need to hide these flags in the perimeter of the polygon, red on the right side, blue on the left. Within an hour you need to find all the flags of the enemy, and most importantly, do not lose your own." "Limitations in combat?" Sasuke asked, watching the haughty Niji. "No," shrugged Itachi, glancing at Naruto, who nodded understandingly. "Without Fuin, so without Fuin. 5 minutes to hide the flags, then back here," Guy announced, but noticing the obviously pleased faces of the guys, he added, "Hyuga and Uchiha stay here and will not peek." The two geniuses of their clans pouted, causing the girls to laugh softly, but obeyed, glaring at each other. Naruto waved her hand at Sakura, rushing off towards the dense forest. "Why did Sasuke and Neji stay?" "What is it?" she asked, jumping from branch to branch. "Well, Sasuke-kun has a Sharingan," Haruno replied, thinking. "And Neji Byakugan is like Hinata-chan." "That's right," the blonde praised her. "So there's not much point in this hide and seek. We will quickly find the flags." Sakura brightened, understanding the meaning of the task. "Yeah," Uzumaki agreed. "There are only 3 options here," the blonde began, stopping at a sloping oak tree. "The first one is that we go into a blind defense, allowing them to find our masonry and protect the flags here." She hid all 3 flags in the roots of the tree. "The second one, we do the opposite and attack first." "And the third?" the pink-haired one asked. "We fight somewhere in the middle, distracting them, and one of us, who is difficult to notice," Naruto looked significantly at Sakura, making her confused, quickly captures the flags. "Me, Sakura," Uzumaki gently interrupted her. "Now we work as a team, which means you can no longer think about yourself, but think about us. We can't cope without you." The girl winked, running out into the clearing, where the team of Guy and Sasuke was already waiting. "Let's start." Guy waved his hand and disappeared into Shunshin with Kakashi. The genin teams stood opposite each other, choosing the same strategies, to arrange a fight right here. Sasuke did not wait, attacking Hyuga first, taking out his favorite katana from the seal by the wrist. Hyuga dodged, pushing back to his territory, trying to knock the weapon out of Uchiha's hands. Naruto and Lee came together next to each other in Tai, having a similar style. They still studied with the same sensei. Takahashi also did not hesitate, showering Sakura with a pile of weapons from one scroll, half of which Haruno was able to beat off with a kunai, but she missed a few, getting a couple of shallow cuts. Naruto created 2 clones, distracting Tenten, thereby giving Sakura a chance to retreat. Sasuke, the blonde, called her brother, taking on one of the clones of the disgruntled Hyuga, who was dodging air bullets. Team number 7 won a few minutes of time with the help of Uzumaki clones, managing to discuss a short plan. Then, Sasuke launched a fireball into the crowd of spears and another team, fueled by a stream of air from Naruto. The clones disappeared, and Guy's team was able to dodge, retreating even further into their territory. Neji folded his hands into several figures, giving an unknown signal to his teammates, and then Tenten launched 2 scrolls at the opponents. Paper dragons surrounded the trio, releasing kunai exactly on target. But to the surprise of the genins, they were clones that instantly dissipated. "Neji, do you see them?" Rock Lee shouted, looking around. Hyuga activated Byakugan, noticing several centers of chakra on the other side. Naruto evenly distributed it between clones so that even the vaunted Byakugan could not find out where the original was. There was a very weak hearth of that clanless girl nearby, and also on their territory he was able to catch the presence of Uchiha, which caused him to anticipate victory. "They're on their own territory," he announced to the team. "Most likely, they are preparing traps to drive us in. Lee, you go to our flags, just in case, and Tenten and I go to them." "Hi," the guy agreed, instantly rushing away to the stream where they hid the flags. Neji concentrated on the road ahead in order to be the first to notice the prepared trap. A swarm of kunai rushed at them from the right side, which easily repelled Tenten with a return stream. Uchiha's chakra was approaching, forcing Neji to push off from the branch harder in order to strike the brunette the first blow. knocking out a couple of tenketsu in the shoulder. Sasuke leaned back, but Naruto caught him, not letting him fall. Something is weak. As for the heir of the Uchiha, Hyuga chuckled, looking at the angry guy who suddenly changed his grin to a satisfied smile. I'm forgiven, he replied condescendingly, when the clone from behind dissipated. Take a closer look at your flags, advised Uchiha, also dispelling. What is it, Niji? Ten asked, looking at the evil teammate. Hyuga looked back towards the center, seeing that the entire 7th team and Lee had gathered there. He didn't answer Takahashi's question, rushing back to the wide clearing. Quite waving blue flags, the opposing team was looking at him, and he was especially angered by the sight of the proud Uchiha. Niji-kun, Naruto turned. Unfortunately, you were too distracted by me and Sasuke, not noticing that Sakura immediately after the fireball ran in your direction. TC, Hyuga replied, turning away from the instructive look of the girl, but Sensei came out into the clearing. Well done, praised his Kakashi, good job, guys. Kakashi, Guy turned in a serious tone, which caused a grin on the face of Hatake himself. Your team turned out to be stronger. But we will not give up and take revenge. A serious flame lit up in his eyes, which was transmitted to his student. They're always like that. Ten whispered ruefully, waving her palm in the direction of Guy and Lee, who seemed to have already begun to prepare for a rematch. Hi, Hatake nodded, not looking away from the book. It's time for you, he said. 10 said goodbye to the familiar company, and Hyuga just gave them a haughty look. Well, and we will continue training, Kakashi breathed, putting the book in his pouch. Sakura, Sensei turned to the pink-haired one, you will try to walk up the tree, and then on the water. Sasuke, you need to tighten the zipper and I'll show you a new ken with a sword. Uchiha obediently nodded, taking out a katana from the seal. And we, Naruto, will probably test your weakness for genjutsu? The man chuckled, creating 3 clones for each. Ready? Hi, Kakashi-sensei, the voice of the satisfied genins rang out. Itachi was exploring the area where they decided to spend the night on the way to the hidden stone. Kisame just threw some dry twigs into the fire, raising a shower of sparks into the night sky, and then sat down in front of the fire. Itachi-senpai, there is not even an animal in this wilderness, let alone a person, he drawled, watching as Uchiha sits down opposite. Caution is never superfluous, the brunette calmly replied, staring into the smoldering embers. You are always so calm, which is surprising to me, Kisame chuckled, throwing him an apple from his bag. Even the Nukanins want to eat. There is no peace in our life, Hashigake philosophically remarked, taking a big bite, and then grimaced. Sweet. Calmness is nothing but proper order in thoughts, Itachi quoted the ancient wisdom, examining a red-ripe apple that shimmered in the firelight. And there are no thoughts anymore, the man snorted, throwing the bitten fruit into the bushes, just about work and that's it. Pain wants to collect the tailed ones, Uchiha began, looking up at his colleague. Why? I told you, Kisame waved his hand, he needs a chakra for technique. What is this technique that requires the chakra of all tailed animals? The brunette chuckled, inhaling the smell of a sweet apple. He brought the same to Naruto, even before the wedding. I don't know, the swordsman shrugged. Why do you care about it, senpai? Their goals are very vague, they are obviously hiding something, Itachi breathed out. The top? Kisame nodded intelligently. So it is clear that pain will not tell everything, we are only a tool for achieving the goal. Did you want such a life? The brunette asked, looking into the non-human eyes of his partner. And who of us wanted to? The man answered the question with a question. Unless fucking fanatics like Haiden or Kakuzu, and so, I also thought that I would become a good shinobi for my village, but lies and deceptions have so engulfed this world that it has become too dangerous to trust. Who am I telling, Itachi-senpai, don't you know what betrayal is, huh? Chuckled Kisame, driving the memories away. I went my own way, distinguishable from my family, out of personal beliefs, said the brunette, shifting his gaze to the starry sky. The villages used us as weapons, Hokage spat out. He was one of the Akatsuki who knew the truth about the massacre of the Uchiha clan. If I didn't want it, I would have found a way out, Uchiha gently objected. I had other priorities. And what are they? Kisame was interested. Kisame, the brunette began seriously, if I tell you the whole truth, will you help me achieve my goal? The red light of the Sharingan flashed threateningly in the twilight of the forest. If I say no, then we will have a deplorable outcome, the swordsman grinned. Well, tell me about your vision of the world. These are all memories. They are bright, full of life and happiness. Forever in his memory under 7 seals. But also in his memory is the last mission, an enemy ambush and a dull, aching pain in his leg that forever deprived him of the chance to keep his father's good name. The mother smiled, complained that he had lost weight and looked haggard, and then quietly cried in the kitchen, thinking that the sensitive hearing of the shinobi would not be able to catch how she was berating Kami for what the shinobi life had done to her family. They forgot about him, respectfully avoided him and left him alone, with a dull pain in his leg. Their mother's meager allowance and pension kept them afloat. Jungo honestly tried to find additional earnings, but everyone turned up their noses. Yes, they are grateful for the service and sacrifice, but, alas, there is no work. The stupid desire of the mother also cut in a sick way. What kind of grandchildren, if no woman looks at a cripple? The grave of his father called to him every day. He looked at the stone tombstones for a long time, trying to understand the value of life. The meaning was slipping away, as was time. Events were rushing past him, being perceived barely on the periphery in the deliberately cheerful voice of his mother, who was telling the latest gossip and rumors that he didn't even raise an eyebrow when he heard that the heir of the Uchiha clan had killed the whole family. I couldn't stand it, I broke down. That's the price of the notorious genius, when there is too much power in the wrong hands. The mother wailed something that only the wife and brother of the murderer were left alive, but that he cared about the children. Maybe it's for the best. They will understand now how much shit there is in adult life. They will come to their senses and stop playing shinobi. Children certainly don't belong here. Youngho shut himself in his world, lazily watching the village through a small crack, waving away persistent teammates who had already become hunins in their 20s. He smiled tightly, nodding sparingly to his friends, who tactfully did not notice the lame steps, deliberately slowed down their pace so that it would not be obvious how slowly he was crawling. In the end, they laughed louder to drown out the heavy breathing of the cabin boy, and then they told about the wife of that very Uchiha. They say that the girl gives, wiped her nose at the Council of Clans to all men, is up to something together with the Nara in the police building. Jungo waved him off. What does it matter to him? He will not be accepted into the police, and he is not interested in the affairs of some other people's wives or widows already. She'll go out yet, just let her get to know all the shit of adult life better. And something he began to hear about her too often. The Blood-Red clan suddenly opened its doors, inviting everyone to rent plots on their territories, building hotels and additional onsen. Even the mother found a job there, though in the kitchen, but in a good team. She came home from work happy, full of incomprehensible joy. Ah, Naruto-san, my mother sighed, remembering the notorious mistress of the Uchiha clan with a kind word. Jungo was angry until the culprit of the latest rumors and gossip came to visit them. The guy nodded dryly, hoping to go to his room to hide from the radiant blue eyes. But she came to him, so the mother had to hide, leaving the angry son alone with the head of the whole clan. She asked a very simple question: does he want to work? Young-ho felt his fists clench from the wave of indignation that boiled up in him like a torrent. Before he could throw a couple of caustic words at the girl, he fell silent from her speech. He looks barely 14 or 15, but in his eyes is the understanding and wisdom of an old man. Young-ho felt how her words opened a festering wound in his soul with a sharp blade, a completely sincere smile cleansed all the dirt, and a knowing look stitched up the soul. Young-ho feels the desired peace that the girl has settled in him by an unknown force. He is silent, without saying anything. She just looked into his eyes and found out everything herself. Maybe she learned terrible genjutsu from her rebellious husband? Put him in an illusion? Otherwise, how to explain that the unsociable Young-ho is sitting at the first meeting of the newly created administrative center, cautiously looking around? Half of them are the same beaten wolves that crawled into the light. And everywhere the tip of the light braid kept up. She came almost every day, helped with the slightest problem, and behind her was a black-haired tail that shot eyes at anyone who once again lingered on the slender figure of her sister. I brought them lunches, small boxes of homemade bento, which went with a bang. Who was bolder asked for a hand and heart, to which the blonde joked, "They say, you need my hands," and in the eyes, longing that he never said, "Thank you." He did not thank him for the work that gave him more than earnings. He no longer squeezed out a smile in the company of his teammates, did not stifle the desire to tell a story, but happily shared the everyday life of an ordinary employee of the center. And even if the work was not a feat of a lifetime, but the faces of grateful citizens who greeted him on the street, recognizing Young-ho-san, gave him the desired peace. The grave of his father became not a place of self-flagellation, but a tribute to other ways that shinobi can go. Now his path is a modest job in the center, and hardly anything can replace the loud laughter of Day at the next table, the funny stories of Keiko on the floor below, and even more rare bento from the amazing Naruto. Young-ho-san, she smiled after a short pause, "I'm sorry, but the freesias that my husband gave me haven't faded yet." The blonde braids swung guiltily, and a light exhale escaped from his chest. "And they will never wither, I hope you understand me?" The girl looked away, embarrassed. "I'm sorry if I offended you," the man bowed respectfully, heading for the exit of the restroom. "I only ask you to keep the flowers for yourself, without looking for meaning in them unnecessarily." He wasn't upset. Next to her, "It's impossible," Tenten sighed ruefully, wiping the counter of the shop where she worked in her spare time. Yamada-san was writing something out in a long scroll, checking the numbers on the paper, but he noticed the young assistant's displeased pug. "What happened?" the man asked directly, looking at the slightly confused Kunoichi, who was trying to find words. "Yamada-san, do you know how old Naruto-san is?" the brown-haired woman blurted out, staring at the old man. The man gave a short laugh, returning to the scroll, but answered. "Of course I do," he said, filling out this month's sales form. "Nanny?" Ten squeaked, clutching a rag in her hands. "And they didn't tell you? Did you ask?" "Ano," Sen retorted without looking up from his papers. "So what if she's actually 12? How?" The girl was surprised. "It turns out that I'm a whole year older than her." "But she has more skills, doesn't she?" Yamada remarked, casting a reproachful glance at the drooping Takahashi. "Yes," said Kunoichi, turning to the stand with scrolls. "Still, she has no equal in Fuin," Tenten pouted ridiculously. She's an uzumaki, the man explained condescendingly. It's in their blood, but you can master Fuin too, just be patient. Boku and Mina are not uzumaki, but they work with seals and scrolls. I know, she nodded ruefully, returning to the counter. Naruto-san agreed to show me the basics for a grocery store, however, she said it was too early to do it, Tenten admitted. And you're right, the old man said. Still, it's a complicated scroll that requires a lot of control, but if she agreed to show you the basics, then. Yamada scolded with his finger, looking at the girl who cheered up, which she herself caught the meaning. Got it, Takahashi nodded, catching her eye on the clock. Oh, I'm late already. Kunoichi caught herself, putting the rag in the back room, and ran out of the store, waving her hand to the old man. She ran to the residence where the team was waiting for her to take the mission, but on the way Tenten noticed Boku and Mina. I wanted to say hello, but stopped when I noticed that they were holding hands. The girl was taken aback, looking away from the walking couple, and then smiled broadly. These shop workers seemed to her too serious and almost devoid of emotions, but it turned out that even former ANBU are able to smile so easily, look at each other so tenderly, in the end, had a chance to be happy. Sakura raced by, waving hello to a friend. The pink-haired woman was heading to the center. At the hospital she was given a certificate that she was an ordinary student of the Irionov courses, and such information should have been entered in Genin's personal file. She was just in time for an afternoon workout with Sasuke and Team 10, who were looking for test subjects to work out a couple of team bundles. Sakura already wanted to tell Naruto and Sasuke as soon as possible that she had signed up for the Irionov courses. Kakashi-sensei kindly whispered to her about such an opportunity without looking up from her favorite book. They were attended by only 3 people, since the requirements for students were high, proper control and excellent memory to remember huge amounts of information, only a small fraction. But Sakura was ready to stay up at night, just to be useful in her team. In the center, as always, it was noisy. She respectfully bowed to the sensei of the 8th team and waved her hand to the genins who were just taking the mission. After giving the certificate to the smiling Day-san, she was about to leave, but the man asked anxiously, "Are you feeling well?" He looked at the red face of the girl who involuntarily stretched her hand to her forehead. Hot. Drink some water and go home, the man advised, pointing to the restroom. We need healthy genins, especially since you are a future medic. Day smiled broadly, easily pushing her to the room, and he went to the next visitor. Sakura sighed, deciding, nevertheless, to drink water, and already at training to decide whether to go home. She timidly opened the door, hoping that she wouldn't disturb anyone, but froze when she saw the familiar tip of a light braid inside. A man stood in front of Naruto, handing her a bouquet of bright red freesias. The girl flared up even more, rushing out of the building of the center. Burning shame grew in my chest from seeing what I shouldn't have. Her legs led her to the training ground, where the guys were already waiting. Lobastic, Ino drawled, anxiously examining her friend. Why is it so red, like a poppy color? She touched her big forehead, crying out indignantly. Kami-sama, Sakura, you're burning up. Urgently home and to bed. Mabuki-san will give you a hard time if you get even more sick. Come on, I'll take you. Stay, Ino, Sasuke's voice rang out as he approached Haruno. This is your team training, so I will conduct Sakura. Ino paused, pouting royally, to give her opponent such a chance. But Shikamaru quickly calmed her insides by pulling her snow-white tail, which made the girl wave her hand in the direction of the genins of Team 7. Uchiha nodded to the phlegmatic Nara, who was listening to the blonde's lamentations, and turned towards the village. Sasuke-kun, the girl timidly turned, mincing along. It's not worth it, I can walk myself. We are a team, so I can't let you faint somewhere, the guy chuckled, not feeling the usual irritation from the company of his teammate. They were silent, each thinking about his own, but Uchiha caught a few timid glances. Clearly Haruno was very interested in something, but she was afraid to ask. Is something bothering you? He asked, unable to withstand the impending silence. Sakura timidly drawled, blushing even more. Don't think about it, I didn't do it on purpose, she muttered, causing Sasuke to smile a little. In general, I was in the center and accidentally saw how one man gave Naruto-san freesia, Haruno squeezed out, looking at the calm brunette. They often give flowers to my sister, the guy shrugged. Do you know what freesias mean? I know, Uchiha nodded, turning his head somewhere to the side, which silenced Sakura. Her brother always gave her freesias, he added after a short silence. Haruno was confused, smiling understandingly. Sasuke was silent further, and she did not dare to break the silence. They reached her house, and Sakura bowed gratefully, to which Uchiha lazily waved his hand. Someday they'll give you freesias, too, Sasuke suddenly said, taking one last look at his teammate. The girl stared green eyes, watching the guy who had already managed to jump on the next roof. The big forehead was burning, I don't know from what more, whether the temperature, or the red freesias so affected. Hi, guys, Kakashi greeted, approaching the waiting team. Kakashi and I, Naruto drawled with displeasure, I thought I had weaned you off being late. I was detained, the man defended himself, ruffling his silver hair. But I have good news, Itachi closed his eye, we have been entrusted with a C-rank mission, so let's go to the residence. Finally, Sasuke couldn't hold back a satisfied smile, quite tired of weeding vegetable gardens and walking cattle. Interesting, Naruto said, glancing at Sensei. Sasuke and Sakura walked a little ahead, which gave Uzumaki a chance to whisper with Kakashi. Details? We'll find out from the Hokage, Itachi chuckled, walking beside him. Are you worried? As far as I know, we were the first to get promoted, the blonde said thoughtfully. Genma whispered that the mission was outside the village, the man confessed on the way to the building. Even more interesting, the fox inside very unflatteringly expressed his opinion about the situation, causing a quiet laugh of the bearer. Well, it's time for me to go beyond Konoha, Uzumaki smiled, Kakashi nodded understandingly, letting the girl go ahead. The cramped corridors of the residence meandered, leading the 7th team to the Hokage's office, where Sarutobi was waiting for them. Hokage-sama, team number 7 has arrived, Kakashi reported, bowing respectfully. Glad to see you, the old man smiled affably and did not hesitate to continue. I thought you were already ready for a C-rank mission, so the village trusts you to guard one person. And who is it? Sasuke cheered up, but outwardly remained unperturbed. Tazuna-san is a builder from the land of waves. Your task is to ensure the safety of the client on the way and during the construction of the bridge in his village, explained Hiruzen. He'll be waiting for you at the main gate in half an hour. Questions? Hokage asked, looking at the serious Naruto against the background of the cheerful Sasuke and Sakura. No, Itachi bowed, and the team left the office. Did you hear everything? He asked. Gather everything you need and meet at the gate, the genins nodded, heading for the exit of the residence, but Naruto hesitated, casting a worried glance at Sensei. Tell me that everything will be fine, the girl smiled timidly, feeling how intuition screams in the guise of a red beast. You seem to be completely relaxed, Kakashi sneered, but there was concern in his eyes. Don't worry, Sasuke is no longer a child, Sakura has grown noticeably in her skills, and you and I are not muslin ladies, the mentor said, causing the blonde to laugh. Hi, Kakashi and I, she agreed. Maybe everything will work out, maybe everything would have worked out, but two Nookanins from the village of Hidden Mist, tightly tied to a tree, clearly raised the ranks of the mission. Their employer, Tazuna-san, turned out to be an untidy-looking man who had the audacity to call Naruto an overgrown genie. This, of course, caused Sasuke a wave of indignation, but Kakashi asked the student to hold his anger, reproaching the man for insulting the head of one of the founding clans. Naruto herself only smiled thinly at all this, having fun from Kurama's comments inside and from the sight of an angry brother. Then the road was brightened up by a quiet conversation between Naruto and Sakura, who discussed the foundations and orders of the shinobi world. Haruno cheered up when she heard that there should be no shinobi opponents on a mission of this rank. But now Kurama caught a slight wave of fear from the employer, and the confused expression on his face added doubts to the piggy bank. Nodding to Hitachi at a puddle in the middle of a dusty road, Uzumaki drawled in a nonchalant tone, "Oh, it's so hot today." She stretched luxuriously, winking at Sasuke. It hasn't rained for so long. The puddle was left behind, but in the next moment sharp chains surrounded Kakashi, tearing Hunin into several parts. Sakura gave a strangled cry, backing away to cover her employer, but Naruto appeared in front of her and Tazuna, taking out a kunai. Two shinobi with a hidden fog protector were grinning contentedly, looking at the orphan genins, and their hands were tied with a long chain of shurikens that was attached to metal devices on their wrists. Sasuke launched the kunai exactly into the chain, pinning it to the nearest tree, and secured it with a shuriken, and he himself fell on the outstretched arms of the shinobi that were immobilized. Bracing his hands on the strange metal gloves, he kicked both opponents, thereby tearing the chain from the attachment point. They quickly came to their senses, choosing Naruto as the target, who stood in front of Tazuna. One of them launched several kunai, which easily repelled Uzumaki and quickly folded the seals, releasing a powerful stream of air. The attackers were thrown back, where Uchiha managed to tie them up, releasing the fishing line from the seal. "Well done," Kakashi's pleased voice rang out, which suddenly appeared nearby. "Kakashi-sensei, you're alive." Sakura squeaked, staring at her mentor. "Show off," Sasuke snorted, not holding back a smile. "I wanted to check your reaction," the man shrugged. "Well, Sasuke and Naruto are well done, they perfectly neutralized the enemy," the blonde smiled, winking at her brother. "Sakura, you too," covered the client, stayed behind like a medic. The pink-haired one nodded timidly, but said nothing. "They are clearly of Chunon's level," Naruto nodded towards the bound men. "Their goal is not profit, and not us, which means," the blonde paused, shifting her gaze to the confused Tazuna. "I think we should find out the truth," Hitachi said, putting his hands in his pockets. "Tell me everything, otherwise we'll just go back to the village." "Good," the builder squeezed out of himself, looking down. "One of the richest people in the world, the shipowner Gato, is hunting for me." Kakashi knew this name, and Tazuna continued, "Gato is engaged in drugs and smuggling, capturing more and more new markets. A year ago, he seized control of all the transport companies of the Wave Country, and the one who rules the ships rules everything else, the treasury, the government, everything." His voice reeked of indignation, which resonated somewhere inside Naruto. Only one thing can hinder his power, the bridge. If it is completed, it will connect the island with the mainland, and its rule will come to a complete collapse, the man finished. Looking at his guards, Naruto pointedly looked at Kakashi, which made the man once again believe in the power of her intuition. He sighed heavily, but asked, "If you knew what you were doing, why didn't you tell us about it right away? The country of waves is a poor state, even our nobility is penniless. The reason turned out to be as simple as the world. And the poor who build the bridge can't pay for specialists of the first or second level, it's too expensive for them. Therefore, I had to lie that this was a C-rank mission." The architect, trying to put pressure on their pity, added, "What do you care? So what if my grandson bursts into tears? He will shout, 'Grandfather, where is my grandfather?' And also a daughter who will curse the shinobi of the hidden leaf, because they left me, found her for eternal longing." Tedzuna finished his heartfelt speech. Kakashi didn't even flinch after hearing the builder's story, unlike Sakura, who was very embarrassed, feeling a duty. "Tedzuna-san," Naruto said, "you also should not forget that we have families waiting for our return home." Uzumaki, of course, lied, but the old man really wanted to repay the same coin. "But, fortunately for you, we are responsible shinobi and bring the matter to an end, right?" The blonde smiled. "Hi," Sasuke replied, not wanting to lose such a chance. "Hi," Haruno answered a little timidly, but the confident look of her teammate encouraged her. "Naruto, seal these two." Sensei nodded in the direction of the Chunins who had not yet recovered. "Get down." Naruto screamed hysterically, dragging Tedzuna down with her at the moment when a huge sword flew over their heads, the weapon stuck into the trunk of a tree, and a man landed on the handle. His skin was sickly gray, his face was covered with bandages so that only his eyes were visible, dark, full of contempt for a bunch of short-lived genins, but their mentor is an old acquaintance from the bingo book. "Kakashi's Sharingan," he drawled in a rough voice, jumping off the weapon and taking it out of the tree in one fell swoop. "What a meeting," he drawled, glancing at the others. "I need this grandfather, and the rest, alas, will end their shinobi careers today." Momochi Zabuza, Hitachi recognized the opponent, raising the Hitayata, which hid the Sharingan. "Guard Tedzuna, and he's mine." "Kakashi," Naruto drawled menacingly, not wanting to be left behind, "I won't leave you." "Got a wife?" Nukenin drawled mockingly, throwing his sword over his shoulder. "A student," Kakashi chuckled, and then gave a sign to Naruto. Zabuza did not answer, catching up with a thick fog around the team, and released a powerful ki that pinned Sakura, Sasuke and Tedzuna to the ground. Naruto reacted quickly, folded the seals and released a stream of air, dispelling the fog. It turned out that it was in time, as Zabuza had already swung at Sensei with a huge decapitator, but he managed to dodge. "Didn't it affect you?" Momochi squinted, looking at the assembled blonde. "Your ki is nothing," Uzumaki chuckled in the tone of her beast. Nukenin grinned, literally dripping to the ground, a water clone. Naruto shouted to her brother and Sakura to close the client, but Zabuza was already between them. However, Kakashi saw Momochi's jutsu and prevented the attack by plunging the kunai between the opponent's ribs. Sakura took a strangled breath, glad that the mentor could, but it turned out to be a water double again. The real killer was already behind Hunin's back, raising a healthy sword over Hitachi's head. He dodged the blow, but got kicked in the chest and flew up. Hitachi decided to hide in the lake, but the water turned out to be too dense. Zabuza used the technique of a water prison. "Well, what will you do now, Kakashi Sharingan?" The killer grinned, turning to the teenagers and Tedzuna. Another water clone appeared in front of them, impatiently clutching his weapon. "Who should I kill first?" "Your favorite student?" he asked, looking at Naruto. "Sasuke," the blonde called softly. "Try it." Uchiha was confused at first, but the meaning of his sister's words reached him, to which Itachi shouted at them not to be heroic, but to leave. Naruto ignored the order, realizing that Sensei himself would never do that. Her clone replaced her brother in the formation next to Sakura, and Sasuke himself was next to the blonde. She took out a Fuma shuriken from the seal on her wrist, throwing it to Uchiha, and he, taking good aim, launched it at the enemy. The clone didn't even move when a large shuriken flashed by, but the original understood everything. He was the target. Clever, but it's not enough. Zabuza easily caught the weapon with one hand, holding Kakashi in a water prison with the other. However, after one Fuma shuriken, another flew into Momochi, hidden in the shadow of the first one. Nuke-Nin crouched down, about to jump up, but the weapon turned into a blonde in an instant, which, quickly folding the seals, hit him in the shoulder. The grip loosened, which Kakashi used to free himself from captivity, and a dull pain spread in his shoulder. "The seal is a block," Uzumaki explained condescendingly. "It temporarily blocks the flow of chakra in a certain area of the body, so you can't fold the seals," Zabuza growled, grabbing his sword, and swung at the shinobi of the leaf, but they managed to dodge, giving Nuke-Nin a chance to break through to other genins and Tedzuna. Sasuke released a fireball that barely grazed Momochi, but the swarm of kunai that sent Kakashi hit the renegade. He wheezed heavily, but kept on his feet, and then collapsed to the ground. Naruto didn't realize why at first until Itachi nodded in the direction of a nearby tree. A short man in a mask of oin mist was standing on a branch. Kakashi landed next to the body, probing Zabuza's pulse. "He's dead," Itachi summed up, not taking his eyes off the unfamiliar shinobi. "Thank you," he bowed respectfully. "I've been hunting him for a long time, and now I'm taking his body to the hidden mist." Kakashi remained silent, watching the mist shinobi disappear with Nukenin's body. Itachi turned to Naruto, who barely smiled, and then sat down, feeling weak. Uzumaki picked up the mentor, gently lowering him to the ground. Sakura hurried to help, as a medic of the squad carried out diagnostics, fed a portion of restoring pills, but Shoshin has not yet decided to apply. "He's exhausted," Haruno said, looking at the blonde who patted her shoulder encouragingly. "Well done, Sakura," the blonde praised, creating several clones. "Tazuna-san, is it still a long way to your house?" "Kakashi-sensei needs rest," she asked, grabbing his arms. "No," the man nodded, moving away from the shinobi fight. "It's very close here." "Lead on," Naruto ordered, shifting her gaze to her brother. "Sasuke, cover the front, Sakura and Tazuna-san, I'm helping Kakashi, and yet, we'd better send a message to Konoha." The girl turned to Kakashi. "This oinin is bothering me." Itachi nodded, folded the seals, and called a small dog, Ninken Pakken, to him. "What do you want, Kakashi?" He drawled discontentedly, examining everyone with a condescending look. "Will you deliver it to Konoha?" "It's urgent," Hunin asked while Naruto was composing a short message on one of the scrolls. "Hi," Ninken agreed, allowing the blonde to tie a message to the paw. "As soon as possible," Pakken added, jumping out of the window. "The guys are worried," Naruto grinned. "You barely woke up 2 days later." "Sharingan began to exhaust me even more," Itachi exhaled, rubbing his tired eye. "Thanks for the food," he said, watching the girl collect the empty dishes. "Thank the hostess of the house," the blonde laughed. Tsunami-san turned out to be a very kind woman, agreeing to feed a horde of genins and an adult Hunin, Uzumaki said while Kakashi pulled his favorite mask on his face. "I need to buy groceries or catch something," Sensei scratched the top of his head thoughtfully. Sasuke has already caught fish, and Sakura went to the market, Naruto reported. It's time for Tazuna to go to the construction site, so stop lying around and it's time to get to work. Hi, the man agreed, getting up from the futon. Let Sasuke go to the bridge with your clone, so that if something happens, we will find out about the problems. Ano? And Sakura and I? Uzumaki was surprised, opening the door of the room, behind which the guilty pug Haruno and Uchiha turned out to be. Eavesdropping, then? Kakashi-sensei, the pink-haired woman squeaked and deftly made her way into the room, bypassing the surprised blonde. How are you? The girl was genuinely worried. Everything is fine, Sakura, smiled Hunin, thank you. I have almost recovered, so we will train today. But how? She was indignant, causing Naruto and Sasuke to laugh softly. You shouldn't strain yourself. It's okay, Hatake repeated patiently, lowering his palm to the pink crown. It's time for us to work. Sasuke and the Naruto clone are on the bridge, the original and Sakura are with me, the mentor gave instructions. Hi, the genins agreed. The next day Naruto woke up before dawn. The house was filled with silence, everyone was still sleeping peacefully, and the girl quickly gathered herself and grabbed the basket that she had begged from Tsunami-san the day before. It may not be possible to visit the land of waves again, but I did not want to give cosmic sums for a bag of dried arnica in Konoha, so it turned out to be a must to tear off a few supplies and seal them in a scroll. The hostess kindly told me where you can find a capricious plant, which is perfect for simple ointments and decoctions. Arnica helps well with muscle pain, minor wounds and cuts. Uzumaki is not a medic and not an ironine, but simple compositions like this should be known by every kunoichi, especially with an active child in the house. Sasuke spent half of his childhood smeared in her homemade ointments, but it smelled like a fragrant meadow in the middle of summer. The clearing turned out to be small, but densely dotted with yellow flowers, which Naruto carefully collected in the basket, but suddenly caught a slight splash of chakra. The sensor from it was not the best, but due to the Uzumaki genes and the presence of kurama inside, someone else's chakra was felt. Weak and blurry, but she could easily smell familiar people, like her brother, Kakashi, and a horde of genes that fanned the chakra in all sides, from a short distance. In a nearby clearing, a stranger was also collecting plants, graciously bending over medicinal herbs. Hello, the blonde gave her voice, looking at the stranger, a beautiful face with delicate girlish features, but only a barely noticeable Adam's apple on the swan's neck gave out the floor. Good morning for gathering. Yes, the guy agreed, putting the prickly sprigs of milk thistle in the basket. Milk thistle oil has a wound healing and anti-burn effect. I didn't know, Uzumaki confessed, plucking the flowers she needed. Previously, I only made decoctions for poisoning, and then completely switched to mint and plantain. I see, he nodded, looking up at the blonde. Are you a shinobi? The guy asked, glancing at the gun pouch. Yes, nodded Naruto. And do you like being a shinobi? He looked straight into my eyes, not even trying to dodge. I don't know, the girl answered honestly, smiling with the tips of her lips. I didn't have much choice, to become or not, and in the role of shinobi it's easier for me to achieve my goal. Do you have a goal? The stranger asked with interest. Every shinobi should have a goal that justifies his strength, Uzumaki replied evasively. Otherwise, the force will be meaningless, the guy smiled, nodding his head easily. And my goal is to become the head of my village to change this world for the better. You have a very bright dream, the interlocutor praised her. I just want to protect someone dear to me, you know? He smiled a sad smile that made her heart tremble, reminding her of one such dear person. I understand, nodded Naruto, mentally accepting the inevitable. The stranger got to his feet, holding an almost full basket in his hands, and bowed respectfully. A slight smile played on his lips, and the morning sun played in his long dark hair. The next time we see each other, please don't hesitate, he said before leaving the clearing. Naruto smiled, lamenting what beautiful faces hide under the masks of the Oinin. Haku considered himself a silent weapon in the hands of a master. A thin and sharp blade that pierces the bodies of enemies. His soul went against his deeds, striving for peace, but his hands obediently dipped in blood. The ice created by him became his prison, where he slid between mirrors, reflecting for enemies a terrible monster. And in the reflection of the ice he saw the tears of his father, who killed his mother. Zabuza-san was always silent, frowning at the orphan who had arrived, but did not drive him away. He raised me and taught me his wisdom, not bookish, but vital. Haku smiled, feeling needed, even for a demon like Zabuza. And yet he was too gentle, kind-hearted, which was not at all suitable for one of the mercenaries. He did not like to kill his enemies, tried to inflict as little damage as possible, often knocking out with an accurate blow of a sharp senbon. When he came to the ill-fated bridge with Zabuza, he did not expect to see children who were seriously going to protect the builder. The mentor was eager for a rematch with a Hunin from Konoha, leaving him a capable guy who tightly clutched a katana. The boy was even able to touch him by kicking him, but still, he was a child. Haku folded the seal with one hand, creating a dome of ice mirrors around the opponent. If there is an opportunity, I will not kill you, he said, launching a swarm of senbons at the brunette. Sharingan in his eyes helped to dodge, but some needles still hit the target. But if you try to kill me, I will overpower myself. Here, on this bridge, we are fighting for our dreams. Please don't be mad at me. A measured voice surrounded the confused Sasuke, who barely caught every senbon with a Sharingan. Zabuza-san's life is my goal, and I am ready to kill for it. A small bird landed on the guy's shoulder, which chirped for a long time, disappearing into a cloud of smoke. Uchiha groaned and stood up, staring at one of the reflections, and folded the seals. I am also ready to kill for the sake of my goal, Sasuke replied confidently, releasing a fireball into one of the ice walls, and on the other side, air bullets that the blonde released launched into the wall. You asked me not to doubt, said Naruto, staring at Haku, but now you doubt yourself. We, like you, are ready to die to protect our loved ones. Then everything will be decided here. Oinin took off his mask, revealing his face, and instantly attacked the girl. Naruto managed to dodge kunai, deflecting the next lunge, but Haku grabbed her elbow, throwing her inside the ice dome. Your desire is great, but you don't have the heart to kill me, a voice whispered among the reflections. Out of pity, people make this mistake, they leave their enemies alive. And if I become weak, I will cease to be needed. Murder is not the only way out. Naruto shouted, clenching her fists. And if you are needed only as a weapon, then you are loyal to the wrong person, Uzumaki spat out, feeling the burning chakra of kurama spreading through the channels. I'm considered a weapon, a bargaining chip in a big game. Bright orange whirlwinds rose along her body, and wounds instantly healed, but I found people for whom I'm just a person, just Naruto. And I'm not sorry to give my life for them. The girl screamed, launching an attack in the cover of the demonic chakra. Haku widened his eyes, and his body was numb from the monstrous ki that was draining kunoichi. He tried to move from one mirror to another, but the blonde managed to notice him, slamming her fist right into his face. Oinin fell out of the ice prison, breaking several mirrors. The chakra around the girl calmed down, flowing back into the body of the bearer, and the guy with the Sharingan barely got to his feet, holding onto a shoulder studded with senbons. Haku coughed, spitting out a blood clot on the ground, and looked at his opponent, who had become calm again. "You must understand me," he breathed. "You're the same, a beast in human form." "Kill me, please," Haku begged, smiling easily. "Is that what you want now?" After a pause, the girl asked, taking out a kunai. "Just leave? I couldn't defeat you, and Zabuza-san doesn't need a weak weapon." "Sister." Sasuke breathed out worriedly, wincing from the pain. "This is his wish, Sasuke." Naruto cut off her brother and started forward at the smiling Haku, who was looking dreamily at the sky. Kunai was already very close, but Oinin suddenly intercepted her hand, stopping the attack. "I'm sorry." His head turned somewhere in the direction where the voices of Kakashi and Zabuza were heard, "but I'm not going to die by your hand." He disappeared, and with him the fog suddenly dissipated. Uzumaki turned her head and froze. Kakashi and I was standing not far away, and a Haku literally hung on his arm, permeated through the Hunin technique. The blonde caught herself and created a clone that Sasuke took care of, and she ran to the others. "Am I going to die?" Zabuza, who was covered by Haku, croaked mockingly. "Ha! You made a mistake again." The swordsman raised his weapon over himself to cut both of them at once, but Kakashi jumped back, carefully laying Oinin's body on the ground. "Bastard!" Naruto shouted, feeling disgusted with Nuke-nin. "He gave his life for you, and you don't care." He decided to become a weapon himself. Zabuza threw, attacking the girl, but Hatake repelled this blow as well. "Sakura, go to Sasuke, he needs help," Uzumaki said, nodding her head in the direction of her brother. The girl grabbed the hand of the old man Tazuna and ran. "We need to finish this fight," she nodded to Kakashi, clutching the kunai in her hand. The shinobi of the leaf ran forward at the enemy, who could only move with one hand, but frantically brandished a huge gun. Naruto pushed off the ground, jumping over the fence, and Kakashi went down, straightening his leg. The blow landed right in the chest, and Momochi was thrown back, where the girl grabbed him, plunging the kunai into the tendon of the elbow. "Both of your hands don't obey you anymore," she said, walking away to the mentor. Oh. So you lost again," a low voice rang out. A whole crowd of ninjas without Hite, Atta appeared on the bridge, and at the head was a short man who looked mockingly at the apostate. "Gato." Zabuza barely croaked. "What are you doing here?" "I've come to finish what I started," he chuckled, pointing with his palm at the bandits behind. "You are already a dead man, and my people will take the number." The crowd roared approvingly, wanting the blood of Nuke-nin. "Hiring people like you is profitable. You cannot pay, but simply remove." "Besides," he said, looking at the Haku lying in front of him, "some of you managed to cause a lot of problems. This bastard broke my arm." He roughly kicked the dead guy in the face, which completely enraged Naruto. "What are you doing?" she shouted. "And you?" The girl turned to Zabuza, who froze in the middle of the bridge. "Will you calmly watch how this bastard mocks his body? The boy died for you." "Exactly," Momochi replied calmly. "He's dead. Gato used me like I was a hack. All shinobi, strong or weak, it doesn't matter, everything is just a weapon. You really don't feel anything?" "I tried to get through to Naruto's heart, despite Kakashi's hand on my shoulder. He loved you. I made your existence the meaning of my life. Don't you have any feelings left in you?" She paused, feeling her hands tremble. People like me don't feel anything anymore, Zabuza replied without even turning to the girl. Lies, Naruto spat out. My husband killed by getting his hands up to his elbows in blood, but he returned home and became himself. No matter how many people you kill, you won't stop being human. Especially you, Zabuza. You are not a weapon, otherwise you would have thrown it away as a child. Uzumaki pulled out the last human feelings from Nukanen's soul with words, forcing him to cry silently. Okay, blonde, he croaked, turning slightly to her, you're right. Lend me your kunai. Here, Naruto threw the weapon, and Zabuza caught it with his teeth. I'll help, I have a little more chakra, Nukanen nodded, rushing forward to Gato. Kakashi and I, take the guys away, the girl asked, Hunin nodded, walking back to the team, and Naruto set off after Zabuza. The runaway shinobi hired by Gato tried to protect their employer, but the two demons that were rushing straight at the criminal did not give a single chance. Zabuza calmed down and fell to the ground only when kunai cut the bastard's throat in his teeth. Naruto was breathing heavily nearby, firing several air bullets in a row and controlling a dozen clones, but the number of renegades did not decrease. She was preparing to release the kurama chakra for the second time, which threatened her with exhaustion, but the figures of 3 Anbu and Pakken suddenly appeared in front of her, who caustically commented on what was happening. Take a rest, Naruto, said one of them in a cat mask. She recognized him as Tenzo. The girl nodded gratefully, and the Anbu went into battle, and Uzumaki approached the barely alive Zabuza, who was staring into the misty sky. Your hubby is lucky, Zabuza croaked, you want to live with such a wife. So live, the blonde grinned, falling to her knees next to him. Live, find a wife, have children. Don't make me laugh, blonde, it hurts to laugh, Nukanen barely smiled. Will you fulfill your last wish? He asked. Of course. I want to take one last look at him. Naruto nodded, creating several clones, and carefully transferred Zabuza to a pacified hack. Pure white flakes of snow fell smoothly to the ground, framing the boy's pale face. He was from a snow-covered village, the man whispered, peering into the tonic features, clean as the first snow. Haku, the voice was trembling and barely audible against the background of the battle behind, I hope snow is falling in your paradise. I hope I'll be there too. Are these the ways of shinobi? Sasuke asked, examining the graves of two Nukanens. To die young in a fight? It doesn't matter when you die, it's important what you fought for, the girl smiled, looking at her confused brother. Haku died for the sake of a loved one, and Zabuza gave his life for the sake of his dreams. This is their way, you have a different one. But if I ever lose you or my brother, I'll become like a Zabuza, I'll want revenge, Uchiha frowned. I will kill the enemy, and his family will be angry at me, and they will take revenge. Whose side is the truth on then? Naruto sighed heavily, peering into the smooth waters of a wide river. Sasuke grew up very quickly, asking difficult questions. The truth does not stand on someone's side, everyone has their own, depending on the angle from which you look, the girl answered after a pause. The main thing is not to let hatred consume you, otherwise you will not be able to soberly assess the situation. Sometimes it's better to forgive the enemy. Forgive? The brunette threw up his head, staring at his sister. The weak do not know how to forgive, this is the prerogative of the strongest, Naruto smiled, looking at her brother. You'll see for yourself sometime. Naruto was stirring the pie dough, enjoying the aroma of baked apples that were cooling on the windowsill. Sasuke practiced in the backyard, mastering the possession of the donated blade, which he liked very much. They spent their first day off at home for a long time, and even Naruto, surprisingly, managed to solve all the issues the day before and stayed at home. 2 months had passed since the mission in the Land of Waves. The hot day of June was slowly coming to an end, without foreshadowing trouble. The blonde poured the dough into the mold, added roughly chopped pieces of baked apples, which gave off the aroma of cinnamon and vanilla. There was a knock on the door at the moment Naruto sent the pie into the oven, and the girl went to open it, twisting the manual timer on the go. "Kakashi and I." "Come on in," Naruto smiled, letting Hunin into the house. "Is something wrong?" "Sort of," he breathed, looking around. "Where's Sasuke?" In the backyard, Uzumaki waved her hand, pulling off a colorful apron. "Secret?" "What is it?" she asked cautiously. "Not really," Kakashi confessed, gratefully accepting a glass of cold lemonade. "Only from Hokage, the Chunin exam will begin in a week." "That's how," Naruto breathed out, looking at the calm mentor. "And?" "I recommended you for this exam," Itachi shrugged. "Asuma and Kurenai did the same. And you, by the way, are the only genins with a mission in a personal file." "You remember perfectly well what happened on that mission," she muttered. "Tell me honestly, is this another stupid argument with Guy?" Uzumaki asked, putting her hands on her hips. His team also submitted for the exam. "Yes and no," Itachi replied evasively, dodging the towel that the girl had launched. "You are the most prepared for this," Sensei added seriously. "Why should you worry?" "Consider intuition worked again," she sighed, sitting down in front of him. "However, have you already been given passes?" "Yes," the man nodded. "I wanted to give it tomorrow after the mission, but I can do it now." "You'll give it back tomorrow," the blonde snorted. "You know how to find problems on my head." Naruto was outraged without malice. Kakashi sighed and took his leave, complaining about the duties of the Chunin in connection with the exam. The girl shook her head in displeasure, distracted by the timer that reminded her of the pie. Taking out a sweet-smelling delicacy, she covered it with a waffle towel and went to the backyard to call Sasuke. "My brother practiced with a katana, being in a kind of zen with his weapon." Naruto involuntarily admired. Concentrated lunges, clear and precise blows. The brunette was simply created for kenjutsu. Uzumaki didn't understand. Why was Sasuke compared to Itachi? The brothers were completely different, only Sharingan united them, and so they went completely different ways. For a moment, it became a pity that Fugaku stubbornly tried to make a second Itachi out of the youngest son, turning a blind eye to the obvious difference between the children. Itachi came to mind again. The girl's heart was warmed by the thought of his last note. They were short, barely 3 or 4 sentences, but meant much more to her. It was proof that he was still alive, loved her and was waiting for her return. Sometimes the smell of baked apples transported her to the past, where she could hear Shirsue's loud laughter, Sasuke's childish cries and her husband's warm touches. Reality was as sobering as the best poison from Suna. Shirsue's laughter disappeared, reflected in the only Sharingan of the summoning raven that Naruto carried. Sasuke quickly matured, striving for strength that would allow him to protect what was dear, and her husband's touches remained in Soraku, concentrated in woven strands, reminding of themselves with a sweet shiver. "I know what you're thinking," his brother's voice snapped out of his thoughts. "What happened is irreversible, remember." "How well you began to remember my words," the girl laughed, feeling how the sadness gradually recedes, giving way to bright hope. "You talk so much that it's impossible to forget," Sasuke snorted, hiding his embarrassment behind a feigned displeasure. "Is that a pie?" Uchiha pulled his nose towards the kitchen. No one would have thought that the heir of the great clan had such a sweet tooth. Pie, Uzumaki confirmed, grabbing her brother by the neck to give him a good squeeze. Wash up and go eat. She let go of a disgruntled teenager who was muttering something about the tactile hunger of some sisters, and exhaled easily. Maybe it's not that bad. Naruto looked around skeptically. Everyone who wanted to become chunins could barely fit in the office, and there was no atmosphere of friendliness and joy here. Shinobi with protectors from different villages looked with displeasure at the noisy horde of genins that surrounded the incoming team number 7. Were you also sent to this stupid exam? Nara lazily stretched out, throwing his hands behind his head. All the genies of our graduation are here, Ino nodded, shooting her eyes at the disgruntled Sasuke. Of course, his sparring with Lee in the backyard of the academy was interrupted by Gai-sensei. We've learned a lot, so watch our team become chunin first, Kiba announced, lifting his swarthy nose. We'll see, Uchiha chuckled, shifting his gaze to his sister, who was flying in the clouds. Hey, you there! A voice came from the side. Behave yourself. A leaf genin who was as tall as Naruto approached their company. Newbies? Look, they screamed like sparrows. And who are you? Ino frowned no worse than a sparrow, poking her finger at the stranger. My name is Kabuto, the guy introduced himself, adjusting his glasses on his nose. This is my 7th time here, so I know a lot. Nanny? The 7th time? Kiba was surprised. Is the exam so difficult? I never got to the 3rd stage, shrugged Kabuto, forcing genins to moderate their ambitions, and Naruto, to smile subtly. If you don't try, you won't find out, Uzumaki encouraged the guys, looking at the guy with glasses. In any case, Kabuto-san is proof that this exam is not the only one, and there will still be a chance to become a chunin. Naruto, Kurama's voice whispered, I feel the presence of the one-tailed one. He's inside that sand boy, red-haired with a pumpkin on his back. The girl turned her gaze to the specified guy, noticing the bruises under his eyes and a gloomy look that made his teammates frown nervously. Nearby, the genins from the sound stirred after hearing Kabuto's comments about their village, but the fight was prevented by the appearance of the examiners. Marino Ibiki, the head of the torture and interrogation department, was at the head of the Chunin and Hunin squad. Naruto, for the umpteenth time that day, remembered with all the flattering and unflattering words of Kakashi and II that he did not say a word about the exam, but only smiled mysteriously. Personally, Ibiki Uzumaki was not familiar with Marinko, but she heard a lot from the company of Hunins, especially Asuma and Kakashi. Good afternoon, a loud voice startled half of the candidates for Chunin. I am Marino Ibiki, the examiner of the first qualifying round. Do you have a problem, the sound team? No, their leader spat out, a short guy with a bandaged face. I'm sorry, we got carried away, he said, glancing at Kabuto. To clarify the situation, Ibiki began, releasing a not frail key that nailed the entire audience. Fights without the permission of the examiner are prohibited. Those who disobey can consider themselves not surrendered. The herd of chunins behind his back snickered contemptuously, watching the terrified genins. Let's start the first test, he announced. Now you will all hand in your applications and get a number in return. Jounin showed a small wooden square with a cut-out number. And then we will distribute options. The crowd buzzed with displeasure, because they did not expect a test, but reached out to the main table to take the numbers. Naruto calmly handed over her pass, receiving in addition 53 options and a slight half-smile of the examiner. Hinata turned out to be next to her, wishing her luck in embarrassment, Sakura was behind one desk, and Sasuke was 2 desks further away from Sakura. Now I will explain the rules for taking the test, the examiner continued as soon as everyone was seated. I will write them down on the blackboard, but it is forbidden to ask questions. He took the chalk, quickly writing down a few points. The first rule is that you will start the test with 10 points. There will be 10 questions in total, each worth 1 point. The test is based on the subtractive principle. Ibiki gave 2 simple examples, from which it followed that by answering all the questions incorrectly, the participant received 0 points. The whispers around gradually increased, and when Marino announced that the test was a team test, a wave of indignation overcame fear. "Wait a second," someone shouted from behind, "why did they make the test a team test?" It was said to be silent. The powerful key again loomed over the audience, and Ibiki continued. The third rule says that everyone who is caught cheating or cheating will be deducted 2 points. Those who lose all points will be disqualified. He turned to the audience, enjoying the sight of tense genins. "And we will look after you," the voice of one of the chunins that sat around the perimeter of the audience rang out. "Losers caught cheating are unworthy of the title of chunin," said the examiner, grinning bloodthirstily. "If you really want to earn it, then behave like a real ninja," Ibiki added more gently, looking slyly at Naruto, who was barely smiling. Uzumaki was beginning to grasp the meaning of the test, but it only remained to see the tasks. And the last rule, Marino finished his explanations. Those who have lost all points on cheating or who have not answered a single question, fly out as a whole team. At these words, indignation rose again over the audience, but Ibiki ignored all the questions, adding that the exam would last 1 hour. On cue, they turned over the task sheets, staring at the blank forms. The blonde skimmed through the questions, noticing the last one. The examiner will announce it 15 minutes before the end of the stage. She smiled triumphantly. Everything converged to force the participant to break the rules and write off. So they were going to test their information extraction skills in difficult conditions, but Naruto did not succumb to the atmosphere of panic and fear, hoping that Sasuke and Sakura would also be able to grasp the meaning of the whole test. Most likely, the answers themselves will not be taken into account. The main thing is just not to catch the eyes of the chunins who have already made notes in their tablets, and the last question will solve everything. In principle, you can sit until the end of the test without even moving, but Uzumaki decided to shake off the dust from the theory that she studied hard at the academy by painting the answers. The first question was a cryptogram, which already gave away the absurdity of the task. The cryptogram was used as a way to transfer information between the village and shinobi on a mission. Secret messages were encrypted using special keys, of which there were about 120 in the village. At one time, Naruto managed to get acquainted with some when she helped with the relocation of the encryption department. So this message could be deciphered in several ways, spending a good portion of time on it. But what about the genins of other villages? Unwittingly give out their secret keys? Naruto giggled in a strangled way. What cunning shinobi of a leaf. The girl sighed, taking the simplest sequence by the key, and received a set of words that did not fit into a meaningful sentence. The second task is a task. Line B, shown in the figure, shows the maximum distance to which a shinobi sitting on a tree 7 meters high can throw a shuriken. Show all possible ways to eliminate opponents who appeared within the shinobi's reach, taking into account the various alleged capabilities of the enemy. Explain the answer. And this is bullying. The task is complex, based on knowledge of mechanics and aerodynamics, various techniques with which the enemy can attack, and, in the end, fantasy. You can give an example of an attack by an ordinary genin, an experienced chunin, or even an S-class nuke nin. After sighing, Naruto gave an example of a shinobi attack with a Byakugan. Hinata next to her sneezed strangled, reminding of herself. Then there were two logic puzzles. She solved one quickly, and had to tinker with the other, then easily answered a question from the field of medicine, which, in principle, could only be answered by Iranians who understand medicinal herbs. When Naruto moved on to the sixth question, active cheating began in the audience. Most of them figured out the meaning of the test, trying to cheat with might and main. She wasn't worried about her team, because Sakura would definitely be able to write the test herself, and Sasuke would shamelessly roll it with the help of a Sharingan. Having abandoned the execution somewhere in the middle of the eighth question, Naruto relaxed, counting how many teams had already been kicked out. A total of 51 teams have registered, and in 15 minutes before the end there are barely more than half, 32 teams. Ibiki announced the announcement of the 10th question, again launching the notorious key. Before I ask it, I will introduce a few additional rules. And these rules are very strict, he began. First, you have to choose whether you will answer the 10th question. Choose. Kunoichi from the sand could not restrain herself. And what happens if we refuse the question? If you refuse, your points will be reset, Marino answered the question. That is, you didn't pass. The shouts shook the audience every now and then. All the genins, of course, agreed to the question, but Ibiki continued. But there is one more rule. If you try to solve this question and answer incorrectly, a deathly silence hung in the audience, and Jounin sustained a dramatic pause before continuing, you will forever lose the right to take part in the exam. But if you refuse now, the whole team will leave, but they will be able to try their luck next time. The candidates for Chunin tried to prove something to the examiner, but he hoped for bad luck that it was he who was instructed to select the participants for the second stage. Teenagers fell silent, crushed by the powerful key and the burden of responsibility. Some immediately raised their hands, apologizing to their teammates. Naruto did not reproach them. It is still better to lay down your arms at the very beginning, if you are not sure of your abilities. When there were only 26 teams left, Naruto caught that Hinata, who was sitting next to her, was going to raise her hand, and could not stand it, deciding to confuse the examiners a little. You can't wait, she shouted, at the same time releasing a powerful flow of chakra that demolished the notorious Ki Ibiki. I won't run away. I will answer even if I remain a genin forever, Uzumaki said confidently, looking straight into the eyes of Hunin. Genin, Chunin or Hunin, it doesn't matter, it doesn't define you as a shinobi. Give me your question here, I'm ready. Naruto smiled, charging everyone with her confidence. Well, Marino chuckled, looking at the laughing Chunins who stared at the pleased Naruto. So, everyone who stayed, congratulations. You passed the first test. Nani? The audience was indignant. What about the 10th question? And what are the other questions for? Yes, there was no question, Ibiki cheered up, enjoying the effect produced. We can say that the question was a choice, to give up or to continue. What about the other 9 questions? The girl from the sand asked. They made sense, he explained patiently. They have fulfilled their task, weeded out those who do not know how to extract information. Simply put, it was a test for cheating, Ibiki sighed, grabbing the fabric of his bandana with his hand. Sometimes information will be valued more than your life. There were clear burned scars and punched holes under the headdress, which made genins wince. If the enemy or someone else notices you, there is no guarantee that the information obtained will be correct. I want you to remember for the rest of your life, valuable information in the right hands can become a powerful weapon. And yet, the curious Kunoichi persisted. Why the 10th question? This has become a real test of the spirit. The examiner spread his hands. The difficult choice that has appeared before you is only an allusion to what awaits you in the future. You will always be faced with a choice, to abandon the task and save your skin or continue the mission by fulfilling your duty. The ability to overcome yourself and your fear, the ability to cope with any difficulties and make the right decision in time, that's what future Chunins need. So, congratulations, you have passed the first stage for the title of Chunin. The audience buzzed approvingly, and Ibiki looked at the girl sitting in front of him and smiled easily. Naruto, crossing her arms over her chest, innocently shrugged her shoulders, answering with the same innocent look. Suddenly, the joy of the Genins was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a stranger who jumped right out of the window, simultaneously launching several kunai into the ceiling, to the ends of which the edges of a healthy black canvas were attached. Against the dark background of Mitarashi, Anko shone in her provocative outfit, loudly declaring herself. Naruto giggled, strangled from such an appearance, very much in the style of the unsurpassed Kunoichi, who was the examiner of the second stage. "Follow me now," she shouted, looking around the audience. 26 teams. Did you miss that much? Anko asked with displeasure, imperceptibly winking at the laughing Uzumaki on the first desk. There are a lot of strong guys this year, Ibiki chuckled. Nothing, Kunoichi drawled contentedly. After the second stage, barely half will remain. It will be interesting, Mitarashi smiled bloodthirstedly, raising the confused Genins behind her. Anko-san, you are, as always, inimitable, Naruto whispered softly, passing by the woman. Oh, Naruto-chan, she drawled like a snake, I'm trying. Did you bring your cute little brother to the exam? He wants to become a Chunin, the blonde explained. We'll see, Anko laughed, rushing forward, and what Kakashi and I signed them for, we can only guess. After Anko terrified the Genins by telling them about the second stage, a horde of Genins suddenly surrounded the surprised Naruto and looked at the blonde inquisitively. Naruto-san, Shikamaru began, we agreed that we would not attack each other. So we will give a chance to one of us to become a Chunin, yet we are from the same village. I get it, the girl chuckled. Well, I hope that we will all meet in 5 days in the tower. Good luck to you guys, she smiled at the two teams that went to get their scroll. What are we going to do, sister? Sasuke asked, squeezing the agreement that Anko had given out. Naruto exhaled heavily, looking at the teams that lined up for the scrolls. It's a pity, of course, that we don't see who has what scroll. The eyes of that Hyuga wouldn't hurt here, she grinned, but quickly regained her serious look. Half of them will definitely fail, and those who are stronger are already looking for rivals. 10 kilometers to the tower is not so much, it is best to quickly walk this distance. It would be better if no one sees us, Sakura frowned. That would be nice, Uzumaki nodded. In principle, you and I can hide the chakra, but a good censor will notice Sasuke. Uchiha pursed his lips, hiding the chakra was hard for him. Let's do this, I'll let a few clones go ahead to scout the situation ahead. Sasuke is covering from behind, and Sakura is not interfering until the last. As a medic you are more needed. Hirono nodded importantly, realizing that in case of something she can save her teammates. Do you want to get the right scroll on the first day? Sasuke asked, looking back at the trio from the grass, who was looking in their direction with interest. I don't know, Uzumaki mused. What do you think? Now or will we ambush near the tower? It's better to quickly make our way to the tower, bypassing any skirmishes, and then we'll wait for the first ones who come along," the brother replied. "But the strongest of all will come to the tower," Sakura doubted, rationally assessing the situation. "Yes," Uchiha patiently agreed, "but the pretty beaten ones have reached the tower so far. If we are lucky, we will not spend much effort to get to the tower, and then we will use the surprise effect." The guys fell silent, waiting for what Naruto, the informal leader of the team, would say, but the girl turned her attention to one of the grass genins with might and main. A tall, long-haired woman was grinning slyly, sticking out the tip of a snake's tongue, and looking at Sasuke, releasing a bloodthirsty ki. The blonde remembered that Itachi had warned her about Orochimaru, that he was very interested in Sharingan, being part of Akatsuki. Complaining about her intuition, she caught Enko's gaze, imperceptibly nodding her in the direction of a suspicious person. Mitarashi nodded understandingly, waving her hand to the two Chunins who were standing nearby. "One-chan, don't sleep," Sasuke hissed, easily pulling the tip of his blonde braid. "What do you think?" "Sorry, Sasuke, I was staring," she smiled, ruffling the dark top of her head. "We'll try to get to the tower, but if we meet someone weak and with the right scroll on the way, we'll join the battle," Uzumaki replied, taking their permission. "Now, let's go get the scroll," and Naruto hesitated slightly, looking at the serious children in front of her. "If something happens, don't lose your head, okay? Don't be a hero, but hide and run, did you hear?" The blonde was genuinely worried about her guys, finding the strength to smile. "To hell with him, with the rank of Chunin, I need you alive," Sasuke and Sakura obediently nodded, also smiling. "Nothing's going to happen, Naruto." "I won't allow it," Kurama reassured her, running his tails through the cage. Team number 7 started with the Sky Scroll from gate number 12. The mysterious trio from the village of Hidden Grass turned out to be very close, starting their way from the 15th gate, so Naruto immediately identified the main enemies. Sasuke nodded understandingly, watching several blondes rush forward, and activated the Sharingan, looking back from time to time. "You and the original, go ahead," shouted one of the Uzumaki clones, stopping on a branch. "I'll quickly leave the trap from those from the grass. I can feel them chasing us." "If something happens?" Uchiha asked. "The original will find out," the girl replied, taking out a paper and several kunai. It didn't take much time for a simple barrier, just to draw 3 bundles of an elephant and a monkey, fix them on the kunai and place them in the corners of the square. The height and power of such a barrier depended on the amount of chakra injected, but still the clone could not fully use up the entire supply. The girl estimated the distance between the nearest trees, prepared kunai and fixed them around the perimeter. It turned out to be a square of about 5 by 5. Uzumaki sensed the approach of that very bloodthirsty chakra, finally making sure that their target was not a scroll at all, but one of them. As soon as the line of action of the technique, Naruto smiled triumphantly, activating the barrier. 2 of the genins were taken aback when they saw a trap 4 meters high, but the same woman smiled rapaciously, licking her lips with a snake tongue. "Uzumaki," her voice whispered. "I didn't think there were still good experts on barriers." "They stayed, as you can see," Naruto spat out. "Your target isn't a scroll, is it? You're deliberately stalking us, so who do you want?" "I need Sasuke, Kuin's lovely eyes, and you're probably Itachi's wife." "We've been heard," he hissed like a snake, approaching the wall that glowed with a reddish chakra. "It didn't work out to capture Itachi, so you dared to come to Konoha in the middle of the exam?" Uzumaki grinned, looking at how Orochimaru folds the cancellation seal. "The usual removal will not help here. You need to choose the right combination of manual seals, and it will take time. ANBU will find out that you're here," so it's better not to track us down, Naruto said, relaxing. The original, who was running ahead, caught the information from the clone, tensed up. The blonde understood that now the most important thing was to notify Anko about the former mentor, who was about to break the barrier. Having created another clone, the girl turned her into a bird that instantly flew away to the gate. "What's there?" Sasuke asked. "We need to run as far as possible," Uzumaki informed the team, noticing her brother's displeased face. "Sasuke, it's not just Genin's, he's one of Konoha's Sanins who wants to get himself a Sharingan. Neither I nor you are ready to directly engage in a fight with him yet." Junior instantly calmed down, accepting his sister's words. "I sent a clone to Anko while he is sitting in the barrier, but there is a chance that the snake will break out before they come. Can we hide for now? We need to find a stream and stock up on water and, possibly, fish," Haruno suggested, out of breath from a long run. Naruto didn't have time to answer, feeling one of the clones dissipate, saying that there was a team from the waterfall ahead that had come together in a duel with the Shikaku carrier. "There are 2 teams ahead, we should not stop with them," the blonde replied, turning sharply to the right, where, judging by the sound, there was a stream. When they reached the reservoir, they quickly gathered clean water into empty flasks that Naruto had captured by pure chance. The clones raced on to clear the way to the tower, which was halfway there. Another clone dissipated, forcing Naruto to smile triumphantly. "Quickly," she said, rushing forward, followed by the others. 2 of Konoha are unconscious in front, a third is next to them and they have the right scroll. Is it that simple? Uchiha exhaled, wanting to finally stretch his bones. Genin accepted them with a swarm of kunai that blew Naruto away with a stream of wind, and Sasuke, without straining, approached the guy, touching his shoulder with a katana. "You'd better not resist," he said, pointing the weapon directly at his throat. "All right, take it," the guy nodded, throwing the scroll on the ground. "My team, anyway, dropped out. They tried to open the scroll." "That's stupid." Naruto could not restrain herself, hiding the scroll in the seal on her wrist, to the second scroll. "Great, now it remains to get to the tower." The girl looked at the sky, which was getting noticeably darker. "It's already sunset, maybe it would be better to spend the night here?" Uchiha suggested. "And get to the tower at dawn." "Okay," Uzumaki reluctantly agreed, slightly worried that the clone she sent for Anko has not yet dissipated. "Sakura, heal his shoulder," the girl asked, pointing to the genin from the leaf. "Still, we are from the same village," she smiled. Haruno obeyed, passing Shoshin over the guy who politely thanked him and immediately disappeared. Uchiha quickly butchered the fish while his sister set up several traps and barriers around the perimeter of the clearing. She forbade the fire to be lit, fearing that it would attract opponents. The raw fish did not particularly appeal to the pampered genins, to which Naruto laughed and thrust into her hands a few sprigs of mint that she found nearby. Sakura patched them up a little, replenishing her strength, and with a clear conscience went to sleep first in the root of a broken tree. Barely sending her brother to rest after her, Naruto climbed a tall tree, hiding in the foliage. "So far, so good," the fox's voice whispered. "Yes, but the clone is bothering me, and I don't want to dispel it sooner," Uzumaki replied. "I can't feel their chakras up close," he said. "A little more than 4 hours have passed since the beginning of the exam. You did well," Kurama encouraged her. "Thank you, of course." Naruto barely smiled, but instantly jumped to her feet, sensing that the necessary clone had disappeared. Along with the information came fatigue. The clone fought with Anko against Orochimaru, who was still able to break out of the barrier and escape from Kunoichi, and now was approaching them. However, Sanin also had a tail of 2 anbu. Naruto exhaled heavily, trying to make the right choice, to run or join the fight, waiting for the support of anbu? Stop running, Kurama grinned, I'll share the chakra, just show him what you're worth. Uzumaki smiled at the peculiar support of her beast, but obeyed. 2 people were sleeping in their shelter. It was dangerous to leave both of them in this state, but she could not decide to wake Sasuke up. But Sakura quickly woke up, focusing her gaze on her teammate. What flowers did the man from the center give you? Haruno suddenly asked, pointing a kunai at the blonde. Frisia, Uzumaki calmly replied, watching as the girl quickly covered herself with a blush. I'm sorry, she muttered, hiding the kunai. I had to make sure that you were real, and this is the first thing that came to mind. Nothing, Naruto smiled, I'm not angry. Listen to me, the blonde became serious, I need to move away, so you stay on guard. If Sasuke wakes up, don't let him look for me in any way, understand? Haruno nodded timidly, but clarified, Naruto-san, what should I tell him? Tie it up, knock it out, it doesn't matter, but don't let it. Orochimaru is looking for him, and I'm not going to meet him in order for Sasuke to come running to him himself, Uzumaki patiently explained. Don't worry, anbu will be there, so I'll come back myself, and you wait. She patted Sakura on the shoulder and, after a pause, added, You've grown up a lot. Sakura, the pink-haired girl, was slightly embarrassed, but nodded confidently, watching Naruto move further away. The blonde again let several clones forward, hoping to spot the damned Sanin who dared to encroach on her husband and brother. He should have known that Uzumaki do not forgive such things. Copies scattered, smelling Orochimaru ahead, and Naruto stopped on one of the branches, waiting for the enemy. A huge snake appeared right in front of her, which wanted to swallow her, but the current of wind knocked her off course. The blonde mentally promised herself after this stage to get a call to distract her rivals as well. You again, hissed Orochimaru, seeing the annoying Uzumaki. Did you think I'd just let you get Sasuke? Kunoichi began to get angry, allowing the tailed chakra to absorb the body, while their limit is 3 tails, then Naruto lost her mind. Well, of course, Sanin licked his lips viciously, dodging the flow of kunai, fueled by the air chakra. Uzumaki and the Uchiha clan, now it's clear to me why they passed you off as Itachi. His yellow eyes twinkled in the dark, and the ubiquitous snakes tried to grab her. Tailed in the ranks of the red-eyed, and how did the old man go to such a thing? He wondered. Now you have become interesting to me, Jinchuriki Kubi. Orochimaru snake-like eluded every blow, managing to touch the blonde with a kunai. The snake escaped from his mouth, entangling the girl's body, but the demon's poisonous chakra burned everything that touched the fox's cover. Sanin took advantage of Naruto's momentary weakness, releasing a long blade that tried to pierce through her chest. She managed to dodge, so that the blow landed in the shoulder. Orochimaru did not give her time to rest, folding the seals, before cutting the tight belt at the waist and blouse with a katana. Uzumaki's eyes widened when he saw what kind of technique he was going to use. Over the wounded shoulder, the blonde could not jump back in time, receiving a powerful blow in the stomach. Worst of all, she felt the demonic veil fall away, and the fox's voice weakens in her consciousness. Orochimaru brought discord into her seal by adding a bundle of 5 elements on top of an even structure, which created an imbalance. Now Naruto could not normally use the fox chakra without the threat of losing control. Even if hatred does not capture her mind, but a huge amount of demonic chakra will simply burn the chakra canals. The main thing now is to remain conscious, which was very surprised by the snake. Here it is, Uzumaki's blood, he marveled, licking his lips carnivorously. Even after printing, you stand on your feet. I won't rest until Sasuke is safe, she spat, clutching the bloody wound. Will you cherish it all your life? Sannin asked inquiringly. Sooner or later I'll get to him, the snake laughed, pulling out his katana. Fortunately for Naruto, an ANBU squad appeared in front of her, and the girl finally allowed herself to fall on the grass. The girl woke up already in the familiar den, noticing a terrified Sakura above her, who was healing her shoulder with Shoshin. The blonde easily grabbed her hand, drawing attention to herself, to which Haruno exhaled with relief. Kami-sama, I was so scared, the pink-haired woman stammered, taking a bandage out of the first aid kit. It's okay, Sakura, Naruto smiled, allowing her to bandage her shoulder with a cut. Thank you for curing me. You're welcome, she nodded, finishing the dressing. I just healed a deep cut, and the muscles and ligaments fused by themselves. The girl was surprised, looking at her teammate inquisitively. But I can't heal properly yet, so it's better to bandage it. Thank you, Uzumaki repeated, seeing that she was wearing her brother's shirt. Why am I wearing Sasuke's shirt? 2ANBU brought you unconscious, Sakura began to tell, cute frowning pink eyebrows. Your clothes were torn and your shoulder was pierced, so Sasuke-kun asked me to heal your wound and gave me his shirt. And he left to be on duty outside, the girl finished. What time is it? Naruto asked, hoping that ANBU could detain Orochimaru. It's almost dawn, Haruno informed her, helping her up. You've only been asleep for 4 hours. Sakura and Naruto got out of the temporary shelter, looking around the empty clearing. Sasuke jumped down from the top branch of the tree in a t-shirt, frowning at his sister. He was angry, clutching the katana tightly in his hand, and his gaze sent all possible punishments to a bright head. You're an idiot, Chan, Uchiha muttered, causing his sister to have an embarrassed half-smile. I'm sorry, Sasuke, Naruto said, admiring her brother's embarrassed, angry face. I couldn't do anything else. Okay, he said, turning away from the girls who giggled when they saw his red face. We'd better go to the tower. Now Naruto is in the center, Sakura is in the back, I'm in the front, Uchiha commanded. We avoid everyone, we don't get into fights anymore. Hi, the teammates jokingly saluted, following the guy. Fortunately, on the way to the tower, they met only one team that was preparing an ambush at the entrance, but the angry Sasuke, who had not yet recovered from Uzumaki's antics, quickly dealt with the genins from the rain that used strange illusions with copies. The corridors of the tower were empty, except for a number on each door. The team exchanged glances and entered the room with the number of the gate from which they started. It was empty inside, only a couple of futons twisted in the corner and another door. It looks like a bathroom. Look, Sakura pointed to the wall in front of her. Without heaven. There are not enough words here. Perhaps we should open the scrolls, she suggested. Naruto nodded in agreement, summoning scrolls from the seal to pass them to the guys. They carefully opened them, noticing a string of Fuin blocks. Throw them on the floor, shouted Uzumaki, these are the summoning scrolls. Well done, guys, the teacher praised them. It's exactly 10 o'clock, which means you passed the exam in 16 hours, among the newcomers from the academy. This is a record. Why are you here? Haruno asked, relaxing. Everyone who arrived on time is met by Chunin to congratulate on the end of the stage, he explained, pointing to the inscription on the wall. And this is what I have to tell you. This motto was written by Hokage-sama. By heaven, we mean the human mind, and by earth, the body. And if you need heaven, look for wisdom, get ready and wait, and, if you need land, then hard work will lead you to victory, Sakura continued instead of Irika, smiling easily. If there is both earth and sky, any task will not be a hindrance for you, Sasuke continued, quoting the message. And these rules determine a person's path, Irika finished. You are lucky, there are 4 more days by the end of the exam, so you can have a good rest. There is a bath and futons for sleeping, and you can eat downstairs, Chunin kindly informed. You know, he suddenly began, looking slightly embarrassed at Naruto, I'm a little proud that I had the opportunity to meet you. Although I didn't teach you personally, Naruto-san, but just gave out tasks, but Sasuke and Sakura were my students. What are you, Irika-sensei? The blonde smiled, just call me Naruto. Thank you, she bowed respectfully, followed by the whole team. Well, rest, Sensei was completely embarrassed, rubbing the bridge of his nose, and disappeared into Shunshin. I can't believe it's over, Sakura muttered, shifting her gaze to her teammates. But we did it. The girl raised her fist triumphantly, laughing gaily, her laughter was supported by Naruto, and Sasuke, squeezed by his sister, also could not restrain himself, laughing quietly in the company of girls. When their stomachs ached and there was not enough breath, they calmed down, deciding to get a good night's sleep. Naruto, giving way to the pink-haired Q in the bathroom and sending Sasuke in search of provisions, sat down on a futon to meditate. Orochimaru's seal knocked down all control, not letting her into the subconscious. Of course, Naruto knew the technique of removing such a seal, but that was the whole charm and complexity of Fuinjutsu. As with the Uzumaki barrier, the removal of such a seal assumed a special sequence of elements, and if the master modified the well-known Fuin, then any other shinobi could not just cancel it by making a standard removal. And if Orochimaru could pick up hand seals as much as he wanted to dispel the barrier, then Uzumaki did not dare to experiment on the seal on the body. Uzumaki wasn't worried about kurama, since the fox was able to heal her shoulder, then everything is fine with him. Here a person was needed who was well acquainted with Fuinjutsu Orochimaru, but only one character came to mind. Deciding to postpone this issue until the end of the second stage, the blonde stretched tiredly, nodding to Sakura that she had released the shower. After washing up and having a snack with a dry ration that Sasuke could get, team number 7 lay down in the middle of the room, hoping to sleep peacefully, and despite the heat of the day, Naruto woke up late at night, feeling a powerful ki that seemed to be floating in the air like a fog. The guys nearby were fast asleep, barely frowning in their sleep, and Uzumaki decided to test her guess by fastening the pouch on her belt. It was quiet in the corridor, however, as in the whole tower. Sasuke reported yesterday that only the team from Suna and that cocky trio from the sound arrived before them. The burning chakra was vividly felt, and the trail led to the roof, which the blonde followed, knowing perfectly well who she would meet there. The bearer of the one-tail sat sideways to her, peering into the cloudy sky. It seemed that he did not blink at all, his hands trembled slightly, squeezing his legs tucked under him. Shikaku, Naruto said softly, drawing attention to herself. The guy turned around sharply, staring at the stranger, and the sand instantly approached her, making its way up her legs. How do you know? The young man whispered, looking at the girl with his bottomless turquoise eyes. I'm the same, she smiled lightly, feeling the sand loosen its grip on her legs. I also have a tailed one in me. Do you hear his voice too? The host asked, almost crying. He's whispering, so loud. I can't sleep, the boy almost cried, staring at Naruto. Do you want to kill too? I don't want to, Uzumaki gently objected, coming closer, the sand completely crumbled, returning to the owner. I was able to talk to him, I got to know him better and he became my first friend. Naruto sat down next to him, looking at the sky. A friend? The guy's voice trembled. Do you have any friends? Yes, she nodded, smiling easily. Enough to keep the hate from consuming me. You don't have enough friends either, do you? I'm a monster, the red-haired man answered unexpectedly rudely. They're afraid of me, so they don't come close. In vain, the blonde chuckled, turning her face to the surprised guy. It's warm and calm around you, and, indeed, surrounded by grains of sand that swirled around them, it seemed that you were in a warm and safe cocoon. Maybe you don't let anyone near you? If I let anyone in, I'll die, he replied, clenching his fists so that the sand around him rustled threateningly. What made you think that? I loved, confessed Jinchuriki. I loved my uncle. I felt through the sand how much my mother loved me. But their love was a deception, they tried to kill me. If mom's love was a deception, would the sand protect you? Naruto asked, barely touching the grains of sand that were circling around. And your uncle also, if you felt love, then so it was. They were pretending. The young man squeezed his eyes shut, burying his crossed hands in his lap. Love is not something that can be played, the girl said. You can pretend to be kind, portray joy and fun, even convince everyone of your sorrow and sadness, but if you are loved, it can't be compared to anything. It hurts from love, the guy barely whispered. It hurts you not from love itself, but from the fact that you lost it, Naruto also quietly objected. When you learn to love again, you will feel truly alive. But it will hurt me again when I lose it again. The young man was stubborn, causing the girl to laugh softly. Then protect her, she replied simply. Do everything so that love does not disappear. Should I live for love? His voice was so confused that Naruto saw a small child in front of her that he was lost. I used to kill to feel alive, but now? Love will justify your existence much more than the death of another person, Uzumaki replied, lightly touching the red hair. Shikaku won't want this, the young man frowned, finally convincing Naruto that the whole problem lies in the distraught-tailed. Why don't you tame him? Uzumaki suggested. Maybe one day he will become your friend if you are the first to reach out your hand. Do you know how to do it? The young man asked after a short silence. You did it, didn't you? It worked, she confirmed. I'll help if you promise to stop killing me, the girl said seriously. You have to be strong and resist his whims. Stop being a weapon in his hands, then people around will see that you are not a beast, but a simple person. I do not know how to do it, he was confused. Imagine, the blonde began, after thinking a little, that Shikaku is sand, ordinary sand that you know how to control, and then collect all the sand in a vessel similar to this one, she nodded, pointing to a large clay pumpkin near it. Simply put, close him in a vessel so as not to hear the voice, and when you're ready, you can talk to him. Will you try? I promise. The tips of his lips barely trembled in the semblance of a smile, and Naruto could not restrain herself, hugging the guy tightly. Try to get some sleep, okay? She laid the boy's head on her lap, touching the fiery hair. I'll watch your sleep. He tensed at first, but obediently lay on the girl's lap, shuddering at every touch of a warm palm. The sand around rustled approvingly, calming down from the light sunny aura that the blonde was emitting, and Gaara was afraid to move, so as not to scare off the unexpected calm. Falling asleep, it seemed to him for a moment that his mother's hand touched his cheek, and the young man quietly fell asleep. Naruto met the dawn on the same roof, without lowering her palm from the red-haired crown. The sun's rays woke up the guy who raised his head slightly confused from her lap. "How did you sleep?" the girl asked, smiling affably. "Good," the young man answered in a confused way, trying to repeat her smile. "It turned out badly so far, but the main thing is the desire." I almost didn't hear his voice. "I did as you said." "Well done," Uzumaki sincerely praised him. "Do you want me to introduce you to my team?" she suddenly suggested and added, looking at how the young man was confused, "Don't be afraid, but be the first to reach out your hand." He nodded timidly, rising after her, but suddenly stopped, holding out an open palm. "Gaara," the red-haired man said, barely smiling. "Naruto," the girl answered the handshake, laughing loudly. He was embarrassed by the loud laughter, but followed her into their room. Sasuke and Sakura have already woken up, looking slightly surprised at Uzumaki and her sudden guest. "Sorry, guys," the blonde said, "I woke up earlier and didn't want to wake you up. I decided to take a walk and here," she pointed to Gaara with her palm, "I met an interesting young man. This is Gaara from the village of Hidden Sand. I am Sakura Haruno." The pink-haired girl smiled quite sincerely. Fortunately, she did not hear rumors about the bloodthirstiness of the Shikaku carrier. "Sasuke Uchiha," my brother introduced himself not so cordially, looking at the guy warily. "Sasuke, don't be harmful and make your face simpler," Naruto giggled, pushing Gaara closer to the small table that Uchiha took out yesterday. "Gaara is a resident of another village, so show hospitality and listen to how people live in other villages." The brunette snorted funny, but held out his palm, to which Gaara barely smiled, responding to the handshake. Sakura boasted that she had managed to beg tea from the Chunins, that she met in the kitchen, and began to prepare a simple drink. Naruto also found out that the Kurenai team had already appeared in the tower, which promised to come back later. "I didn't think that their team would appear so quickly," Sasuke was surprised, taking a bite of a muffin. "Something Shikamaru is delayed," Uchiha visibly worried about a close friend. "It's only the morning of the third day, there's still time," his sister reassured him, enjoying hot tea. "So, Gaara, tell me, what is Suna?" Switched to Naruto's guest, the red-haired man was a little confused, but he began his story, enveloping everyone in the sandy rustle of his voice, drawing dunes with his fingertips, barely noticeably squinting from the rays of an imaginary desert Sunday. Still, Naruto was not mistaken. He is still capable of love. Naruto escorted Sasuke and Sakura to the rest of the genins who went to meet Team 10. During these days, the blonde counted that, in general, 7 teams passed the second stage, her whole horde of genins, the team of Guy and Kabuto-san, the trinity of Sound and Gaara with their relatives. Mentors, unfortunately, were not allowed into the tower, and Chunins were on duty on the floors to meet the teams. Kakashi and I showed up only on the 5th day of the exam, half an hour before its end. "I'm sorry that it happened," he awkwardly scratched his head, looking at the calm student. "They didn't let me into the forest, but I found out from Anbu everything that happened." "Did they manage to catch Orochimaru?" the girl hoped. "No, he slipped away," Hatake upset her. "How are you after the fight with him?" He was worried. "It could have been worse," she chuckled. "This snake put his own seal on top of my seal, and now I can't use either my own or the fox's chakra properly." "Were you afraid to shoot it yourself?" Kakashi asked. "Here you need to be well versed in the subtleties of Fuinjutsu Orochimaru," Naruto replied, looking at Kakashi with a challenge. "I really need to contact Jiraiya in any way," Uzumaki blurted out, realizing that no one else could help her. The man involuntarily let out a heavy sigh. Finding one of the great Sanins was a difficult task, as, indeed, finding any of the notorious Sanins. Orochimaru is interested in Konoha, so Jiraiya-san will definitely show up here soon, suggested Hatake. As soon as he's here, you'll find out, Sensei promised, which made Naruto calm down a little. She was uncomfortable without Kurama's voice. Hi, Uzumaki nodded. Do you know what else I've gotten myself into? Suddenly the blonde slyly drawled, noticing how Kakashi and I rolled his eyes. Did you know that Suna brought Jinchuriki to the exam? No one directly talked about it. The man became serious. And what about him? The boy is unstable, sleep problems against the background of a shattered psyche plus the bloodlust of the demon, which makes him kill, Naruto listed, wearily rubbing her forehead. But it's not so bad. I talked to him. I pushed him a little to pacify the one-tailed one, and my horde of genins drew him into the conversation pretty quickly. She cheered up, remembering Gaara, who listened with interest to the conversations of other children. Still, he is still capable of love, and I know too well what it's like to be a weapon and a monster. Amazing Uzumaki, Kakashi chuckled, making the girl embarrassed. Who didn't you help? He asked rhetorically. To save a person, it is not enough to stretch out your hand, you need him to give his own in response. The girl shrugged her shoulders. So it is with Gaara, he is ready to change, he just needed an incentive to do so. You just know how to see something good even in the darkest personalities, the mentor objected, easily embracing the blonde. For some reason, I remembered again the rebellious husband who first held out his hand to her, desperately asking for help. Their idyll was interrupted by Sasuke, who announced a general meeting of all genins in the arena. Kakashi easily squeezed his swarthy palm, ran his hand over the dark top of the student's head and retired to the rest of the mentors. All 7 teams lined up in even rows of 3, exchanging glances. In front of them stood Hokage-sama himself, surrounded by Chunins and Chunins. Now Hokage-sama will explain the rules of the 3rd stage. Enko said loudly, standing out in the line of Chunins. Listen carefully. Rules of the 3rd stage. An old man's voice rustled, and his gaze stopped for a moment on Naruto. But first I want you to know something. The real reason why this exam is being held is that the genins around tensed up, listening attentively to Hiruzen. What do you think? Don't be misled by the words about strengthening friendship and raising the level of shinobi. All this, he spread his wrinkled hands to the sides, is just a substitute for war, the teenagers around whispered, looking questioningly at their mentors. Of course, you came here to become Chunin, continued Sarutobi, but the exam has a downside. All of you are the face of the village, and how well you show yourself in the exam and risk your lives will show the power and strength of the village. Many influential personalities will be present at the exam, all of them are potential customers who can use the services of shinobi. And the stronger the village, the more orders. Naruto noticed how Sasuke's fists clenched, standing in front, she smiled mirthlessly. He was a smart guy, he saw the flaws of this world perfectly, he had already managed to find out how different the fate of shinobi is, but, nevertheless, he remained an idealist. But why should we risk ourselves? Kiba could not restrain himself, expressing the general idea of all participants. The strength of a country is the strength of a village, Hokage began patiently. The power of the village is the power of shinobi, and the true power of shinobi is born only in deadly battles. Heavy silence hung over the arena. Today many people will say goodbye to childhood forever. But why then the words about friendship and strengthening? Tenten asked. I told you, don't be misled by beautiful words. The old man closed his eye. Balance is achieved at the cost of life. Such is friendship in the shinobi world, and that angered Naruto the most. It is a bitter truth that has been shaking their world for many years, forcing countries to increase their power, distorting the concept of shinobi more and more. But before the third stage, the old man began, but he was interrupted by one of the Chunins, bowing respectfully. "Sorry, Hokage-sama. Perhaps, as a referee, I will explain better," he said, receiving Hiruzen's approval. "Good afternoon," the man addressed the genins. "My name is Gecko Hay-8." It came to the sensitive ears of the blonde how Sakura wailed about his unhealthy appearance. "Before the third stage begins, there's something you have to do. We will have to hold a qualifying round to determine who will pass next." The dissatisfied hum became even louder. The genins were indignant, but their ardor was quickly besieged by strict rules. The third stage is limited in time, so they will not be able to admit everyone. To Hay-8's suggestion to surrender now, Kabuto unexpectedly answered, leaving the even line of participants. In total, there were 20 of them left, which means 10 fights. All eyes turned to the scoreboard, where pairs of fighters were randomly shown. Sasuke smiled contentedly when he saw his name first, and easily nodded at his sister's warning look. All the others went up to the upper tier, where they were joined by mentors. Akato Yoroi, a genin from the Kabuto team, towered in front of Uchiha, clenching his fists, and as soon as they gave the go-ahead to the beginning, he folded the seals, launching several shurikens into Sasuke. The brunette dodged, taking out a katana from the seal to immediately launch at the enemy. Yoroi was able to repel the lunge with a kunai and grabbed Sasuke first by one hand, and then the second, literally sucking the chakra out of the Uchiha. The katana disappeared, hiding in the seal, and the brunette pulled on the opponent, straightening his leg. Yoroi received a precise blow to the chest, flying back, and Sasuke was finally able to escape. Akato managed to suck out enough chakra, which was undoubtedly a minus, but in Uchiha there was an advantage: long-range techniques. He folded the seals, releasing phoenix flowers, from which the opponent barely managed to dodge, and several shurikens followed them. Yoroi grinned, watching the weapon fly by, but did not notice the thin fishing line that was attached to the shurikens. Sasuke skillfully pulled the threads, launching shurikens in a circle, entangling Akato. Genin tried to cut the fishing line, but Uchiha pulled the opponent with all his strength, slamming his fist right into his face. Hay-8 only had to state Sasuke's victory, which proudly climbed onto the balcony, accepting congratulations. "You did a good job," Naruto praised him, lightly touching his shoulder. "Even without Sharingan," she remarked. "I decided to leave it for the third round," said Uchiha, smiling easily. "Don't give in either, sister." "Sasuke-kun," Sakura turned to him, "let me treat you," the pink-haired one suggested. "No need," the guy gently objected, "save your strength for your duel." Hiruno nodded timidly, blushing slightly, and turned her gaze to Uzumaki, who patted her shoulder approvingly. "You're not going to lose to Ino, are you?" the blonde asked, nodding her head at the scoreboard. Kunoichi was surprised. The fight between Shino and the guy from the sound ended very quickly, and new fighters were already called to the arena. Naruto for a moment doubted the randomness of such a selection, watching as two bosom friends stand in front of each other. "The fight, of course, will be boring," Kakashi exhaled, exchanging glances with Asuma. "Ino-chan clan techniques are not suitable for such battles, and Sakura is a medic, but not a fighter. Believe me, Kakashi and the girls will be able to surprise you," the blonde objected, watching as the rivals tied their kaitayata on their forehead. To Sasuke's great joy, the girls did not share his skin on the battlefield, especially since Sakura had already managed to understand that this was the wrong way to the Uchiha's heart. And she fought desperately, hoping to earn praise by concentrating the chakra in her fist. Still, Sakura has excellent control, Sasuke chuckled, carefully watching the fight. Yamanaka tried to get her with a throwing weapon, but, trained in sparring with Tenten, the pink-haired one skillfully evaded. "They're being cautious," Kakashi remarked after 5 minutes of the fight. "They are afraid to seriously hit each other." Sasuke, Uzumaki easily pushed her slightly embarrassed brother in the shoulder. "Don't you want to help?" "You're so nasty sometimes," Uchiha drawled discontentedly, but shouted loudly from the balcony, "Sakura, you can't lose." Sasuke's words had a tremendous effect on her. Haruno confidently raised her head, beating off several shurikens with her kunai, and rushed forward, creating an illusory clone. Ino mockingly stretched out that she could not be caught like that, but the clone, to her surprise, jumped high up, ending up behind Yamanaka. Ino was distracted by the copy, beating off a direct lunge with a kunam, and snatched a powerful blow from the original. Now she wasn't holding back the force, Hatake stated, watching Hay-8 announce Sakura's victory. She would have Tsunade as a mentor. She would have turned out to be an excellent combat medic, with her talent for control. "Sasuke, try never to anger Sakura," Naruto joked, enjoying the surprised expression on her brother's face. After the fight between Yamanaka and Haruno, a fight between Kankuro from the sand and the second teammate Kabuto followed. The puppet master deftly outwitted everyone by replacing himself with a doll. This fight did not cause much excitement, but the fight of Tenten and Temari was considered unsuccessful. Gaara's sister turned out to be the worst opponent for Takahashi, simply blowing away all the weapons that the brown-haired woman sent, so she also dared to swing at Tenten with a fan after the victory. Rock Lee worthily stood up for his girlfriend, intercepting the blow. For the 6th match, Shikamaru vs Kin Tsuchi from Sound, it was worth watching for the sake of a simple example of how a good strategy and foresight can replace a lot of techniques. The first thing that came to Shikamaru's mind was to immediately apply the shadow imitation technique, to which Kin launched 2 senbons at him, with and without a bell, using the ringing of bells akin to genjutsu. Still, Nara managed to catch her with shadows, imitating the shadows from the fishing line that was attached to the senbons. As a result, Kin, repeating Shikamaru's movements, hit her head well against the wall, causing laughter from a good half of the audience. And Naruto smiled broadly when she saw her opponent, Kiba Inuzuka. "Naruto-san, I ask you not to give in," Genin asked seriously, not even thinking to give up. "I won't, Kiba-kun," Uzumaki smiled easily, calculating the tactics of the fight with the air of the clan of dog breeders. Kiba was a capable shinobi, but his emotions and quick temper were a clear disadvantage in battle. He was hard to calculate the enemy's moves, hoping for brute force. What the blonde wanted to use. Kiba did not hesitate and threw a smoke bomb at the girl, turning Akamaru into his clone. Kunai suddenly appeared from the haze, which flew up with an accurate throw and fixed on the ceiling, forcing Hatake to laugh next to the uncomprehending Genins. Kiba and Akamaru attacked together using Getsuga and hit the target. When the haze cleared, everyone saw 3 identical Genins who exchanged glances with each other. "This is ridiculous, Naruto-san," Kiba drawled. "I know perfectly well where you are." Feeling the smell, he attacked one of his spears, firmly convinced that it was Uzumaki. The copy did not dodge and flew back, but turned into Akamaru. Here the quick temper of Kiba played that he did not believe for sure, but attacked the second one, which also turned into Ninken. Sasuke grinned at his sister's tricks, which combined 2 completely simple techniques, cloning and transformation. One of the Akamaru dissipated, and at the same moment air bullets fell on Inuzuka from above, which Naruto released, hanging from the ceiling in the place where kunai used to be. Sometimes it seems to me that only Naruto is seriously using henge, Kakashi said, marveling at the simplicity of her plan. Even in the haze that Kiba created, she used a clone, and she threw a henge kun that she fixed on the ceiling. It remains only to play on Kiba's emotionality and knock Nen-ken out of action, Hatake finished, shifting his gaze to the defeated Inuzuka. The sister perfectly controls her clones, Sasuke nodded, and her fantasy leaves no chance. Have you decided to leave Fuin for the third stage? Uchiha asked smiling when the blonde went up to the balcony. I take an example from you, little brother, Naruto winked, but stopped when she saw the next pair of fighters. Hinata looked fearfully at the determined Neji, who turned out to be very pleased with his opponent. In the beginning, Neji tried to put pressure on Hinata psychologically, using her fears to convince her that she would never win. However, after the angry cries of Naruto, Sakura and Ino, she decided to fight to prove her courage. Hugh's clan's style wasn't as spectacular, but it was truly mesmerizing. They moved almost the same, but if Neji's attacks were rough and precise, then Hinata struck softly, flowing around the opponent like a stream. The forces seemed equal at first, but Neji managed to interrupt the flow of Hinata's chakra, blocking her ability to use a soft palm. Hinata got up again and again, ignoring the contemptuous comments that the opponent let go. Naruto clung to the handrails with a death grip, feeling anger and disgust for the guy who mercilessly beat a relative because of the prejudices of a side branch. Uzumaki couldn't stand it, jumping down after the mentors to stop the last blow, which could easily end the life of the exhausted Hinata. Neji-kun, don't forget, Guy, Sensei said, putting his hand on the student's shoulder. Nothing, Guy-san, the girl smiled easily. At the third stage, let's see which of us are weaklings. I officially declare that I want to kick his ass, Sasuke hissed, climbing onto the balcony. You'll still have time, Uzumaki assured him, intercepting the gaze of Gaara, who was called to fight with Lee. The duel turned out to be tense. Gaara's perfect defense succumbed to the blows of Lee, who gave his all, but the Sandman was able to capture him in one of the techniques, warning the examiner that if he brought the matter to an end, he would kill the opponent. The fight was stopped there, and Gaara caught an approving smile from Uzumaki. After watching a quick fight between Cheiji and the last of the Sound team, in which Dosu Kinyuta won, the 10 winners went down, standing in front of the Hokage. To identify your opponents in the third stage, please take turns pulling the number. He pointed with his hand at Anko, who was holding a small box. The final will be held in a month. This is the time you need to heal and think over the strategy of the fight. Having written down all the numbers, Chunin showed them the scheme of duels. The fight between Naruto and Neji was the first, then the fight between Sasuke and Gaara. Shino fell to Kankuro's rivals, and his sister to the disgruntled Shikamaru. Sakura was the last in the fight against Dosu Kinyuta. Team number 7 went on in full force, which undoubtedly pleased Naruto. She looked at Neji, promising herself that she would definitely win, when Naruto and Sasuke, tired and dirty, fell home after the second stage. A faithful raven was patiently waiting in the backyard, holding another note tightly in its beak. By some miracle, Itachi heard about Orochimaru's presence at the exam, which made him want to meet as soon as possible, so her husband was waiting for her in Soraku in 2 days. The news awakened in the tired girl hidden reserves of strength to solve all the problems as soon as possible, having found a free day for herself. Fortunately, being a genin, and also a participant in the third stage, Uzumaki could slip out of the village for at least a day. However, Kakashi was going to take Sasuke for a whole month, which the blonde wanted to use. So far, everything has been going well. Yesterday Gaara and his team left the village, promising the girl to practice control over Biju. Then Kakashi and Sasuke went outside the village to train with lightning, which could be advantageous in a fight with sand. Uchiha was already impatient to show off with his Reiju blade, so Hatake was busy for the entire training period. Naruto still hoped to get a couple of lessons from Jirai, who was spotted near the village of Anbu, which, out of old friendship, was whispered about by Kakashi and Ai. Sakura was the only one who was left alone, and she quickly found something to do in the hospital, focusing on improving her medical skills. Uzumaki, of course, asked, sitting in the kitchen with a mug of fragrant tea, whether Sakura was thinking about her duel with Dosu, but the pink-haired one decided to raise her rank of a medic from D to C for now, thereby gaining more authority in the work. The blonde was involuntarily surprised by such reasonableness, but advised, nevertheless, to think through at least some strategy so as not to give up so easily. Haruno smiled slyly and promised a surprise, and then rushed back to help in the hospital. After the second stage, there were more patients. So, after 2 tiring days full of clan affairs, early in the morning, Naruto was sneaking through the clan territory, making her way to the familiar passage to Soraku. The sun was just rising, and the girl had already managed to visit her ancestors in the clan temple, thanking them for their help and praying for their loved ones. The old man Yamada and Sakura, if anything, had to hang noodles that Naruto-san went to Kakashi-san and Sasuke-kun to follow the training, ensuring her a quiet day. Again, everything was like the first time. The heart was violently jumping out of his chest, tearing heavy breathing from his parted lips. The hatch under the force of fragile hands almost broke off its hinges, releasing Naruto into the light of a familiar alley. Even without Kurama, the burning chakra felt strong, and even stronger hugs. Itachi hugged greedily, inhaled her scent, lightly touching the personal sun, which eagerly clung to the thinned body. "I have very little time," he breathed, scorching his ear with hot breath. Naruto nodded obediently again, finding herself in a familiar room where their amulet was still swaying. "You didn't manage to get off for a long time?" the girl asked, looking into the dark eyes. "No," Itachi whispered, carefully squeezing his swarthy face in his palms. "I need to tell you something and I'll leave," he began, releasing his wife. "Is something wrong?" Uzumaki was worried, involuntarily examining the brunette for wounds. "It will happen soon," he replied seriously. "Orochimaru is bothering me. I heard out of the corner of my ear that he lit up on the exam." "Tell me, did he find you?" "Yes," the blonde admitted, immediately correcting herself so as not to see the excitement on his face. "Everything is fine, Sasuke was not injured." "And you?" the husband asked. "We managed to sneak away before the arrival of Anbu," the girl lied without batting an eye. "He wants to get Sasuke, he needs a Sharingan." "Damn snake," Itachi was spinning with anger, clenching his fists, but Naruto lightly touched her pale cheek with her lips, taking all the anger on herself. "I won't be able to protect Sasuke forever," the girl said in a calm tone. "We need to do something with Sannin, otherwise he will put one of his damned seals on Sasuke." "You need to use Kodo Amatsukami on Orochimaru," Itachi suddenly said, confidently looking at the surprised spouse. "It will be the only way out," admitted the brunette. "While I have no idea how to do it, but the fact that he will show up at the 3rd stage is obvious," Uchiha reasoned, based on rumors that reached Akatsuki. Suspicious activity in the newly created village of Sound, the sudden appearance of Sannin himself and problems in the village of Sand prompted certain thoughts. "But how?" Naruto breathed out. "You can't show up in the middle of the exam." I want you to do it. He gripped her forearms tightly, trying to stay calm. If there is an opportunity, suddenly, you will find yourself very close to him. All you need is to release the raven. Will genjutsu work without a carrier? The blonde doubted. The strength of Shursui genjutsu is that it can be tuned to a specific command. This eye contains the message, take care of Konoha, and I will be able to make it activate on the first one it overtakes, Itachi explained. I will have only one attempt, the girl nodded understandingly, resolutely staring at her husband. I'll do it. Just please, Uchiha suddenly continued, lowering his hands lower to grab his swarthy palms, do it if you have the opportunity. I know you're strong, but I don't want to lose you. With each word his voice turned into a whisper, making her heart squeeze harder. What will happen to you? What is it? She asked, touching her chin with her lips. Don't worry, Itachi replied softly, capturing her lips with his. Naruto thrilled under his caress, opened up in a trembling kiss, but intuition screamed that this was goodbye. Tell me the truth, Uzumaki asked sharply, pulling away. I feel that you are not telling me. The blonde excitedly stared at her calm husband, who was smiling slightly. Don't worry, was all Uchiha said, but the girl was even more convinced that he called her for a reason. Her husband was saying goodbye. Itachi, her voice was filled with wild notes of irritation, anger, and despair, don't be silent. Tell me the truth. Don't worry, the guy repeated like a mantra, trying to squeeze his wife in his arms, but she suddenly began to pull away. Don't tell me that, Naruto hissed, feeling tears gathering in her throat. What happened to you? You put on the mask again, not letting me near you. Hot tears could not be restrained, flooding the swarthy face. Don't you dare do this to me. Uzumaki didn't scream, couldn't, only pulled away from her husband, looking into the very bins of dark eyes. Naruto, his voice took on a cool note, calling his wife to submission, I will do everything that is necessary so that you, Sasuke and the village are safe. That's enough, she could not restrain herself, lightly punching a man's chest. Stop being a hero, Naruto cried, shaking her head convulsively. Please stop, she begged in a lower voice, exhausted, diving into his arms. I am an Uchiha, but I am not one of the women of your clan. I will not be silent, the blonde objected, but Itachi only held her tightly in his arms, stroking her blonde head. That's why I fell in love with you, he breathed, lifting his tear-stained face to himself. Do you remember what we talked about when I left? You promised that you would protect the village inside while I do my duty outside. Then I didn't think there was anyone who could do it, she said hotly. But now there are many people in the village who are ready to defend the village. You brought them up, the guy smiled slightly, wiping tears with his thumb. But this is my duty, I have no way back. All I ask is that you live for us, okay? Perhaps in the next life we will find peace, but now I am ready to die for you. Please accept this as my gift. Itachi gently touched his lips to his swarthy forehead, scorching his reddened face with his breath. I don't want to believe that nothing can be changed, Naruto sobbed convulsively, waving her head negatively, but I will do everything to make the world worthy of your sacrifice. If I have the slightest chance to return home, then I will use it. And you wait for me, okay? Itachi asked, touching her hair one last time. I will wait, today, tomorrow, even forever, promised the wife, closing her clear eyes. They were already waiting for her near the house. The tall figure of a man loomed over a fragile girl, whom Uzumaki recognized as the granddaughter of the owner of one of the hotels in her neighborhood. Akemi, blushing, answered something to the stranger, clearly hoping for the return of the hostess of the house soon. Master Jiraiya, Naruto shouted, drawing attention to herself. "There's nothing to embarrass young beauties." The man turned around, staring at the blonde in surprise, and Akemi exclaimed joyfully. "Naruto-san, we need your help," she stammered. "Artisans from the land of tea came to Aji-san there. They want to open a shop near Miho-san's stall. So my grandfather sent me for you. They are waiting at the hotel." "Hi," the blonde nodded, shifting her gaze to Jiraiya, who immediately calmed her down, assuring her that she would wait. "Please, come into the house. You can have tea or a snack, and I'll be right there." Naruto smiled, opening the door, following the tip of the blonde braid, which was carried away with another girl to the shopping malls. Jiraiya entered the house, throwing off Geta at the threshold. The man looked around with interest. The dwelling was habitable, cozy, and bright. Flower pots bloomed luxuriantly on the windowsills, and Manekiniko waved his paw nearby. The walls in the living room were hung with photographs, which attracted Jiraiya the most. He looked at them, then a young Naruto in the company of Hunins at the training ground, then an older one surrounded by children at a festive table, then alone in a cute yukata for the new year, then with a black-haired boy at home. A wedding photo stood out in the center. Jiraiya frowned, remembering the stories of the Hunins that he managed to meet on the way here. They were given to the Uchiha clan, and then left alone with the younger heir, while the husband is listed in the ranks of a criminal organization. But in the photo she did not look unhappy. On the contrary, she stood out against the black solid background of the Uchiha clan with a bright snow-white spot, smiling broadly. The man forcibly tore his gaze away from the bride, transferring it to the groom who was sitting next to him. Even in the most remote wilderness on the borders of the Land of Fire, they knew about the young genius of Uchiha and the sad fate of the entire clan. For everyone, Itachi was a madman who slaughtered the whole family on a whim, but only a few knew the truth. He turned away from the picture, feeling sorry for the two children, who turned out to be just a weapon in the hands of the elderly. There were scrolls and books on the table that Naruto had forgotten to put away the day before. There was a door to the backyard behind the sofa, and a kitchen to the right. Remembering the permission of the hostess, Jiraiya decided to make tea by rummaging through the kitchen shelves. The girl had tea in a very large quantity. Different varieties and compositions in small tin cans occupied an entire shelf. Choosing something simpler, like green with jasmine, Jiraiya looked into the refrigerator, robbing the family of a few rice balls. "You haven't been fed for a long time, have you?" Naruto asked with a laugh, appearing in the kitchen. "You cook well," the man shrugged, eating the third onigiri. "Just call me Jiraiya and you." "Hi," Naruto easily agreed, filling the kettle with water. "What are you here for?" "I found out that Orochimaru lit up on the exam and decided to visit his favorite village," he drawled. "And I came to you because I wanted to for a long time." "Yes?" Uzumaki stared questioningly. "And for what? Are you angry?" the man asked, looking at the disgruntled little girl of the goddaughter. "At you?" she asked, waving her palm. "Why would I be angry? Or did your conscience suddenly torment you that you didn't stay in Konoha to raise your student's daughter?" "Somewhere like that," the man admitted, slightly confused. "I'm not angry," Naruto nodded her head, after a short silence. "Life with a child is not for you, and I do not regret mine. I am grateful for what I have." "Wow, you've grown so much," Jiraiya chuckled. "I had to," Uzumaki spread her hands. "But now I won't let you go so easily," the blonde scolded him with her finger, smiling broadly. And yet, Jiraiya was not a master of espionage for nothing. His life was not exemplary, full of chaotic moments of searching for the truth. He skillfully played, hiding behind 1,000 masks that he managed to create while wandering the world. He easily read people, distinguished between lies and the truth, saw the most hidden inside, and looking at Naruto's smile, he clearly saw tears. This was her fault that she never showed her tears to others, even near Minato hiding weakness behind happiness. For some reason, Uzumaki was unlucky in love. They loved the most, but they suffered from the same love, constantly bumping into obstacles that fate had in store for them. Naruto sparkled with light, radiated a barely perceptible warmth, but inside she was crying like a child. "Don't look at me like that," the girl asked, biting her lip. "Don't be sorry, it's the worst thing you can do." Jiraiya stopped, realizing that people like her don't tolerate pity. "Just help me, it will be enough for me." Naruto barely smiled, letting her godfather into the circle of close people. Jiraiya gave a short laugh, feeling the weight of many years gradually falling off his shoulders. The girl did not get angry with him, lived her life relying on herself, learned independence, thinking like an adult in her incomplete 13. She didn't need a father or a grandfather, just someone she could trust. And she trusted. She told about the meeting with Orochimaru, about his interest in Sasuke and an approximate plan how to stop one of the Sanins. Jiraiya was easily able to remove the seal of the 5 elements and listened attentively, noticeably straining from the conversation about the former teammate. A sore subject, yes, but Naruto didn't blame him. An ordinary shinobi has the courage to resist enemies, but not everyone can decide to go against a friend. Uzumaki completely took over this part of the plan, and she shook off a promise from Jiraiya to conduct a couple of lessons, to which the man willingly agreed, postponing this matter until tomorrow. Promising to drop by for dinner, Sanin left on business, leaving Uzumaki alone. In an instant, the memories of the morning fell out on her, at first bright, full of tenderness that her husband's embrace gave her. And then the tears and fear stuck firmly inside her, forcing her to fire all the forces in the world that had treated them like that. He and Itachi have no peace in this life, they sacrificed everything to give this world a chance for salvation. It was easier to think alone. However, they have long chosen this path for themselves, and their happiness is left behind, sewing up the soul with warm memories from the past. Tears, alas, will not change anything, they have a price when you cry with happiness. All that remained was to wash off the fatigue, exhale deeply and move on, as promised. But first, take a little rest and meditate. Kurama has already been waiting in the subconscious. Naruto was standing in an even row of genins who were waiting for the start of the 3rd stage to the accompaniment of excited spectators, of whom there were enough for the whole stadium. Above all was a bed for distinguished guests, among whom the old Hokage and the Kazekage sitting next to him stood out. Sasuke was a little nervous, noticing that his opponent, Gaara, had not yet appeared on the battlefield, although his match was the second in line. Temari and Kankuro steadfastly ignored Uzumaki's questions, which only increased the blonde's suspicions. However, her fight was the first, and it was not worth thinking about the problem in advance. Naruto listened to the opening words of Hokage and Genma, who turned out to be the judge of this stage, waking up only from the approving slap of Uchiha on the back and timid wishes of good luck from Sakura. Neji stood opposite, full of confidence in his victory, which caused a condescending smile on Shiranui's face. He didn't know about Uzumaki's abilities. "It seems that you want to say something?" Hyuga chuckled. "I've already said everything," Naruto replied, remembering the morning conversation with Hinata. 2 hours earlier, full of ideas and energy, she went to her favorite landfill before the start of the 3rd stage. The month turned out to be very productive, despite the deplorable beginning. After crying her clear eyes out, Naruto came to life anew. When she met Kurama after several days of silence, she suddenly remembered why she started training, why she agreed to marry and what she valued in her husband. Naruto knew what she lived for, what she aspired to, and what she promised her furry friend at the age of 4. The fox did not scold her, smiled knowingly, as much as it is possible for a nine-tailed demon to smile, and uttered another wisdom, miraculously finding new strength in the girl. The fallen tree reminded them of the first day of their training. Uzumaki begged Sanin for a call, and on the 5th day, having absorbed a huge amount of strength, she was able to summon the Toad Boss, which was skeptical of the new owner of the call. Naruto, with enviable stubbornness, held out on the back of Gamembunta, who was riding briskly on the outskirts of the village, hoping to throw off the annoying fly, but eventually recognized the blonde, accepting her into his clan. Having appeased the girl with a promise to study the Toad Sage's regime in a few years, Gamembunta disappeared into the haze, leaving Naruto with a notable exhaustion. Then Jiraiya, after listening to her story about controlling the Kyuubi chakra, also promised to give the key to the seal, but only needed to grow up a little. Kurama, surprisingly, agreed with the master and did not object. So Sanin and his student plunged into the study of Fuinjutsu. Then Naruto perked up, because, in fact, she learned fine art from scrolls and books, experimenting very carefully, and here is a living master that he himself had been studying with Uzumaki for a long time. Yesterday, they worked hard with Jiraiya, trying to refine her block seals. I really wanted to prolong the effect of such fuin and, if possible, make the seal work on the whole body, and not on the site. So far, it has not turned out very well. The duration has increased to 10 minutes, but everything is bad with the distribution. The chakra that was invested in this seal fell exactly at the place of application, without having time to be distributed throughout the body. However, it is a matter of technique and stubbornness, to choose the right bundles and blocks, calculate the amount of chakra and find a balance between duration and effect. But most of all, Jiraiya helped her with the tactics of the fight with Hyuga. The boys' clan style will be useless in a fight with long-range techniques, and even more so if you use barriers and fuin. She was not alone at the training ground. A frustrated Hinata leaned against one of the wooden pillars, sighing heavily. "Hinata-chan, have you been discharged yet?" the blonde asked, coming closer to the girl. "Naruto-san," she squeaked. "Hello." Hyuga respectfully bowed, leaning her fists against her chest. "Yes, I was allowed to go to see the 3rd stage, and I'm waiting for Kiba," the brunette replied, blushing slightly. "Will you cheer for Shino?" Uzumaki suggested, noticing a strained smile. "Hi," Hinata agreed, then added, "and for you and Sakura-chan. Shikamaru-kun and Sasuke-kun. I would like you all to win." She smiled easily, but could not deceive Naruto. "You're upset about Niji, aren't you?" "Ano?" No. Kunoichi shook her head. No, I understand why Niji and Ai-san is so angry." "And you?" Uzumaki asked, and when she noticed the misunderstanding, she clarified, "Are you angry with him?" "No," the girl drooped completely, hiding her eyes behind her bangs. "I have no reason to be angry, and Niji, Nii-san is angry at the entire senior branch. He thinks I'm weak, unworthy to belong to the main branch." "He's right," she sobbed, wiping her eyes with her fist. "Tosan also considers me weak and unnecessary, training only Hanabi-chan." "You know, Hinata," Naruto began, squatting down in front of the crying girl, "it seems to me their vaunted Byakugan does not see the obvious. You are strong, stronger than all of them put together," Uzumaki said, looking straight into lavender eyes. "They can train as much as they want, improve in all clan techniques, but they will never gain the strength that you have. What is it? Hinata sobbed, not taking her eyes off the blonde. Forgiveness, Naruto replied, lightly touching her trembling shoulders. Once I said these words to Sasuke, and now I will tell you, it is the prerogative of the strong to forgive, the weak simply do not know how to forgive. Do you think this is the strength? What is it? She asked, biting her lip. I believe it, Uzumaki breathed. I believe in forgiveness, that this is the way of truth. If everyone in the world were so strong that they would learn to forgive with sincere repentance, then it would be easier for everyone. They say I'm too soft, the girl confessed. Maybe it's for the best. Naruto chuckled. Softness is impossible to break. Think for yourself, if you compare Neji, then he looks like a stone, strong, it seems that eternal, but if you throw him into something harder or throw him off the highest cliff, then he may crack, the blonde suggested, noticing enlightenment on the girl's face. If we compare you, then. Something like a rubber ball, Naruto shrugged, smiling even more. Maybe not the most beautiful comparison, but still. Throw a rubber ball as much as you want, from any height, he doesn't care, he just obediently springs off and jumps on. Do you understand? Hinata nodded timidly, and Naruto continued, they confuse concepts, make false accusations against you, because they see that she is different. You have something that they will never get so easily. I wouldn't have convinced you of your strength if I hadn't seen how desperately you were fighting, stood up to the end in a fight with Neji, passed the exam with your team, didn't give up. And who else is weak? The blonde finished, lightly hugging young Hyuga. Thank you, Naruto-san, the brunette breathed out, wiping away the remnants of tears. I'll be strong, but in my own way, Hinata promised. Now, let's see if Nidorine is capable of something more than shadow clones and henge, grunted Neji, bringing Naruto back from his memories that he took a clan stance, activating the Byakugan, and the girl in an instant threw a smoke bomb and created several clones, sending them to the arrogant Hyuga. 5 blondes confronted the brunette, launching kunai, but he dodged the blows with enviable ease, throwing the weapon away, and soon disembodied all copies. Is that all? He drawled. I can see everything. Talent is determined at the moment of birth. Do you mean to say that a person has no chance of becoming strong thanks only to desire and perseverance? Empty chatter was playing into Naruto's hands right now. I want to, Hyuga nodded. The fate of man rules him, only those who are destined to become great. And I'm sure that only one wish can change fate, Uzumaki replied firmly, folding the seals to summon several more clones that scattered around Neji. All the copies fired air bullets at one moment, surrounding Hyuga from all sides, but he did not dodge, using the Kaiten technique of the senior branch. They call you a genius, Naruto said intelligently, calming down, but you are still far from this title. For a genius, your horizons are still very narrow. I was able to learn the techniques of the main branch, this is already an indicator of my strength, Neji lifted his chin. Isn't that proof? Uzumaki resisted, it remains to pull a little more time. Fate left you in a side branch, but your desire for power and recognition brought you out of the shadows, you were able to learn the style of the elder. No matter what I can do, he said, taking off his ata, no matter what techniques I possess, it will not change the fact that I will always remain a bird in a cage. The seal of submission was clearly visible on his pale forehead. It doesn't change the fact that there is always an opportunity to change your destiny, Naruto objected, turning away from the cursed mark on the boy's forehead. Impossible! He shouted, rushing forward to the girl. Uzumaki did not dodge, falling under one of the touches of heaven. She barely held back a smile, stepping back slightly so that the guy would follow her. Niji struck so fast that the blonde could only wait for the end, dragging him exactly where she needed. Naruto collapsed down, feeling the dots burn, and the hearth slowly fades. The fox inside growled impatiently, wanting to show the impudent Hyuga who knows how to resist fate here, but Uzumaki quickly calmed him down, assuring him that the boy would still understand everything. Grunting, she got to her feet, resting her firm gaze on the contented guy. You were just lucky to get into one of the noble clans, and, so, you are a rootless loser. My last name is Uchiha, but by blood I am Uzumaki, the girl spat out, smiling broadly. Hi. She was rightfully proud of this barrier, the most complex clan technique from the old scroll that Jiraiya had given her a few weeks ago. The barrier required a lot of concentration, which was a luxury in such a fight, but the original distracted Hyuga's attention with might and main by sending several clones under her favorite henge. The kunai, who were beaten off by Hyuga at the very beginning of the battle, were already blondes who had fixed themselves in the right places, staying there to concentrate a sufficient amount of chakra. Folding the seal, she turned the kunai back into her copies, and the 4 blondes around the perimeter simultaneously activated the barrier. Hyuga was trapped in a tight cage, but did not want to give up just like that, activating the kaiten, but collapsed after the first turn. As soon as you perform any technique, the barrier eats up your chakra and becomes stronger, Uzumaki explained. Now you know what the Uzumaki clan is capable of, she smiled sweetly, releasing Kurama's light ki. Niji was confused, staring at the girl, which seemed not to fall under the 64 touches of heaven, because the fox was able to restart the Kirakuki. You were presumptuous. He saw my fight with Kiba perfectly, he knew what to expect from me, but he still fell for the same hook, Naruto shrugged. I know how to hide the chakra, not so well that I don't notice it at all, but that's the plus of the henge that you won't be able to see the hearth right away. Moreover, you were completely distracted by me in our conversation, Uzumaki finished, nodding to Shiranui. The duel is over, Shiranui announced, jumping down into the arena. Naruto Uchiha won. The crowd at the stadium roared, congratulating the winner. We create the future ourselves, calling it fate later, Naruto suddenly began, coming closer to the barrier. The easiest way to choose your path is to say that it is fate. But in the end, we all live with our own decisions. Hyuga bowed his head, hiding from the piercing gaze of the blonde. So stop blaming everything on fate, finally take everything into your own hands and live the way you want it yourself. Naruto folded the seal of cancellation, dispelling the barrier and her copies. Niji silently clenched his fists, and then raised his pale eyes to the sky. Birds were flying over the stadium. A smart bird can open even the largest cage, the examiner drawled, taking one last look at Hyuga. The Irionans dragged Hyuga to the infirmary, and Naruto went up to the small balcony where the rest of the participants were standing. To his surprise, Gaara never showed up, which caused indignation not only from Sasuke, but also from a good half of the audience, who were most expecting this particular fight. The son of Kazekage and the heir of the founder clan promised a very spectacular fight. Apparently, the top did not want to leave the audience without such a performance and postponed the duel. The fight of Gaara from Hidden Sand and Uchiha Sasuke will take place last, Shiranui announced, drowning in the indignation of the audience. Aburame Shino and Kankuro will perform next. Shino was about to enter the arena, but Kankuro's voice caught up faster. I give up. He shouted, causing Naruto to have even more doubts. Even at the fights of the second stage, Kankuro seemed to be a very boastful genin that he did not lose the opportunity to show himself. You can't say that Shino was the strongest opponent, but it seemed very suspicious to just give up. Uzumaki turned her gaze to the stands, noticing Kakashi among the crowd, who nodded understandingly. Naruto hoped that her intuition was wrong this time, but too many suspicious things were happening. However, Temari did not give up the fight, dropping into the arena with one wave of her fan. Shikamaru let out a frustrated sigh, complaining about other opponents that they give up so easily. "Shikamaru, I will stop respecting you if you lose to this girl," Uchiha muttered, literally pushing his friend out of the balcony. Temari couldn't wait to wave his fan properly, thereby forcing Nara to fight seriously. "Sasuke, Sakura," Naruto whispered, beckoning her teammates closer. "After the exam, I treat yakisoba," the blonde said, glancing at Dosu Kinyuta, who was standing with his back to them. Naruto was ready to give a tooth for the fact that this guy tried to eavesdrop on them. Well, good luck. Back at the academy, they were told simple ways to encrypt information in dialogues. After becoming a team, they came up with several keys, for writing and for speech. When talking, it was necessary to use simple, cyclic keys that were easily read during the dialogue, but for the enemy they were perceived as empty text. If not written down, then you will not solve it. Or to designate key phrases in advance, something like yakisoba, get ready on command. So, Sasuke and Sakura understood the warning, deceptively smiled, anticipating yakisoba, and turned their attention to the arena. Nara was just driving the girl into a trap with clan equipment. Kunoichi from the sand was not distinguished by patience, akin to the wind, which she mastered perfectly. She drove the clouds that the lazy genin loved so much. But the tactic worked here too. The girl fell into a trap, cleverly set from the first minutes of the fight, but Shikamaru decided to stand out and surrendered himself, causing the crowd to resent. Although Naruto was ready to give Chunin's vest for such a gesture based on one duel, Nara was the only genin who did not lose his head in the fight, but calculated the consequences as much as possible, making winning decisions in advance. Sasuke sighed, but did not say anything to a friend who was obviously pleased with himself that he went up to their balcony. But Temari already exuded anger, feeling insulted, having won in this way. Naruto understood her. This is not a victory, but a real defeat, where you were made a laughing stock, while artfully outwitting. However, Uchiha did not lament much, concentrating hard on the fight between Sakura and Dosu. Uzumaki herself was interested in what a simple medic with good control could oppose to sound manipulation techniques. Kinyuta did not hesitate, sending a sound wave to Sakura, but the girl was able to dodge by launching several kunai, which were also easily discarded. Haruno frowned, dodging a series of sonic attacks, and once on one of the walls, concentrated her chakra in her feet to bounce off the stone surface. The jump turned out to be incredibly fast, which gave her a second advantage, but the sound was still faster, knocking Sakura aside. The guy grinned, waiting for his technique to knock down her orientation, reaching the middle ear and vestibular apparatus, but Sakura, as if nothing had happened, got to her feet, simultaneously healing the bruised shoulder with Shosun. "Well, of course," Naruto exclaimed, understanding the girl's idea. "A medic is a medic," she chuckled. Sakura was able to concentrate the chakra in sensitive points in the ear so that the sound could not penetrate further. Wow, perfect control. Haruno created 2 copies by driving them around in a circle to launch and launch weapons. The disadvantage of Dosu's technique is a unidirectional attack, but Genin was able to evade most kunai and shuriken, receiving several shallow cuts. Apparently, he was tired of playing cat and mouse, so after switching to close combat, Dosu drove her into Tai, alternating with sound attacks. Sakura steadfastly held on, but missed a few blows, giving the guy the opportunity to make a sound right on the chest. The girl flew to the wall, having managed to group up, but lost consciousness. Genma was about to announce the winner, but suddenly he fell dead and was thrown, which caused surprise to the entire stadium. Shiranui had no choice but to declare a draw, recognizing both losers. The Iranians wanted to take the girl to the infirmary, but Naruto, who happened to be nearby, begged to treat the girl on the balcony so that she could watch the fight of the teammate. The doctors quickly brought Horno to her senses that she got off with slight exhaustion and a dislocated shoulder, which was quickly set. Sleeping pills, Sakura answered the question about the opponent, smiling sweetly. All weapons are lubricated with sleeping pills, which acts at the slightest ingestion. But I did not calculate the duration of the hit. I did not think that I would have time to pass out earlier, she said in frustration, lowering her head. You showed yourself worthily, Naruto praised her. I even pulled it to a draw, the blonde noticed, turning her attention to the arena, where Gaara and his mentor had just appeared. Sasuke, Sakura timidly addressed, be careful and good luck, the pink-haired wished. Thank you, nodded Uchiha, turning to the exit. You did a great job, he added, causing the girl's face to turn an incredible shade of red. Naruto was jokingly indignant about some guys who go around and around ladies in love, but quickly brought Haruno to her senses. The girls focused on the arena, as well as the entire stadium that gathered today, it seemed, for the sake of one duel. Uzumaki frowned, noticing that Gaara looked intimidated, whispering something to himself. The familiar aura of the One-Tail slowly spread around, forcing the blonde to worry even more. Temari, Kankuro, what's wrong with him? Naruto asked, unable to stand it, but the brother and sister were so scared that they could barely answer. He lost control again, Kuniochi squeezed out, shifting her gaze to Uzumaki. After the second stage, Gaara changed, said that you helped him learn to control the force, but now he has become a monster again. Damn, Naruto swore in a strangled voice, clutching the handrails with trembling hands. Uchiha in the arena saw for himself that something was wrong with Gaara, dodged the sand that he tried to grab into the vaunted sand coffin. Sharingan and training with Kakashi made Sasuke fast. Genin from the sand barely kept up to block blows, getting more and more annoyed. At one point, the brunette's fist reached the target, hitting exactly in the face. Gaara flew back, but the sand managed to catch him, anticipating a blow against the wall. The red-haired man growled in a strangled voice, folding the seals. The obedient sand covered him completely, plunging Gaara into a kind of spherical cocoon. Sasuke tried to hit the armor, but sharp spikes appeared at the same moment as Uchiha touched the surface of absolute protection. He exhaled calmly, and then jumped back to the far wall, taking out the sword his brother had given him from the seal. Waiting played into Sasuke's hands, he managed to concentrate on the technique, collecting the chakra first in the palm of his hand, which sparkled with light, and then switched to the blade, making a characteristic sound. Thousands of birds soared above the stadium, which were reflected in the blade of a thin sword. Uchiha accelerated well, holding the weapon tightly, and cut off most of the sand cocoon. Lightning struck Gaara, wounding his shoulder, and Jinchuriki, seeing his blood, went completely berserk. Naruto was ready to go down in order to calm the One-Tailed, but Sakura suddenly grabbed her, letting a little chakra into her body. Naruto-san, over the Genjutsu stadium, the girl said, pointing to the stands where civilians and shinobi were falling one after another. Gaara is completely distraught, Haruno breathed out, watching as Temari and Kankuro grabbed their brother, who was painfully holding onto his wounded shoulder. Their commander remained in the arena, converging in battle with Shiranui. Damn, I knew it, Uzumaki spat out, instantly collecting her thoughts. "Sakura is following me," she shouted, jumping down to Sasuke. Explosions rang out somewhere in the distance, and shinobi in ANBU masks appeared at the stadium, who confronted other unmarked ninjas. On the roof of the bed for Kage, a flaming barrier suddenly appeared, which attracted Naruto in the first place. Orochimaru began to act. "Sakura, Sasuke," she shifted her gaze to Uzumaki's teammates, "you're behind Gaara, try to detain them." "And you?" Sasuke asked, clenching his fists. "I need to help Hokage," Naruto said, turning away. "Hurry up, before you lose the trail." The genins, clenching their teeth, obeyed and went after the Sandmen. Uzumaki, seeing Kakashi in the stands, who, together with Gai-sensei, pushed aside the shinobi of sound, shouted loudly, "Kakashi, Orochimaru is on the roof." Hatake cocked his head, watching as the blonde was surrounded by several opponents. The channels were still burning after the fight with Hyuga, but the girl was zealously trying to escape from the encirclement. It even seemed that they were specifically detaining her, knowing that she would be able to destroy Sannin's barrier. Dodging the blow, Naruto folded several seals, blowing two of the attackers to the far wall. Kakashi took over the third, which arrived in time. "Hurry up!" Hatake commanded, giving the girl a chance to get to the roof. Several ANBU looked helplessly at the barrier that surrounded Orochimaru and Hiruzen, but most of all, the presence of the first and second Hokage shocked them. "Uzumaki," said one of the ANBU, "can you remove the barrier?" The blonde hesitated after recognizing one of the clan's techniques, the barrier of 4 purple lights that burned everyone who touched it. A huge plus of the barrier is that those who imposed it found themselves inside, so it is possible to completely destroy the barrier only if one of the shinobi who held it is eliminated. And she could do this by introducing dissonance into the barrier. These 4 were clearly not Fuin masters, just good students who studied the technique, carbon copy, without even thinking about the nature and subtleties. If the ninja gave himself completely to the barrier, maintaining its strength by a constant infusion of chakra, then the cunning Uzumaki knew techniques for directly harming by feeding the chakra into one of the corners of the barrier. "I can, but I need a little time," she replied, approaching one of the bases of the barrier. Behind the translucent wall stood a girl who stared at the blonde in shock, who folded the seals of concentration. Kurama slowly fed the poisonous chakra, and Naruto skillfully interweaved it into the streams of the barrier. It turned out that the bright red chakra of the Kyuubi crawled along the wall, corroding its channels. The girl behind the wall clenched her teeth, barely withstanding the pressure of demonic energy, but gave up, falling unconscious. The blonde grinned, watching the barrier fall, but her face became serious when she saw that the old Hokage had called Shinigami to the battlefield. She rushed forward, barely managing to warn the maskers so that they would not fall under the equipment, but detained Orochimaru's henchmen, but froze, realizing that she was too late. Shinigami cut off the flow of the soul that stretched between Sarutobi and his disciple. "Hokage-sama," Naruto ran closer, creating a clone that managed to catch Hiruzen's body. "Naruto," he croaked, burning with the pain of the well-known seal on his chest and the torn wound from Kusunagi's blade. "I'm sorry about that. I never became happy." "I'm happy," she breathed, squeezing the old man's palm. "And I will be happy further." Shinigami hovered over them, as if waiting for the girl to say goodbye to her grandfather. "Aji-sama," Naruto forced a smile, "now you can sleep peacefully." "I will protect the village," she promised before her tired eyes closed forever. Shinigami raised his scythe over the Hokage's body, cutting the threads of life. The spirit was silent, but Naruto imagined the smell of spices that burned in memory of her ancestors, and the familiar peace enveloped her inside, which overtook her only in the clan temple. The girl suddenly smiled, realizing one truth: she is Uzumaki. Behind her back is Shinigami himself, who has guarded the red-haired demons for all ages. The spicy smell disappeared along with the spirit, and the clone was still squeezing the old man's body, smiling painfully. The original immediately rushed to Orochimaru, hoping to use the last weapon. "I should have killed you back in the woods," Orochimaru spat out, watching as Anbu tied up his accomplices. The old man sealed your hands. The girl saw the dead limbs that hung lifelessly on the sides. "You have nowhere to run, your invasion has failed. Are you enjoying the victory, Uzumaki?" Sannin chuckled. "Why would you fight for this village? They made a weapon out of you, forcibly married you, and then took your husband away. What's keeping you here?" He hoped to talk the blonde, but her faith was unshakable. "People," Naruto replied, folding the seals. "The people I love give me strength." A raven burst out of her mouth, squawking shrilly. He flew up to Orochimaru, who screamed heartrendingly, looking into the cursed Sharingan only once. Raven, having completed his task, disappeared into the haze, and Sannin collapsed, fainting. "What's wrong with him?" Anbu asked, coming closer. "He'll wake up. It's better to take him into custody, but I don't think he'll hurt anyone now," Uzumaki breathed, turning to the clone who was still holding the body of the old Hokage in his hands. "We need to take the body of Hokage-sama. Is it possible to help him?" The masochist clarified. The girl shook her head regretfully, but the shinobi surprised her, touched the blonde's shoulder approvingly, removing the mask. "You would make a great Anbu captain," Itachi's wife. The tips of his lips trembled slightly, causing the girl to respond with a wide smile. She said nothing. With a strangled grunt, fatigue rolled in waves, but she held on to Naruto's pure stubbornness. Somewhere far away, Sasuke and Sakura confronted Gaara, which prompted the girl to move on. "I leave them to you." She nodded in the direction of Orochimaru and the four from the sound, and she jumped down, where Kakashi ran up to her. "Kakashi," Naruto addressed first, "Pakken is needed to track down Sasuke and Sakura." Hatake nodded, folding the summoning seals, and Ninken appeared in the haze, which quickly picked up the trail of Uchiha. The Anbu stayed behind to take care of the prisoners and the Hokage's body. "What about Orochimaru?" Sensei asked without slowing down. "I used Shirsue's eye to put genjutsu on it," the blonde explained. "Now he won't be able to harm Konoha, no matter how much he wants to. Have you been planning this for a long time?" The man even claimed more than he asked. "Not really," she admitted, frowning her blonde eyebrows. "It was Itachi's idea." "I can smell them getting closer," Pakken suddenly announced, interrupting their conversation. "There are several more nearby, I don't know them. This is Gaara and his brother and sister," Uzumaki guessed. "Is it still far?" "No, they didn't have time to run far," Ninken barked, speeding up. Naruto turned her gaze to the eastern wall, where a huge snake raged, sweeping away entire buildings in its path, but suddenly a large toad fell on top of her, which cut her throat. The blonde chuckled, noticing that Sannin was a little late, but still came to the village. Pakken jumped down from the branch, leading them to a small path where Gaara lay exhausted, and Sakura bent over him with a flaming shoshin on her palms. "Sister," Sasuke breathed out with relief when he saw the blonde. "Everything is fine." Gaara was able to recover. "Are you hurt?" Uzumaki asked, noticing the torn clothes in some places. "Sakura has already healed the problematic wounds, and it's fine." Uchiha waved his hand, continuing the story. "We caught up with them, but Gaara suddenly raged, throwing his brother and sister away. He attacked me, turning into something creepy, shouting that he wanted blood. I was able to cut off the sand tail with a blade, but Gaara managed to grab me. What happened to him? I couldn't understand Naruto. I don't know, Haruno breathed. He suddenly calmed down and dropped dead. I'm trying to cure him, but I can't figure out what exactly is wrong. The girl stubbornly ran a shoshin over her body, trying to determine the cause of fainting. He is exhausted, but there is a chakra. It feels like he just fell asleep. The boy sleeps under the influence of Shikaku. He must overcome the tailed one inside himself. Sakura, that's enough, the blonde commanded softly. He needs time, and he will come to himself. You did everything you could. Haruno obediently stopped, getting to her feet, but swayed from lack of strength. Sasuke managed to catch her, holding her forearm, which caused Sakura to blush again. However, Uchiha, tactfully not noticing this, turned back to his sister. His relatives wanted to escape, but Shikamaru and Shino stopped them. They are somewhere ahead, the brunette also said. Kakashi, will you go get them? Naruto asked, and Hatake only nodded, following Pakken that he had taken a new trail. Come on, we need to take him to the hospital. The blonde easily lifted Gaara in her arms, and Uchiha sat Haruno on her shoulders, which barely squeaked. It had only been 2 days since the attack, but Konoha was gradually reviving. The measured tapping of a hammer was heard everywhere, the cries of workers and carpenters who rebuilt damaged buildings. All the Hunins and Chunins were busy with work. The number of missions did not decrease, but the ranks of shinobi that could perform them significantly thinned. There were few dead, but there were a lot of injured. The hospital was buzzing no worse than a beehive, keeping up to treat everyone. Sakura against this background was not released from the tenacious clutches of the Irenans, and Kakashi disappeared on missions of higher ranks, so Sasuke could only help in the village, like all genins. Outwardly, the village remained vulnerable, but the closest enemy, Suna, turned out to be no less battered. The village of Sand announced that Orochimaru had betrayed them, too, by killing the real Kazekage. And if Konoha had the opportunity and the power to prove who is right and who is wrong, then the case would not have been hushed up just like that. In fact, the tops of the villages agreed on peace, giving Jinchuriki sand in exchange for a good ransom. Before that, of course, Naruto had achieved a meeting with Gaara, who was staring at the 7th team in fright, absolutely not remembering the past few days. And indeed, the Irenans found in Genin's blood a huge amount of a potent drug that caused insanity, but Gaara never remembered how he got into his body. However, at parting, he said that he would become a Kazekage in order to once stand on an equal footing with Naruto at the Kage meeting. The funeral of the Hokage passed quietly. The village said goodbye with dignity to one of the leaders who gave his life for its prosperity and, rolling up his sleeves, undertook to rebuild it from the ashes. Naruto was no less busy. Fortunately, her quarter was not damaged, but the hotels were full of people. The residents paid for the accommodation of workers that it invited from other villages. She did not disdain working there, helping with everything she could, not infrequently summoning a dozen clones to keep up everywhere. Her second brainchild, the center, was also sewn up from work. Every day they distributed genins to work sites, calculated losses, drew up damage reports, accepted repair requests, distributing urgent and what could wait a little. For 2 days, she ran around a lot, only getting home in the evening to cook dinner and lie down exhausted in bed, but there were no fewer problems. Konoha could not exist without Hokage, and from Shikaku-san she heard that the elders see Jiraiya in this position, to which the blonde barely restrained laughter. The perverted hermit was the least suitable for this role because of his impermanence. Take only the fact that for 2 days he never showed up in Uzumaki's field of vision to find out about Orochimaru. Snake Sanin suddenly became the blonde's personal problem, refusing to talk to anyone other than the head of the Uchiha clan. He was held in the custody of the ANBU headed by Marino Ibiki and under the supervision of several doctors. Sanin's condition turned out to be severe. Uzumaki, the man pronounced her last name with a special intonation of a hissing viper. Orochimaru-san, I thought that in 2 days you had already got used to your future fate, Naruto sighed, finding herself in Sanin's ward on the 3rd day after the attack. And what do you want from me now? He drawled discontentedly, looking like an overgrown child, which caused a touching smile from the blonde. Stay in Konoha, the girl shrugged her shoulders. Only Tsunade-san can help you with your problem, and I heard out of the corner of my ear that Jiraiya wants to dump the heavy burden of the Hokage on her fragile shoulders. Tsunade will not return to Konoha for any price, the man objected. That's our concern, Naruto assured him. The genjutsu that is imposed on you will not allow you to attack Konoha and harm its inhabitants in any way. The only way out is to stay here, Uzumaki began, becoming more serious with every word. Despite your forbidden techniques, some of your jutsu and medical developments could help Konoha. If you agree to work for the good of the village, then I promise that I will arrange with the Hokage to allocate you a research laboratory. Orochimaru was silent, considering the offer. But only without experiments on living people, if it threatens their life and health, she warned. Think about it, please, the blonde added after a pause, getting up from her chair. It's better to work for us and do what you love than to resist genjutsu, which will eventually kill you. Why would you do that? Her voice caught up with her at the exit. The girl stopped, her hand on the door handle. The voice of the fox inside assured her that the cunning snake would never agree to work for the village, but rather die. I've already told you, Naruto said, turning her head to Orochimaru. I do everything to protect my village and the people that are dear to me. Sooner or later, the people you care about will die, Sanin chuckled. If I do everything to protect them, then this will not happen, the blonde smiled. And if this happens already, I will do everything to protect what they died for. This is my way, Naruto replied, leaving the room. The conversation with Orochimaru reminded her of Itachi again. Marino nodded respectfully to her on the way out, informing her that Master Jiraiya was looking for a young Uzumaki in the clan quarter. She thanked Junin, shaking off unnecessary thoughts and worries about her husband. After all, first of all it was necessary to deal with the affairs inside the village. Jiraiya probably wanted to take her with him in search of Tsunade, to which the blonde would willingly agree, leaving the clan to Sasuke, who gradually joined the family affairs. And indeed, a teacher was waiting for her at the threshold of the house, but there was no habitual smile on his face and his voice suddenly lost its enthusiasm and cheerfulness. He skipped the greeting, asking permission to enter the house. Naruto started up, opening the door, and sat Sanin down at the table, which even refused his favorite tea and treats. First of all, I have to give you this, he began, laying out an ordinary scroll on the table. What is it, old man? Uzumaki tried to pull a smile on her face, but an unusually serious Jiraiya did not support her. This is complete information about Akatsuki for all the years of their existence, the master explained. Here is information about all the participants, their abilities and missions that they performed as part of the organization. So that's where you've been, the blonde suddenly realized. I thought you were following Orochimaru. So it was, the man agreed, but I got on the trail of one of the apostates of the mist. His name is Hokage Kisame, and he is one of the 2 Akatsuki who are not in this scroll. Are you saying that this scroll is from Itachi? Naruto asked. Have you seen him? No, he said, frowning. This Kisame noticed me and told me that he and Itachi killed all the members of the Akatsuki. What? Uzumaki couldn't stand it anymore, jumping to her feet. And where is Itachi then? Please calm down, Naruto. Sanin touched the swarthy palms on which the girl leaned, hovering over the table. According to him, Itachi went to the hidden rain, where the Akatsuki base is located. I immediately went there, and on the spot I saw that half of the village was destroyed. The blonde fell back on the chair, trying to restrain the trembling in her body. He killed the main one, who turned out to be one of my students. 3 orphans from the rain became my first students, and after the end of the war I left them in the village. I could not have thought that they would become apostates. During the uprising against Hanzo's salamander, Yahiko died, and his friends began to avenge him by creating an Akatsuki organization. Itachi painted everything in a scroll. You still haven't answered, where is Itachi? Naruto exhaled, fixing her gaze on Sanin. I'm late, Jiraiya confessed, unable to look at the student who was barely restraining herself. The body went under the water, I couldn't get it out. Is all that's left of my husband a scroll? The girl asked, clutching the message in her hand. Yes, he confirmed, genuinely sorry. He fulfilled his mission and died with dignity. Are you sure he was dead? Naruto suddenly asked. If there is even the slightest chance that he is alive, I will raise all the ANBU and find him. Uzumaki was breathing heavily, biting her lip, and there were notes of hope in her voice. I'm sorry, Jiraiya really didn't want to kill the hope in his blue eyes, but it's better to accept the inevitable now than suffer later. I could not get the body, but in Sanin's mode, his chakra was not felt. Gamakichi and Gamatatsu tried to find him underwater, but the lake that surrounds the village is incredibly deep. Naruto stood with her back to him, resting her hands on the kitchen countertop. Is Itachi dead? There was a strangled voice behind. Sasuke entered the house at too bad a time. Sasuke. Naruto turned around, but the teenager trembled slightly, leaning his hands against his eyes. Bright red blood poured out of the eye sockets where the Mangekyo Sharingan was burning. Tsunade broke down. Tired of life and losses, fenced off by a huge wall, spending the same days in gambling houses and bars, trying to fill the wounds with alcohol. Sometimes it helped, but the memory threw up memories of a younger brother who aspired to a dream, of a loving fiancé who supported her, of a grandmother who loved until the last day. About the many people I lost in the countless bustle of wars, victories, and defeats. All this sparkled in her hazel-brown eyes, smoldered dimly somewhere inside, flaring up more and more every year. Naruto was looking at the tipsy woman in front of her, who was looking blankly at Jiraiya, then at her. The thought rang convulsively in my head that she could turn into something like this, if only sorrow and sorrow could overcome the bright faith. Her companion, a young Shizun, stared in disbelief at the toad hermit who seriously offered the position of Hokage to the legendary loser. You're completely brazen, she drawled, leaning her head on her hand, dragging girls on official missions. This is my student, Naruto Uzumaki, he calmly replied, noticing a barely raised eyebrow. I see, Tsunade chuckled, pouring another glass. I refuse, she said, downing the bowl in one gulp. A familiar phrase. The man chuckled. How many times have I not asked you out on a date, and you kept answering like that? And what is the reason, Tsunade-san? Naruto asked, restraining her righteous anger. I don't need it, she shrugged. I don't want to throw my life down the drain like the fourth and third. My grandfather and the second one wanted to bring peace to the country, but as a result they wasted their lives and died without seeing the result of their labors, Senju said mockingly, trying to be cheeky, but Uzumaki clearly saw that the woman was lying to herself. And you've changed, Jiraiya remarked. Well, I'm already over 50, the blonde exhaled, waving her palm. Age changes people. This also applies to Sarutobi-sensei. The old man, and climbed to the front line. No wonder he died, the man could barely contain his anger, looking at the condescending face of Tsunade, who finished off with just one phrase, shitty job, Hokage. Only the last idiot would agree to such a thing. Here Naruto could not restrain herself, jumping up from her seat to hover over the intoxicated woman. Her brown hands rested on the flimsy table, which creaked pitifully under her weight. She lowered her head, hiding her barely wet eyes. Anger had been accumulating in her for several days, mixing together with bitterness, which made it very difficult to let her go after bad news about her husband. 4 days have passed since that Saturday morning. Uzumaki steadfastly held on, not allowing herself to cry or be killed. She crossed the rumors about her husband's death at the root, postponing it to better times to announce him as a hero, not an apostate. First of all, she was worried about Sasuke, who undoubtedly received a strong emotional shock, awakening Mangekyo. The Iranians were understandingly silent, not bothering with questions, but the boy did not come to himself, suffering from phantom pains. Sakura did not leave his side a single step, giving Naruto the opportunity to quietly leave the village for a few days. No one knew the truth, but everyone noticed that the bright blue eyes had darkened, resembling the deep waters of the ocean rather than the cloudless sky. Yamada-san nodded understandingly, promising to keep an eye on the shopping district, and Shikaka Nara, clearly having learned something from Jirai, convinced the elders that she could also go in search of Tsunade. They meandered from one town to another, looking for traces of the legendary loser, who moved with enviable speed between the gaming houses, collecting debts behind her back. Sanin was eager to talk about the loss that Naruto quickly crossed a purely sincere impulse, asking for training instead of empty chatter. He began to teach her Rasengan, her father's technique, which, surprisingly, the blonde liked. The cunningly wise 3 stages made you think about it, distracting you from your thoughts for a while, and yet, putting her to bed, the girl thought about her husband. How much did he love, dream and strive for peace and quiet, sacrificing himself for the good? What did you really want? Did I always know that such a day would come? When they first met, Naruto accepted his path, supported him, wanting the same, peace and tranquility at any cost, even her own life. Having fallen in love, it turned out that it was not so easy to accept his sacrifice for the benefit of all. Uzumaki was always ready to die, if only Itachi would live in a world without wars and conflicts. Paradoxically, her husband wanted the same thing, and did it for her. At first it seemed that life no longer made sense. She couldn't protect what she considered the most valuable, but then she remembered the words that she had once said to Orochimaru: "If I lose them, I will do everything to protect what they died for." The sadness receded again, replaced by a bright hope that his sacrifice would not be in vain. "You shouldn't say that, Tsunade-san," Naruto said, looking up at her face. "If the title of Hokage is a burden for you, then there are people in the world for whom it is a gift. Have the conscience not to neglect their aspirations." Very mature, right? The woman chuckled, rising after her. "Grew up quickly, but didn't notice the obvious? Where are your Hokages, huh? Where are their aspirations after 3 great wars? They did everything to prevent them, and if it happened, they protected the others at the cost of their lives." The the girl replied firmly. You can't protect everyone. The blonde shouted, easily starting up with anger at the stupid girl. I can't, Naruto agreed, clenching her fists. But I won't let their sacrifice be in vain. I won't let my dreams disappear so easily, because I turned out to be too weak to live on. Uzumaki was no longer afraid to reproach the woman with weakness. Do you want to get out? Find out who's weak here? Tsunade's temperament was as legendary as the strength she strove to show. Okay, nodded Naruto, motioning her opponent to the exit. Shizune jumped up after her, trying to reason with her mentor, looking pleadingly at Jiraiya, who seemed not surprised at such an outcome. The two blondes stood opposite each other, tuning up for a duel, but first Tsunade decided to ask one question. What worried her? Why does the word hokage mean so much to you? My dream is to become a hokage, Naruto simply replied, feeling a sincere smile spread across her face for the first time in several days. I promised this to a friend at the age of 4 that the first one believed in me. A light lit up in the solar plexus, and loud laughter rang out in the subconscious. Then I promised the guy that I would share the burden with him, protecting the village and its inhabitants. After all, I don't want my parents' sacrifice to be in vain, just like the old man of the third. I want to become a hokage for the sake of everyone who is ready to defend the village next to me. The girl felt her emotions overflow, replenished in the voices of those who gave their lives for their dreams. Tsunade hesitated, which gave Naruto a chance to attack first. Still, he wanted to show off in front of one of the Sanins, as well as bring her to her senses at last. Yes, and Rasengan demanded publicity, although he was not yet fully ready, but then Uzumaki conceived a trick, hoping to play on the immense excitement of the legendary loser. The chakra was formed in the hand with difficulty. It was difficult to concentrate all the power in a small volume, but here she played rather than took the fight seriously. Nevertheless, Jiraiya managed to tell a lot about his fighting girlfriend, and the clever Uzumaki managed to figure out the plan of the brawl in advance. Senju was surprised to see a semblance of a familiar technique, but quickly caught herself, creating a huge crack in the ground with just her index finger, which completely knocked her concentration. Jiraiya, why are you teaching her such techniques? Tsunade said. She still has to grow and grow up to the 4th. I'll prove it to you. Naruto began her little performance. I'll master the technique by tomorrow. And let's bet? That's when Senju got hooked. How good that she wasn't interested in the life of the village at all, not knowing about the abilities or the life of the last Uzumaki. I'll give you until noon, and I'll put this necklace and my title on the line. She pointed to the pendant she wore on her ample bosom. If you lose, I will transfer part of my debts to you, the woman summed up, not even listening to Shizune's lamentations. It's a deal, agreed Naruto, holding out a swarthy palm. I'm not going back on my words. Come on, girls. Jiraiya put his arm around the shoulders of two blondes who were building dissatisfied pug. Naruto, go with Shizune-chan, look for a place to stay, and Tsunade and I will knock over a couple more glasses for the meeting. He patted the student approvingly on the shoulder, imperceptibly winking. The plan was a success. Shizune only had to let go of the mentor, hoping for the prudence of an old friend, and follow the determined Naruto, who noticed a good hotel in the morning. Naruto-chan, listen, the brown-haired woman began uncertainly, mincing along, clutching a decorative pig in her hands. Give up the argument, please. I can't, Uzumaki nodded. I keep my word, and Konoha needs Hokage. But Tsunade-sama put the necklace on the line. She is already an adult woman and has the right to decide for herself what to do. The blonde interrupted her. It must not fall into your hands, Shizune insisted. It's cursed. the interlocutor shouted, stopping in front of the girl. Does not recognize any other master except Tsunade-sama. All the other owners of it, they're dying, the brunette breathed, lowering her head. I know, Naruto calmed down, touching her forearm. Jiraiya told me everything. Shizun peered into the blue eyes that sparkled with warmth and light, but only in this way we can bring her to her senses. You also don't want Tsunade-san to wander around bars forever, and you followed her? I don't want to, she breathed after a pause. I have to tell you something else, Naruto. Shizun hesitated, squeezing the pig even tighter, but Uzumaki did not like the look, scared and indecisive. And what is it? The blonde insisted, feeling that a huge pitfall was about to surface. Before meeting you, one of Orochimaru's students found us, the brunette decided. He offered Tsunade-sama a deal. She paused, gathering her thoughts, and Naruto didn't rush her. She must cure Orochimaru, and in return he will revive her uncle and her brother. Uzumaki rolled her blue eyes, trying to comprehend what was said. The cunning plan was gradually falling apart, as soon as Tsunade succumbed to the memories of the past and agreed to a diabolical deal. Orochimaru is in Konoha, the blonde noticed. Kabuto said they were going to create a diversion to free their teacher. Kabuto? The inconspicuous genin of List turned out to be a double agent who was devoted to the snake Sannin? Most likely, Orochimaru managed to gather a lot of henchmen during his exile, and they are now going to avenge Sensei, first of all, by taking over the brilliant medic on their side. Thank you, Shizun-san, for telling me, Naruto politely bowed, bypassing the interlocutor. Wait, an excited voice overtook her. What are you going to do? First of all, you need to learn Rasengan. The blonde chuckled without turning around. Sasuke was seeing pictures of the past. Life was rushing past him. Kachan's gentle voice echoed in his head. Tosan's searching gaze touched something inside, but it paled in comparison with the memories of his brother. When he was very young, he sat on Onichan's shoulders, hugging his neck with thin baby hands. Everything seemed so perfect and naive, like the dreams he never achieved. The light was leaving a bloody trail on the walls of the block, reflected in the hunched shoulders of the sister who could not sleep, remembering her husband. He became stronger morally for her sake, hid the pain and worries, choosing a new aspiration for himself. I remembered that I could smile, sincerely, but only to those who deserved it. He became part of a team that barely resembled his family. Naruto replaced his older brother, Kakashi and a strict but loving father, and caring Sakura sometimes reminded of a quiet mother who did not leave his crib. He felt that very soon he would become the Sasuke he was before the memorable night. He would finally be able to let go of the past, as he promised his sister. Uchiha felt himself getting stronger, and with strength comes responsibility for those you want to protect. And this list is no longer limited to just a brother and sister. He felt new bonds that he had never had before, the judicious Shikamaru, Sakura, who was rapidly maturing, turning from a pale, clanless girl into a strong kunoichi. Even a noisy horde of genins took their place somewhere inside. All this kept him afloat, but the news of his brother's death knocked him down. He woke up in the hospital, looking at the snow, white ceilings, and outside the window, Konoha, which was slowly regaining its original appearance. One of the doctors entered the room, asking an obvious question about how he felt. "It's fine," Sasuke said. "Is my sister here?" "What is it?" he asked impatiently. "I don't know." Ryanin nodded his head, recording readings from the instruments. "She hasn't been in for a few days." "How long have I been here?" "Today is the 4th day," the medic answered, approaching the exit. "It's too early for you to check out," he warned, stopping at the door. Your chakra is unstable, and the pressure in your eyes is higher than normal, so it's better that you stay here. The man knew the manners of genins perfectly well, that they considered themselves healthy enough. Wait, shouted Uchiha. Could you call Haruno? She works at the hospital, please, Sasuke asked, hoping that Sakura would be able to call her sister. All right, Irainen said after a moment's thought, leaving the ward. Uchiha exhaled, leaning back on the pillows. The doctor was right, he still felt weak, and the channel seemed to be burning with tension. His head was buzzing, giving way to heaviness in his eyes that were watering. Thoughts swarmed in his head, not gathering in a heap, but the only thing he felt clearly was fear for his sister. Why doesn't he come? Fear rolled over, drowning out common sense, reveling in grief somewhere, unable to look at his face, which is painfully similar to the face of her husband. Tired of the walls of their cursed clan, where she found herself like a bird in a cage. Half of her life carries a yoke around her neck that her brother so kindly left her. Fear gave way to the rage that was boiling in him. He was angry, at himself for being too small, at his sister for not resisting her husband, at his brother for weighing everything on someone else's shoulders. Sasuke didn't even notice Sakura entering the room, holding a plate of apples in her hands. Sasuke-kun, praise Kami, you're awake, the girl smiled, sitting down next to the bed. Here, my mom gave me apples to treat you. She held out the sliced slices, but Uchiha roughly pushed her hand away so that the plate was on the floor, crumbling into fragments. Sasuke-kun. She gasped, pressing her hands to her chest. Where's Naruto? Uchiha interrupted her. She left the village, Haruno replied, looking at the angry guy in a frightened way. I do not know where or why, but I asked to look after you. You don't need to look after me. Sasuke shouted, glaring at his teammate from under his brows. Gone? She left me, just like her brother, he chuckled, barely clenching his fists. Don't say that, Sasuke-kun, the pink-haired woman shook her head. Naruto-san would never leave you. Yes, what do you know? The brunette raised his tone. She's the same as Itachi. They are both such geniuses, they look at me with condescension and mockery. Sasuke persisted, spewing anger at the terrified girl. They betrayed me. Both of them. Never loved. That's enough. Sakura couldn't help herself, slapping Sasuke lightly on the cheek. Uchiha stared in shock at his teammate, who jumped up from her chair, clenching her fists. I don't recognize you, Sasuke-kun. She didn't scream, but her voice was already full of tension. I don't know your brother, but I know Naruto-san well. She always loved you the most, protected you and did so much for you. Do you dare to doubt it now? The girl shamed him that the anger inside retreated under the yoke of conscience, that he broke down so childishly. In the forest of death, she fought for you to the last, not sparing herself, and you say that she does not love, because she left for a few days on undoubtedly important business, and is not sitting here next to you. Sakura was burning with anger, no worse than Sasuke himself the day before, for the first time so angry at the brunette. She perfectly remembered Naruto-san's tired face that brought her unconscious brother to the hospital. She remembered how the girl asked her to take care of Sasuke while she was away from the village, as if they were back in the forest of death, where Sakura did not sleep all night while Naruto was fighting with Orochimaru. I'm sorry, Uchiha breathed out after a few minutes of silence. I'm sorry you heard all that. Nothing. Haruno smiled weakly, sitting back down on the chair. You needed to talk it out, and it's better for me than Naruto-san. Sasuke hid his eyes behind a long bang, and Sakura, after thinking a little, added, "It's hard for her too, she lost a loved one, but she tries to be strong, no matter what. You have to be strong for her, too, but if you want to cry or scream, then call me, okay?" The girl took one last look at the silent Uchiha and got up from the chair. "I'll leave you for a while." "Thank you," she heard on the way out, but Sakura did not turn around, closing the door of the ward. Tears flowed by themselves, and my legs gave way. Sakura slid down the wall next to her, burying her face in her hands crossed on her knees. That's what it means to be strong in the eyes of a man. Naruto was returning to the hotel late at night, wincing comically. Palms burned from the burns inflicted by the pure chakra, but it was worth it. Rasengan succumbed to it. "Hey, liar!" came from above. "Come up here." Uzumaki looked up and saw Tsunade, whose intoxicated head was sticking out of the window of the hotel room. The girl laughed, waved her palm, and obediently climbed up the wall, jumping into the room through the window. "A liar?" Naruto asked, sitting down on the floor near a low table. "Yeah," the woman muttered, pouring a glass. "If I knew, I wouldn't agree to an argument." "Jiraiya told you everything, right?" The girl nodded understandingly. "He never knew how to drink," Tsunade shrugged, barely wincing at the taste of alcohol. "And what? Do you want to see me in the Hokage chair?" "I already see it," Uzumaki chuckled, forming a Rasengan in her palm. "I always lose," Senju breathed out, looking with displeasure at the swarthy palms where the blue ball had just been. "Yes, and you, Tsunade-san, have already accepted this, even before my victory," the girl began. "It's very stupid to agree to Kabuto's proposal, they can't be brought back to life." "I'd like to see them," the woman admitted, lowering her gaze. "I would like to hug you, tell you that I love you." "They won't be happy about it when they find out what price you paid for this meeting," Naruto gently objected. "They died with honor, and disturbing their souls by calling them back to this world is at least disrespectful." "Would you like to see your husband?" Senju asked, raising her tear-stained eyes. "I wanted to," Uzumaki nodded after a short silence. "When I live a long life, make all our dreams come true and die in peace, among close people, I will definitely see him. Shinigami promised me a place nearby." The girl barely smiled, calmly looking at the surprised Tsunade. "You look like her," she said, and noticing the misunderstanding, she added, "like Grandma Mito." "She is also Uzumaki," Senju explained, closing her eyes. "I talked about Shinigami and took her to the clan temple." Naruto smiled wider, nodding understandingly. "When my parents died, Mito raised me and my brother, replacing the whole family for us. And she said almost the same thing, you need to appreciate their sacrifice and protect their dreams. Probably, it's in the blood of all Uzumaki." Naruto easily took the woman's hand, looking into her eyes. "No need to think about what you have lost, think about what to do with what you have left." "And all I have left is the village," Tsunade chuckled, exhaling heavily. "And no one else is around." "The same Shizune," the girl suggested, "she is very worried about you. She also has nothing to lose, so she follows me." Senju smiled mirthlessly. Looking out. "I feel sorry for her, she will remain the same old maid next to me. In Konoha, she will find a good groom." Uchiha laughed, and then added, "Yes, and we will pick you up." Tsunade rolled her eyes, waving her palm. "It's without me," she said. "I'm only old enough to be a grandmother," the wife chuckled, grabbing the girl by the tip of her blonde braid. "I'll even pass for your grandmother." "I don't mind," Uzumaki laughed, glad that the blonde's face brightened with an answering smile. Granny was not enough for me, even in general. A woman's hand, light eyebrows slightly stretched out in regret, but Tsunade warmly ran her hand over the wheat crown. I'm a bad counselor, the hostess is even worse, and I've already wasted my youth, but I'll help you, she said with a short laugh. Consider yourself a godmother. Tsunade poured the remains of alcohol into 2 bowls. But you promise me to get well drunk after the inauguration, Senju scolded with her finger, her hazel-brown eyes twinkling slyly. Do you really agree? Naruto stretched out, taking a bowl of sake. I don't break my word either, Tsunade said importantly, clinking glasses with the interlocutor. Naruto drank in one gulp, feeling the burning liquid burn her esophagus, and winced. You don't know how to drink, Senju clicked her tongue. I'm only 13. Uzumaki was indignant, stretching her whole body. Even though I look 17. And the Harem of the great clan, muttered Tsunade, sipping from her glass, but without taking her eyes off the flushed girl, who burst out laughing. What are we going to do with Kabuto? Naruto asked, calming down. You can't leave him just like that. Wait, the Hokage stopped her. He said that Orochimaru is under lock and key in Konoha. How were you able to stop him at all? Senju wondered. Kabuto doesn't know one little detail, Uzumaki shrugged, smiling slyly. Orochimaru under genjutsu. The blonde's eyes widened as soon as the interlocutor said this. And I think I should tell you everything from the beginning, so as not to miss something important. The plan to capture Kabuto failed miserably, as soon as Orochimaru's student brought more accomplices with him. The gray-haired man clearly foresaw that Tsunade would refuse to voluntarily treat the snake Sannin, which is why he brought several dozen shinobi of sound to take the woman by force. Jiraiya and Shizune took over most of the ninja, leaving on Senju and Uzumaki Kabuto, who turned out to be an excellent medic, and most importantly, he knew about the hemophobia of Lady Hokage. Why do you need Orochimaru? Naruto shouted, covering the woman who was trembling with fear, looking at the bloody palms. He won't be able to resist genjutsu, otherwise it will kill him. I don't care. Kabuto replied, bursting into laughter. Then I will become a master even better than Orochimaru. He lacked composure, he liked to play with the victim, to watch her. I will not delay, it is better for me that you die here than cause me problems in the future. Kurama inside grumbled something about shinobi, whose priorities change very quickly, but honestly shared the chakra, hiding Naruto in the cover of Biju. Yakushi was the worst opponent of all possible. He deftly dodged, adopting the resourcefulness of his teacher, and when he received a blow, he instantly healed him. The girl created several Razengans, but the enemy managed to deviate from all attacks, simply wasting the blonde's chakra. Grazing her shoulder with a scalpel from the chakra, he moved to Tsunade, who could not overcome her fear, intending to hit her, but his fist was imprinted in Uzumaki's hitayata. Don't you dare touch the Hokage Godame, Naruto hissed, putting her palm under the enemy's kunai to firmly grasp his palm. You can't dodge, bastard. She formed a Rasengan, this time hitting exactly into the chest of Kabuto, and this time he managed to concentrate the chakra at the point of impact, but spent all the chakra. Yakushi spat out a clot of blood on the grass, breathing heavily, looking from under his brows at the determined Uzumaki, who was going to finish off the spy with the last of her strength. This is not our last meeting, Naruto-chan, he hissed, calling off his henchmen. The girl tried to chase them, but Tsunade, who was squeezing the edge of her blouse, stopped her. We're not in the best shape to continue the fight, she nodded her head. Thank you, Naruto. I'm sorry for my weakness. The woman guiltily lowered her head, burning her fear, and Uzumaki did not have time to answer something. Shizun screamed heartrendingly nearby, bending over Jiraiya's body. The blondes took off, running up to one of the Sanins, who was barely breathing because of deep wounds in his chest. "I can't cure this, Tsunade-sama. What to do?" the brunette sobbed, looking at the frightened mentor. "One of the shinobi. A modified genome or something. Pierced with bones." Shizun whispered incoherently. "Tsunade," Naruto put aside the formalities, grabbing the medic by the shoulders, "only you can help him. Stop shaking." Uzumaki called for calm. "Don't let him die, do you hear?" Senju stretched out her trembling palms, activating Shoshin, but Naruto saw that it did not help. "You will lose him just like Dana or Navaki, or you will get together and cure him." The girl cried out, grabbing her tear-stained face in her hands. The woman was crying, staring into resolute blue eyes that looked at her exactly like her beloved Dan and native Navaki. She remembered what she went through after losing them, how much she cried, hiding her face in Jiraiya's arms. How much effort the old pervert put into helping her with her loss. The one who was always on her side, never turned away and loved her no less. She could lose another person, which she definitely could not allow. Tsunade pulled herself out of Naruto's grip, shifting her gaze to the wounds on the strong body. After first scanning, the medic made sure that the organs were not damaged, and then released the chakra from Byakugo, summoning a small part of the healing slug Kitsuya. "Shizun," there was not an iota of weakness in the voice, only chaste commands to the student, "Follow the rhythm and maintain pressure. Katsuyu, pour in the chakra, and I direct." Naruto involuntarily crawled back so as not to interfere with the two women who were focused on the treatment. The girl exhaled wearily, leaning back on the grass to look at the sky. "You don't have to worry about the teacher. Tsunade won't let him die. You did everything you could," the fox praised her. "Now everything is in her hands." "But this is not the end," Naruto drawled in her subconscious. "There are still so many problems in the world. You shouldn't burden yourself with troubles that don't stand in front of you," Kurama said, closing his eyes. "You will create more problems if you solve them alone. I can't leave everything to others." Naruto shouted in the heat, staring at the beast. Impatient, the fox breathed, opening his eyes a little. "You blame your husband for not accepting help, but you want to do the same." Naruto said nothing, burrowing into the thick fur. Konoha met them almost in the same form as she was before the attack. It took only a little more than a week, but the shopping malls were restored, children's laughter could be heard on the streets again, and the workers could finally relax, enjoying their labors. Residents greeted Tsunade, applauding the new Hokage, which had already forgotten what their native village looked like. The day before, Uzumaki had made a promise to put her younger brother on his feet, so she and Tsunade immediately went to the hospital, sending Jiraiya to the elders. The hospital greeted Senju with reverent glances, as if they saw Rikudo himself, and behind her an enthusiastic whisper, "Finally, the hospital will be reborn again." Sasuke was not sleeping, and next to him was Sakura, who blew up from the spot when she saw Naruto-san and an unknown woman. "So," said Tsunade, stretching out her palm to her pale forehead, "are you the same Sasuke?" "Naruto ate my brain with stories about a younger brother," the woman chuckled, holding Shoshin. "My eyes are fine, but I advise you not to overexert yourself for a week, gradually starting training." "Thank you, Tsunade-san." Uzumaki bowed respectfully, looking worriedly at the detached Uchiha. "What are you doing?" Senju was surprised. "We agreed on you." The Hokage waved her palm, nostalgically looking around the ward. "I haven't been here for a long time." Sakura, Naruto turned. Can you show Mrs. Hokage the hospital? Haruno tossed her head, catching the expressive look of her teammate and calculating her chances of asking for a student. The pink-haired woman enthusiastically responded to the request, taking one last look at the upset Sasuke. When they left the office, Uzumaki sat down in Sakura's place, smiling. "No need," the brunette suddenly said. "You don't need to be strong around me," Uchiha asked. "Cry if you want." Naruto smiled even harder, holding back a sudden fit of laughter. Sasuke raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at his cheerful sister with incomprehension. "Sorry, Sasuke," the blonde calmed down, awkwardly playing with the tip of a light braid. "There are no tears left," she shrugged. "Are you angry?" "No," her brother objected, looking at her smile. "Just not at you." Uchiha lowered his gaze, remembering the recent breakdown in front of Sakura. "On Itachi," Naruto chuckled, nodding understandingly. "I'm not angry," Sasuke replied. "Kakashi told me everything. I can't be angry, I just don't understand him." "Itachi is difficult to understand," Uzumaki breathed, throwing her head back. "But his actions are always justified by one thing: he really wants peace. He strives for peace, ready to give his life, and we can only accept it. Once you said that it doesn't matter when the shinobi died," Uchiha began, after a short silence. "It's important what he fought for. This justifies Itachi's act, but," Sasuke clenched his fists, looking up at his sister, who was looking at the guy attentively. "Why did he leave you? What then, what now? Why do you love him?" Naruto sighed for the umpteenth time, squeezing her eyes tightly, trying to drive away the lump that had suddenly risen to her throat. She was smiling, and tears were streaming down her cheeks in large beads. "There is no explanation for love," the girl replied, without ceasing to smile. "You just feel it when you meet a person who is ready to share problems and fears with you. You see yourself in his words, actions, and views. You divide everything you have into two, but you leave the biggest pain to yourself. Someone sees love in a kiss, someone in children, and our love is in his desire to protect. It just so happened that we were born with certain responsibilities. Life turned out so that there was not enough time for habitual love, but this does not change our feelings." Naruto wiped the wet tracks of tears from her swarthy cheeks, approaching her brother's cot. "Someday you will love as much, maybe then Itachi will become clearer." The girl gently leaned her brother against her, burying herself in his shoulder. Sasuke was silent, running his hand through his blonde hair. She did it again. Calmed his anger, replacing it with a bright hope. She justified all her actions, her own and her wayward husband. She drew strength from an ephemeral feeling that Sasuke had not yet comprehended. Naruto's amazing older sister, "Hello, Itachi. 3 years have passed, and I can finally let you go. The journey with Jiraiya is coming to an end, and today we are returning to the village. I confess that I shamefully ran away 3 years ago under the pretext of a reconnaissance mission, asking for a master. But I couldn't go on living in Konoha. I was afraid to enter our house, knowing that you will never shout, 'Tadaima,' again, you will not lie down next to me, you will not drink your favorite tea in the garden. Hope gave me the strength to live, work and study. I was waiting for you to come home one day. Knowing that you are not there, it is very difficult to find the strength, but I honestly try. Grandma advised me to get some air, see the world, live for myself, but, nevertheless, I always keep in touch with the village. Sasuke's notes are as terse as yours. He's grown up. I've matured completely, taking over the duties of the head, so I'm not worried about the clan at all. Focused on training, engaged in the village council, received the rank of a Chunin at 15, painfully resembles you, but, nevertheless, he is different. And he loves in a different way. Sakura, of course, does not share all the details, but there is something in between. I hope they can love as much as we do. Kakashi and I had a hard time with the news about the former friend that was listed in your scroll. Sasuke said that he began to visit the memorial to the dead more often. He considers himself guilty. He could not save his friend, then his girlfriend, and then sensei. I've lost too much in my life to be able to let go so easily. I understand him. Sometimes I feel the same way. Tsunade hinted that Shizune was interested in our older brother. I don't know, we'll see how everything resolves. After all, life goes on. His and mine, with or without you, with the coming of Tsunade to power, a lot has changed, both people and things. Especially Orochimaru, who became the head of the hospital and the development center. Behind the closed door of the ward, she cured his hands and talked about something for a long time. I couldn't find out what the Hokage said, but Sannin became a diligent resident of Konoha. Even Sakura forgot about old grievances and immediately signed up for practice, studying with 2 Sannins at once. But the main thing is that we were able to restore your honest name. Orochimaru's testimony about Danzo's dark deeds brought to light a lot of hidden intrigues that remained in the bins of the residents and the root. On the day when it was announced that the massacre of the clan was a forced measure by order of Danzo, he ran away. The worst thing that everyone saw was Shirsui's left eye in the socket. That's when you became a hero for the village. Unfortunately, posthumously. I know you don't care about titles and titles. You didn't strive for this, being content with the fact that everything is safe. Thanks to you, our time has passed. The faces on the chessboard have changed, where they are already playing by the rules, without hiding extra pawns up their sleeves. We have moved into the background. Now the fate of the world is in the hands of my grown-up horde of genins who have grown up to be wonderful shinobi, and many other people who share our views. The enemies have not disappeared. Somewhere Kabuto is hatching his plans, somewhere Danzo is gathering minions. But we will be ready to protect what was dear to you and has not devalued for me. You will always be in my memory, you will remain in the wedding picture. Your quiet laughter will echo the ringing of furies on the veranda, where we could sit for hours. You will be with me in the smell of baked apples and the bitterness of green tea. In a black raven feather that I once received, and in tiny notes that I carefully keep. In the eyes of Sasuke, who supports me and, I hope, in the words and thoughts of your future nephews, who will follow in your footsteps, you will be everywhere, because where I am, you are there. Goodbye, maybe in the next life. Naruto looked at the letter, which still kept the warmth of her hands. Swarthy fingers clutched a leaf, which then migrated to the wall. Uzumaki disappeared into Shunshin, leaving the room in Soraku empty. Only the wind lovingly touched the thin woven strands tied to the ear of the kunai that fixed the letter on the wall. Naruto returned to Konoha by the usual road under the henge. The house was empty. There were no traces of the fact that the hostess had been absent for 3 years. The colorful apron tightly wrapped around the tall figure, and the hands rushed to the usual cooking. That I wanted apples. The front door slammed loudly, and there was a sound from the corridor. Tadaima, the girl went out into the corridor to smile broadly at the same moment, hiding her tear-stained face in the collar of a man's shirt. Naruto was new to everything. The unusual silence at the table, which was not even broken by the clatter of dishes on a wooden table, polite smiles, behind which whole phrases were hidden, and even more so words, an intricate string of words that often hid 3 more rows of meanings. On the territory of the Naruto clan, she considered herself a black sheep. Some perceived it that way, the conscript raven of the air. The only chance of the great clan for the right to vote in the village, since it was their mon that shone in all directions on the back of the Jinchuriki. Naruto tactfully did not notice these glances. She was not touched. There were enough Saturday dinners at the head's house, which, as it turned out, was a tradition of the Uchiha clan. There she definitely stood out, at first outwardly, as the complete opposite of the darkness of their appearance, and then the former Uzumaki gave a voice, sharp and sonorous, that resonated with the quiet murmur of female voices. All strove to stand next to the low bass of men who were not used to this. The elders made comments to Itachi, "If the wife does not know how to behave properly, then you need to teach." Itachi was politely silent, steadfastly holding the mask on his face, trying to immerse himself in his own genjutsu, where Naruto in their house is indecently loud, indecently cheerful, indecently alive for their dead clan. He caught the sly glances of Shursui, who was sitting opposite, and was ready to bet that his cousin was having fun inwardly, imagining the courteously submissive Uzumaki. Courtesy is not in their blood, it is not for them to play, they cannot restrain themselves. Uzumaki are probably the only ones in the world that were born free inside, but still Naruto was polite. In my understanding, of course. She never smiled out of politeness, only out of sincere desire, but there was more truth in her smile than in the whole clan. The worst of Naruto is silence, because in her life she had only two ways, to tell the truth or to remain silent. Therefore, her silence was often the cruelest reproach, but it was only given to strangers. Itachi loved her for her lack of silence. Where the husband would have disappeared behind an invisible border, the wife destroyed the line with one word, prompting conversation. Maybe that was not enough for my father, although he could not say. Parents are not used to showing their feelings for each other, and Itachi echoed them, allowing himself more than a glance only in private. His happiness was born in the silence of the room, cradled in the semi-darkness and quiet conversation. Husband and wife, but still children, for whom love is something above carnal desire. The unity of the spirit, a timidly strong touch, a weightlessly innocent kiss on the corner of the lips. One promise for two, to preserve their own happiness. Naruto loved Itachi, casually rejecting everything else, last name, title, rank and other labels. Her freedom was not limited by the gray walls of the clan, her spirit was not huddled in a cage, she breathed deeply where everyone else was suffocating. She could not love the Uchiha, could not hate them, having subdued even the wrath of an ancient demon. All she cared about was the happiness of her husband, little Sasuke, the instructive Kakashi, Nii and her own village, which was her home no matter what. Naruto had his own family, noisy Hunins who brought her up in their own way, as they could. Her own mother-in-law caused mixed feelings. She loved, like all Uchiha, obediently kept silent, like all the women of the clan. Naruto was afraid of her most of all, especially her eyes. There was something in the world much stronger than the vaunted dojutsu. It seemed that Mikoto saw everything much better than others. She knew perfectly well which rock the resentment of her fellow clansmen would fall on. She saw, but did not try to do anything, humbly waiting for her own fate, with only regret in her dark eyes. She asked Naruto for forgiveness for being dragged into the grief of someone else's family. It infuriated to the point of trembling at the knees, but then Uzumaki let go of anger. Not everyone is destined to be born free. She managed to understand this, standing out brightly in the wedding photo. I managed to understand, seeing off the first sunset in quiet solitude. I managed to understand, symbolically leaving a cup of green tea on the veranda. That's the end of it.